This is a recap of The Eye of the World by Robert Jordan. The Wheel of Time, Book 1. Prologue. Dragamount? Luz Theron Telamon wanders through his nearly destroyed palace, looking for his wife Ilyena Theron Morel. Dead men, women, and children lie everywhere, but the taint on Satan has driven Luz Theron insane and he does not notice his surroundings. Ishamael appears, having traveled there, approaches Luz Theron saying, "I have come for you." Luz Theron does not recognize him, and Ishamael realizes he is mad. Ishamael identifies himself as having once been Elon Morin Tedranai, and Luz Theron manages to recognize him as betrayer of hope. Ishamael says that after today people will call Luz Theron Kinslayer as well as Dragon. He goes on to say that Luz Theron was once first among the servants, and other things, and that he is now greater in power than Luz Theron and won't let him die without realizing that. He heals Luz Theron of his madness, who screams in pain. As the pain recedes, Luz Theron comes to his senses. He sees Ilyena's body and is consumed with sorrow. Ishamael says that the great Lord of the Dark can bring her back, and Luz Theron turns to him with murderous intent. He says he will have revenge for Ilyena's death, but Ishamael asks him to cast his mind back, to remember the Dark One's counterstroke against Satan. Ishamael says the 100 companions are tearing the world apart, and more men join them every day. He tells Luz Theron to remember who it was who killed all of his friends and family. Luz Theron remembers the deeds, and howls in torment as he looks at his surroundings. Unable to bear his shame, he travels to a flat, empty land beside a river. He can feel the taint on Satan, and cries out for forgiveness as he channels more and more. A bolt of fire comes down from the sky, burning through him and the earth below him, sending lava spouting upwards to form a mountain. The river has been redirected in an arc around the mountain, with an island in the middle. Ishamael appears on the island, and vows that all is not yet over between him and the dragon. Emond's Field. Egwene Elvire is using a bucket to fetch water from the winespring water for the first time. She sees other children also gathering water and grown men washing sheep to prepare them to be sheared. Overhead, she notices a raven watching the men. It is said that ravens are the Dark One's eyes, but she dismisses the thought. Why would the Dark One be interested in the two rivers, where nothing ever happens? Egwene brings the filled bucket back to Widow Ainul's meadow where the entire village of Emond's Field has gathered for the annual sheep shearing event. There are more sheep than people. Boys of the village are assigned to watch the sheep as well as herd them around as the sheep are washed and then sheared. She makes her way through the crowd, giving water to people who ask. She sees Perrin Ibarra with his family speaking to Master Luhan. Master Luhan tells Perrin's parents that he'll take Perrin as his apprentice. Egwene looks up and sees many ravens watching the village folk. Egwene sees her youngest sister Lewis, 6 years her elder, argue with Dag Copland over wool. Master Copland is trying to get his wool valued more highly, but Lewis will not be bullied and he storms off. She continues and sees the wisdom Doro Baran and her apprentice, Nynaeve Almera. Nynaeve is bandaging Billy Conger's leg after he hurt it trying to shear wool after drinking ale. The wisdom inspects the bandaging, pulling it off to peek at the injury under it. She seems a bit disappointed for some reason. Nynaeve can sense Egwene nearby even without looking at her. An entire flock of ravens has descended on the meadow, watching everybody. She sees another of her sisters, Elisa, working with some of the wool. Elisa is worried over being denied a braid as the Women's Council does not consider her mature enough to be counted as a grown woman. Egwene tries to comfort her, pointing out that Kaye Copland is almost 20 and still unbraided. Elisa tells her to go away and Egwene continues on, looking for Mat Cauthon and Perrin. She meant to follow Perrin earlier but got distracted by his sister Adora. She finally finds Mat and Perrin with Rand al'Thor and a few other boys. They are boasting to each other, with Rand saying that he would like to be a king, which is better than Mat wanting to run off and not do any work. Mat says he'll have adventures, like rescuing an Aes Sedai. Egwene is trying to learn more about Rand, who everyone says she'll marry. Danil Luin comes over and summons the boys to the mayor, who is Egwene's father. Mat fervently denies that he did anything but reluctantly goes. Egwene follows the boys as they walk over to the men of the village. Bran Alvir offers to tell them a story in reward for their work, and the boys immediately demand a grand tale with adventures, trollocs, and maybe even a false dragon. Bran does not know any stories like that, but Tam Althor begins to tell them about the real dragon, Luz there in Telamon. Tam speaks of the age of legends, when people lived in great cities and had no hunger or war, until the Dark One touched the world. This began the War of the Shadow, where the forces of the light fought Myrddraal, Trollocs, Dark Friends, and even Aes Sedai, who became the Forsaken. The world was devastated, entire cities destroyed, and the light was on the verge of total defeat until the dragon gathered the 100 companions and sealed the door on the Dark One's prison. Egwene is confused, as she had heard that the dragon was the man who destroyed the world during the breaking. Surely he had fought for the shadow? The children are all quiet after the story, looking at each other thoughtfully before Bran tells them all to get back to work. Suddenly Egwene hears all the ravens taking flight, flying west towards the mountains of mist. She looks up to see one final raven staring right at her, before it too leaves and goes west. In the following years Egwene tries hard to be the best at whatever task is given to her, and sets a personal goal of being the youngest ever to be granted a braid. She stops wanting to hear stories as she grows older, and the boys do the same. Nothing ever changes in the two rivers, so what do the stories matter? Chapter 1: An Empty Road. Rand al'Thor and his father Tam al'Thor are traveling in the westwood via the quarry road to Emond's Field. Their mare Bella is hauling a cart with casks of apple brandy and cider which Tam has promised to the winespring Inn for the Beltane celebrations the next day. With the winter being so hard and long, wolves and bears had been attacking people and animals, so both Rand and Tam are watchful of their surroundings. Rand looks behind them, and sees a Myrddraal on a black horse following. Rand stumbles, breaking his stare with the fade, and tells Tam there is a stranger following them. They stop, look behind them, but the Myrddraal is not there. Rand wonders if it was a figment of his imagination, and they continue on. They enter Emond's Field, where they are stopped by Wit Congar. He starts complaining about the new wisdom, Nynaeve Almira, until his wife, Daze Congar, arrives and starts admonishing Wit. Rand and Tam quickly continue to the Winespring Inn. As they walk through the village, they see Beltane preparations going on everywhere. Reaching the Winespring Inn, Brandywin Al'Vir, the owner of the inn and the mayor of Emond's Field, comes out to greet them. He and Tam are chatting about the odd winter when Senbui arrives to add his negative comments on the matter. As the conversation continues, Matrim Cawthon, hidden from their view, tugs on Rand's sleeve. He tells Rand that he and Davy Island have caught a badger that they are going to let loose on the green to watch the girls scream. Rand says he has to help carry the casks and barrels into the inn. Matt mentions strangers in the village, and Rand describes the Myrddraal. Matt admits he saw one 3 days before, and how scared he was with it just staring at him. Matt's father Abel Cawthon also didn't believe there was anything there, though Matt thinks people would have to believe him now with Rand backing what he saw. Matt is seen by Tam, and is recruited as another helping hand for getting the casks inside. Tam tells them there is a gleeman in the inn, and Bran recalls how the man had arrived in the middle of the night. Sen then lets slip that there will be fireworks as well. When Bran confronts him about his loose tongue, Sen quickly ducks into the inn. Tam states they need to unload the cart, and the rest begin carrying casks into the inn. Chapter 2: The strangers Rand and Matt unload the first barrels and enter the common room of the inn, to find not only Tam and Bran, but Senbui and Harrow Luhan present. Master Luhan frowns at Matt. Mistress Al'Vir brings out some food, and says the boys can get something to eat in the kitchen when they're done. In the cellar, Matt tells Rand that Master Luhan is mad at him, and explains that he played a prank on Adan Alcar, Ewan Fingar, and Dag Copland using 2 of Master Luhan's dogs, and his joke ended up getting flour all over the Luhan house. When they pass back through the common room to continue unloading, Rowan Hearn and Sam'el Craw have arrived, and Tam is speaking quietly and intently to the now complete village council. They unload the rest of the barrels while eating honeycakes. Just as Matt is about to take Rand to see the gleeman, Ewan Fingar arrives and says there are strangers in the village, not a man in black, but a woman in blue and a man in a cloak that shifts colors. Matt says that they were the ones he'd started to tell Rand about earlier. They'd arrived the evening before and taken rooms at the inn. Ewan interjects that their names are Moraine and Lan. Ewan says that Nynaeve doesn't like Moraine, because she called Nynaeve child. Moraine has been asking questions about how old people are, and how long they've lived where they have. Matt again mentions the Gleeman, and Ewan is skeptical. They go back through the common room, where the village council is still huddled together talking quietly, and on outside. Matt asks Rand to back up his story about the Dark Rider, but he suddenly gets the feeling he's being watched. He looks around, but only sees a raven sitting on the inn roof. Matt and Rand, both angry at the bird staring at them, throw rocks, but the raven dodges, to their surprise. A woman's voice from behind them describes the raven as a vile bird, and it flies away. The boys turn to see a woman who can only be Moraine. She looks like nobody Rand has ever seen, and he can't pin down her age. He notices the great serpent ring on her hand. They greet her as Lady Moraine, but she insists that they call her just Moraine. She says she may have some small tasks to be done while she is in Emmons Field, asking the boys if they might be willing to assist her. Moraine gives each of the boys a silver penny in return for their promise. She says that later they must tell her all about them. Rand asks why she came to Emmons Field, and she says she is a collector of old stories. They wonder aloud what stories there might be in the two rivers, but she says that men wear different faces as the wheel of time turns, and nobody can see the whole pattern. The boys are tongue-tied. She says they will talk later, and walks away. As she does, a man who had been standing unnoticed nearby now moves to follow her. The tall man in the color-shifting cloak gives each of the boys an appraising look as he walks past. Ewan says that is Lan, and that he's probably a warder. Matt scoffs, saying that warders have jeweled armor and fight Trollocs in the Great Blight. With the strangers gone, they finally look at their coins. Ewan is ecstatic to find his is a whole silver penny. Rand and Matt have been given a silver coin also, but theirs is different. It is fat and bears the image of a woman balancing a flame on her upturned hand. The coins are worth more than the boys have ever had before, enough to buy a good horse, Rand thinks, but they resolve not to spend them. Hearing shouts, they look up to see a crowd of villagers accompanying the peddler's wagon towards the wagon bridge. Chapter 3: The Peddler. The peddler's wagon crosses the wagon bridge and stops by the Winespring Inn. The members of the village council emerge from the inn and wait with the crowd while the peddler, Padan Fain, busies himself with his wagon. Rand and Matt push through the crowd to stand close behind the men of the council, and are soon joined by their friend Perrin Ibarra. After tantalizing the gathered crowd for a sufficient amount of time, Fain finally gets up to speak. He states that though the people of Emmons Field may feel they've lived through a harsh winter, the rest of the world has had as bad if not worse. He tells of war rising in Gildan, with a man claiming to be the dragon reborn at its heart. The crowd cries out at this, the third occurrence of a false dragon in 5 years, and Sen Bui crankily wonders if this truly is a false dragon. Fain can't speak to that, but does say that the man can wield the one power. Ewan Fingar points out that only women can safely touch the true source, and nearly gets a cuff from Bui as a reward. Fain then says that Aes Sedai have already been dispatched from Tar Valon to attempt to capture the man. The mayor then asks the peddler to go inside the inn so that the village council can ask additional questions in private. After the peddler and the council disappear into the inn, the crowd slowly disperses with the exception of a few of the younger folk. Rand, Matt, and Perrin ponder the news. Matt says he heard a story from a merchant's guard that the dragon would be reborn in mankind's greatest hour of need, but Rand and Perrin are skeptical. Just as the trio are finishing a discussion about whether all Aes Sedai are dark friends, Nynaeve Almira, the village wisdom comes by and reprimands Matt for his loose talk about Billy Congar. Eventually, Rand notices that Egwene Alvir arrived just behind Nynaeve. After telling Rand to quit staring at Egwene, Nynaeve asks why the group had been talking about something they should not have been, and Rand relays Padan Fain's news. Stating that only the women's circle will find out anything useful from Fain, the wisdom leaves the group and enters the inn. Rand and Egwene get a chance to talk alone, and Rand asks her if she'll dance with him on Beltane. She says she will in the afternoon, but she will be busy in the morning. She's been permitted to braid her hair for the first time, meaning she is of marriageable age, dancing the pole. When Rand marks this change, he objects that not everyone of age to marry should. The two get in a bit of a tiff when Rand laughs at Egwene's comment that she might become a wisdom. Many villages want a wisdom that is not from their own town, and Egwene wants to see the places found in stories. At this point, Mat and Perrin come over and say that Perrin has also seen the Black Rider. Egwene, overhearing, claims none of the three should be off leading strings, not believing any of them. The growing argument is interrupted by the appearance of a man with shaggy white hair. Chapter 4: The Gleeman. Thomdrel Merlin, the Gleeman, emerges from the Winespring Inn and entertains Rand, Mat, Perrin, Egwene, and Ewan, as well as many other villagers. He juggles many balls and talks about the stories he will be sharing during Beltane. The performance is interrupted, however, by the arrival of Moiraine and Lan. Ewan says that Moiraine collects stories. There is tension between the Gleeman and the visiting lady, but he assures her all of his stories will be pleasing. After a while, Nynaeve and the village council emerge from their questioning of Pad and Fane. The boys ask Tam about their discussion with Fane, but Tam says it was just a lot of talk about battles in faraway Gildan. Mat is particularly interested in the battles, but Tam dismisses them. Tam informs Rand that they will be returning to their farm that night. On the way, Rand asks his father why the village council took Fane in for a private talk when what Fane said could have easily been shared with everyone. Tam explains that it was important for the village to see that the council was calmly considering the issue even if it would likely not affect them at all. By doing so, it puts everyone at ease that it would be handled and nobody would be worrying about it during the festival. Rand begins to understand that being a leader is more complicated than it looks. Tam also reveals that several other village boys have spotted the strange rider, and that a watch is being mounted. That is why they are heading back to their farm early. Chapter 5: Winter Night. Rand and Tam return to their farm and do chores until time for dinner. Tam locks the doors of the house, even though no one in the Two Rivers ever does such a thing, saying it's best to be safe. While dinner is cooking, he goes upstairs and retrieves a sword from an old chest under his bed. Rand is surprised. He has never seen the sword, and decides to ask more questions over dinner. As dinner is being served, Trollocs burst into the farmhouse. Rand flees through a side window as Tam holds them off, killing 3. The two men regroup in the woods, where Rand finds that his father has been wounded and is suffering from a high fever. He returns to the farmhouse to collect supplies. After entering, Rand meets a Trolloc named Narg who asks him to put his sword down, and says a myrtle will be coming and will want to speak with him. When Rand lowers his sword, Narg tries to rush him. Standing his ground, Rand manages to raise the sword in time and kills the beast, mostly by accident. After collecting needed supplies from the house, he goes to the barn to get Bella and the cart, but finds the horse and milk cow are missing and the cart mostly destroyed. Wondering how he is going to carry Tam back to Emmons Field, he realizes timbers from the cart could be used for a litter. After using Tam's sword to cut the hardwood and finding the blade miraculously unaffected, he bundles all the gathered gear up and makes his way back to Tam. Chapter 6: The Westwood. Rand drags Tam towards Emmons Field on a litter in the woods along the quarry road. At one point he has to hide from a party of 20 Trollocs led by a myrtle. During the journey, Tam talks feverishly, reliving old battles and finding Rand during the blood snow. He talks about Carrie Althor, Rand's mother, who died 15 years ago. He raves about the Ale War and Layman's Sin, the field at Marith, and Carrion burning. Rand heads through the woods toward the village. While the Fade and its group pass by, Rand can feel the evil emanating from the dark creature. Tam cries out more about Avender Aldera, the cutting of Avendezra that grew for 500 years before King Layman cut it down. In some stories, Avendezra belongs to the Green Man. Tam also shouts about how pleased Carrie will be that he found Rand on Dragonmount. Stunned, Rand wonders who he really is. Chapter 7: Out of the Woods. Rand arrives at Emmons Field to find that it has also been attacked by Trollocs. He is met by Master Lohan, who flags down Egwene. They follow her to Nynaeve, who inspects Tam and concludes that she can do nothing for him. Egwene gives Rand an emotional embrace, then rushes back to continue helping Nynaeve. Rand goes to the winespring in search of the mayor, Brandywin Alvier, hoping he will know how to help Tam. He finds Tom Merrilin outside the inn, and the two of them carry Tam inside. There is a dragon's fang on the inn door. Bran Alvier sends the Gleeman running to fetch Nynaeve to care for Tam before Rand can tell them she's already seen him. After Tom leaves, Rand and Bran find a bed for Tam in one of the inn's vacant rooms. Rand is in denial after learning that Tam found him and is not really his father. Tom returns after nearly having his head removed by the wrath of the village wisdom and steers the conversation to Moiraine. The mayor says that the village would have been utterly destroyed if not for her help, revealing that she and Lan had sounded the first warning of the impending attack. In the battle she called ball lightning from the sky, making it obvious that she is Aes Sedai and Lan is her warder. The dragon's fang was marked by villagers angry at the presence of an Aes Sedai. Bran reminds Rand of the stories that Aes Sedai can heal, so Rand goes to find Moiraine. He swears he will pay any price in his power if she will heal Tam. Moiraine questions Rand about his dreams and asks him to let her know if he has nightmares. Lan begins calling Rand sheepherder. Chapter 8: A Place of Safety. When Rand, Moiraine, and Lan arrive at the room where Tam lies, Tom Merrilin and Bran Alvier are watching over him. Tom stalks out right away, and Lan announces that he does not trust the Gleeman, who was nowhere to be seen that night. Moiraine asks everyone to leave, but Rand asks to stay and she allows it. Rand and Lan sit against the wall, and Moiraine asks not to be disturbed. Rand watches her, realizing she must be channeling the One Power. Lan asks him about Tam's sword. Rand says it is his father's, and Lan says it is an odd blade for a sheepherder. Rand asks Lan if it would have helped them to know earlier about the man in the black cloak he'd seen. Moiraine says that she would have needed to bring a half-dozen of her sisters to deal with the Trollocs and Myrtle that were in the Two Rivers. She goes on to say that the raven she saw the previous day should have clued her in regardless, so it is not Rand's fault. Lan explains that carrion eaters such as ravens, crows, and sometimes rats in cities can be minions of the Dark One. Rand looks at his father, and asks if Moiraine is finished yet. She says that she has soothed his pain, but the Trolloc weapon has left a taint which is difficult to heal. She takes out her robed woman Enril, and begins healing Tam again. Lan tells Rand that the Dark Rider was a Myrtle, and tells him more about them. Rand tells Lan how he talked to one Trolloc, startling the warder, before killing it. Lan congratulates him, as does Moiraine, who rises unsteadily from Tam's bedside. Moiraine says he will be fine, as long as he has a few weeks of bed rest. Moiraine says offhandedly that Rand will doubtless be leaving at the same time she and Lan are. Rand is surprised, and babbles about how nobody ever really leaves the Two Rivers. Moiraine says that Rand himself will have to leave for the sake of his village. Most of the village was not attacked, except to sow confusion. The exceptions were Abel Cawthon's house, Harold Lohan's house and forge, as well as Tam's farm and the Ibarra farm outside of the village. The Trollocs were after Matt and Perrin as well as Rand, because they were looking for someone who was born near a certain time, and all three boys are within weeks of the same age. Rand says that there must be some mistake. Lan points out that it took a lot of effort to get so many Trollocs to the Two Rivers without them being noticed, and Moiraine says that they will likely be back, unless their targets leave. She says that only in Tar Valon would they really be safe. Rand is reluctant to go so far, and to be with so many Aes Sedai. He asks if he can wait until his father wakes up, but Moiraine says that they should leave as soon as they can after dark, and she will fetch the other two boys. Rand stays with his father, and Master Alvier and his wife come back. Mistress Alvier gives him something to eat, and says he needs sleep. The two of them confirm Lan's information on which houses and farms were attacked. Rand thinks about Tam's sword and how his father must have been outside the Two Rivers to get it. After the Alveras leave, Rand sits beside Tam, vowing to stay awake until his father wakes up. Chapter 9: Tellings of the Wheel. Rand dreams that he is running across barren hills, under a blood-red sun. He can hear Trollocs on his trail, though he cannot see them. He scrambles to the top of a ridge, and finds himself on the edge of a sheer cliff. In the middle of the great valley, there is a single tall, dead black mountain. He feels unseen hands trying to pull him towards the mountain, but he fights them. He hears a voice in his head saying, "Serve me!" and he shouts out in defiance to Shaitan, then turns and scrambles away. Suddenly he finds himself in a different place, on a rolling plain covered with winter-dead vegetation. There is another mountain, broken-peaked, which does not make him afraid. A river circles the mountain, and on an island in the river he sees a white city. Joyfully he moves towards the city, then begins to flee from the cold presence he can feel behind him. The city begins to recede as he draws closer, though. His pursuer's fingers touch him, then he trips and falls. He lands on paving stones, near one of the bridges to the city. Smiling people speaking an unknown tongue pass him, beckoning him into the city. The city is filled with wondrous things, but ahead he sees the white tower that is his destination. When he tries to take a detour, though, he finds the tower ahead of him every way he turns. The people urge him desperately towards the tower. He walks towards it, children throw flowers at his feet, and voices are raised in song. He reaches a palace at the base of the tower, and inside a myrtle says it has been waiting for him. Rand awakens suddenly from these nightmares to find he's slept most of the day away by Tam's bedside. The fire has been tended while he slept, and the cool dinner has been replaced with warm food, indicating Mistress Alvir's persistent hand at work. As Rand begins eating ravenously, Tam wakes up. Rand tells his father of the recent events since the Trolloc attack on their farm, and that the Aes Sedai claims that Rand must leave Emond's Field since the invaders were searching for him, or one of his friends. Tam doubts Moraine's story, and asks Rand to repeat it word for word as much as he can remember, because while Aes Sedai cannot lie, they can twist their words. Lan knocks on the door, advising Rand to say his goodbyes quickly, because there may be trouble. Rand begins to unbuckle the sword belt, but Tam advises him to keep it as he may have more use for it. They exchange a hug, and Lan drags Rand out. Matt is waiting outside the room with his bow, and the two of them hurry down the stairs after Lan. Downstairs a crowd of villagers, led by Hari Copland and his brother Darl, have gathered outside the inn to attempt to run Moraine and Lan out of the village, blaming them for the arrival of the Trollocs. When Hari threatens to burn them out, Harold Luhan and Bran Alvir manage to shame most of the crowd to silence by pointing out the lives and limbs that Moraine and Lan saved during and after the attack. Moraine gets the crowd's full attention by twirling her staff and making it spout flame from both ends. She laments that this is what Aemon's blood has come to, that they have forgotten where they came from. She then tells them a story about the great city of Manetheren and how it was destroyed during the Trolloc Wars, taking a great Trolloc army led by dreadlords with it. Manetheren never rose again, and its memory was all but lost, but its descendants continued to live in the Two Rivers. After Moraine's tale, some of the villagers come forward and say that Moraine can stay if she wishes, and the others slink off in shame. As they leave, Lan pulls Rand and Matt around the back of the inn, towards the stables. Chapter 10, Leave-Taking. Rand and Matt enter the stables with Lan to find Perrin already there. Lan asks Perrin if he's searched the stables, and Perrin says he has. 5 horses are ready and waiting for them. Matt makes a comment about Rand's sword, and then they notice Perrin has an axe strapped to his belt. Lan says that Matt's bow is just as good a weapon though, or the slings they used to bring down rabbits. The important thing is the person wielding the weapon. Matt and Perrin say that they left notes for their families, since Moraine asked them not to tell anyone they were leaving. Rand says that he talked to his father, which Moraine hears as she enters the stable. She dismisses it as part of the pattern. Lan says they are ready to leave, but Egwene slips into the stables and insists that she be allowed to come, too. She had noticed Matt and Perrin creeping about, and the extra horses Lan was buying, and deduced that they were leaving. She says this may be the only chance she gets to leave the Two Rivers and see the outside world. She also dismisses the boy's story about being chased by Trollocs. Moraine agrees to let her come, overriding Lan's incredulous objections. She invokes the pattern again and tells Lan that there is indeed a reason for Egwene to come. They decide that she can ride the gleeman's horse, which Lan will leave money to pay for. But then Tom speaks from up in the hayloft, saying that will not be possible since he is going with them too. He claims that he wants to play in Tarvalon. Lan watches him warily, bare sword in hand, until Moraine agrees to let him come. They end up saddling Bella for Egwene to ride. They leave the stable and head off into the night. Lan brings them to a halt just before leaving the stable-yard, and they hear the rattle of boots on the wagon bridge. Watching quietly, they see a group of men wearing old weapons and armor, obviously scrounged from forgotten storage places, patrolling the village. Clearly this must be the new village watch. After the watch has gone, Lan leads them north through the village and out into the countryside, paralleling the north road. Rand looks up at the sky and sees a dark, bat-like shadow crossing the moon. When he tells the others about it, Lan identifies it as a Drakkar, which Tom says is another kind of shadow spawn created after the Age of Legends. They continue north towards Terran Ferry. Chapter 11: The Road to Terran Ferry. The horses gallop along the north road, Lan and Moraine in front and Rand in the rear, just behind Tom. Cloud keeps wanting to race with Lan's horse, but Rand holds him back. Worried about Bella's ability to keep up, and whether Lan would consider Egwene worth going back for, Rand exhorts her with all his heart to run, and she does. They reach Watch Hill in record time and pause outside while the town's Beltane celebration is still going on. Tom, Matt, and Perrin urge a rest stop. Lan says that they cannot stop until they cross the river. Moraine is moving among the horses, removing their fatigue. She notes that Bella is perhaps the least tired of all the horses. The Drakkar swoops low over them with a fearsome scream, panicking Cloud, who runs off with Rand still holding his reins. Rand manages to keep his hold until the horse halts his headlong rush, and looks back to see that the rest of the horses had also panicked, except for Lan's and Moraine's. Watch Hill's celebrations stop for a moment, as they too have heard the scream. Lan says the Drakkar must have already told its master about them, so they can spare no more time to rest. Everyone promptly mounts except Rand, who is standing with his sword out, searching the sky for the Drakkar. He is embarrassed when they call to him, so he leaps onto Cloud. They ride closer together this time, the Drakkar's cries following them, and Rand is surprised to see Egwene exulting in Bella's uncanny speed. Moraine responds to a question from Lan that she cannot attack the thing from horseback in the dark. Drakkar are hard enough to kill when they can be seen. Instead, she summons a fog to cover their path. Lan says there is still only one possible destination, and Moraine says she intends to use the Halfman's own cleverness against him. They race on and on through the fog, the Drakkar's cries falling behind, for what seems like hours. Lan suddenly calls them to a halt, and Rand races past the group before he can rein in his horse. They have reached Terran Ferry. Lan and Moraine lead them to the house of Master Hightower, the ferryman. Lan pounds loudly on the door to wake him. The ferryman says the ferry never crosses at night, but Lan gives him enough gold to change his mind, and he goes to rouse his haulers. Chapter 12: Across the Terran. Rand and the others follow Lan and Moraine through the fog-covered town of Terran Ferry. Rand takes a few steps forward onto wood planking before he realizes that they have reached the ferry landing. Lan lifts Perrin's cloak to make his axe visible and motions for others to show their weapons also, just before the ferryman approaches with 6 sturdy helpers. Rand grasps the hilt of his sword, Matt puts a hand on his quiver, and Tom seems to conjure knives out of nowhere. Lan tells the ferrymen that they will get the rest of their gold on the far side of the river. They bring their horses onto the ferry, which is attached to ropes on either side that stretch across the river. The ferrymen cast loose and begin hauling the ferry across. Rand asks Lan if they were really in danger of being robbed, and Lan says that men will do many things when they think they are unseen. He assures Rand that however corrupt Master Hightower is, he's unlikely to ferry a murderer and his Trollocs over after them. The man overhears a little bit of their talk and looks at them suspiciously. They reach the other side of the river and disembark. Master Hightower demands the rest of his gold, and Moraine says they shall get what was promised and extra silver for the haulers' quick crossing. Everyone leaves the ferry and coins are being distributed when the ferry breaks loose and begins to spin in a whirlpool. It breaks up as they watch. Lan apologizes for the ill luck, and pays the ferryman more gold for the loss of his ferry. The ferryman takes the gold and runs upriver followed by his men. As they leave the river bank, Rand notices that the fog disappears suddenly a few paces further from the river. Moraine has changed the fog so that it is flowing downriver instead of continuing to cover them. She is trying to mislead their pursuers into thinking they might have gone downstream part of the way, rather than continuing straight on to Berlin. Lan leads them further from the river bank and into the woods a little way. They come to a toppled stand of trees, which Lan has made a shelter beneath, and he starts a small fire. They leave their horses outside. Lan says to leave them saddled but hobbled. Perrin says that they hardly seem tired, but Lan explains that they would gladly run until they died of the exhaustion they didn't even feel. They hear a dragker screams from nearby, but Lan listens and says that it is searching the river. Moraine's ruse worked. Inside the shelter, Moraine and Egwene sit on the ground facing each other. The villagers and Tom listen as Moraine tells Egwene about the true source and the one power. She informs Egwene that she has the inborn ability to channel, and would do it inevitably even if not taught how. She explains further that a girl's chances of survival are much better if she is taught. Trying hard, Egwene manages to produce a feeble light inside of Moraine's blue gem. She proudly announces that she is going to be an Aes Sedai. Chapter 13 Choices. Before anyone sleeps, Moraine once again heals each person of their fatigue. Lan gets everyone moving early the next day. Lan, scouting ahead and behind the party, finds no evidence of pursuit, but Rand, Mat and Perrin continue to keep their weapons at the ready for some time anyway. The group always stops for the night while there is still a little daylight left, and Lan begins giving the boys lessons on how to better use the weapons they are carrying. One morning, Egwene begins unbraiding her hair. Rand questions why she would do that after waiting all her life for the chance to braid it. She says that Aes Sedai don't braid their hair unless they want to. When Rand points out that she is not an Aes Sedai and the Emond's Field Women's Circle would disapprove, the conversation quickly descends into a shouting match. Eventually, Lan interrupts to ask if they are trying to wake everyone for miles around. A couple of nights later, Mat says he's of the opinion that their pursuers have been lost for good. He thinks they should start thinking of seeing some of the places from Master Alvir's map, such as Camelin and Ilion. When Perrin wants to know why he'd want to see Ilion, Mat starts to say that one good reason is because the city isn't full of Aes Sedai, but is interrupted by Moraine's appearance. Moraine berates them for forgetting the events of Winternight so quickly. She goes on to remind them that the Dark One is after one of them, if not all three, and that she intends to stop that from happening, even if that means destroying the trio herself. Egwene continues to have nightly sessions with Moraine learning about the One Power and channeling. One evening, Rand surreptitiously follows the pair and listens in on their conversation. Egwene is seeking reassurance that it was evil men who caused the breaking of the world. The Aes Sedai confirms that it was men who caused it but that they were not evil, just insane. She goes on to point out that Aes Sedai have flaws just like everyone else. When Egwene asks why the Trollocs came to Emond's Field, Moraine turns her head to look directly at Rand's hiding place in the darkness, and he beats a hasty retreat to the rest of the group, hoping he wasn't seen. Late on the 6th day of their journey, the group finally reaches the town of Berlin. Moraine instructs everyone that they are trying to attract as little attention as possible, and not to mention Trollocs or Myrddraal. Here, Moraine and Lan are known by the aliases of Alice and Andra. When the party requests entrance at one of the closed gates in the town wall, the gatekeeper begins to turn them away to another gate until he sees and recognizes Mistress Alice. Once the party has passed through the gate, Avon the gatekeeper fills them in on recent happenings in Berlin and beyond. The Children of the Light have come to Berlin, and finding the governor will not allow more than 10 or so of them in the town at once, have made camp to the north. There are rumors of trouble in Saldia and a big battle in Gildan. In Gildan, the self-proclaimed Dragon Reborn has apparently gathered an army of thousands, and has named them the People of the Dragon. When the gatekeeper has exhausted his store of news, the party moves on, eventually entering the stable yard of the Stag and Lion and through a rear entrance. They are greeted warmly by Master Fitch, who takes them inside with the promise of hot baths. Chapter 14. the Stag and Lion. The innkeeper leads the group through the kitchen, telling them that the inn is full to bursting due to large numbers of people coming down from the mines, telling stories of wolves and worse. Len vanishes into the common room looking for news, and Moraine questions the innkeeper about the presence of the Children of the Light in the town. He assures her they are nothing to worry about, and she asks if Min is still there. The Aes Sedai wants to talk to her for some reason. But the group splits up to go to their promised hot baths, and Rand hears nothing more of the conversation. Once settled in for a good soak, Rand asks the attendant if there is any kind of trouble in Baerlon. He answers that there's nothing more than miners fighting, but appears to be hiding something. When he mentions hearing about Trollocs in the borderlands, Matt begins to tell him about their recent battles in the Two Rivers, but is quickly cut off by Rand, Perrin, and Tom. Len arrives then, saying he's been waiting for a good bath, and firmly puts the attendant out of the room. He then gives Matt a sound tongue lashing for telling stories he ought not to be telling, pointing out that the Dark One has spies in many unexpected places. When the men finally leave the bath chamber, Rand sees Moraine talking with a slender girl at the end of the hallway. He thinks she's a girl anyway, even though she's wearing a man's shirt and pants. The group then assembles in a private dining room to eat. When Rand sees Egwene, he goes over to apologize for their earlier argument, but she turns her back on him. At the table, Moraine cautions everyone that maids listen at doors and innkeepers like to talk. Talk quickly turns to discussion of news. Lan tells that there apparently was a battle and Gildan and Loghain's army won. It is not known with any certainty what happened to the Aes Sedai who were involved in the fight. Moraine tells the group that she intends for them all to stay in Baerlon for 2 nights, and then leave early in the morning of the second day. After dinner, everyone adjourns to their rooms. The innkeeper was only able to spare 3, 1 for the women and 2 split among the men. Rand drops off to sleep as the Gleeman leaves for the common room to perform. Rand finds himself in a dim stone hallway, with no recollection of how he came to be there. There appears to be nothing there except pairs of doors set opposite each other at intervals, so there is nothing to help in choosing which direction to go. Finding himself thirsty, he follows a steady dripping sound until he finds it is growing no closer, at which point he opens a door and walks through. The room looks out over a balcony onto an impossible sunset, and there is a roaring blaze in the hearth. Suddenly Rand notices a man in front of the fireplace that he had not seen before. When the man speaks to Rand, his mouth and eyes appears as empty sockets full of flame, and Rand tries to flee. But when he crashes through the door on the opposite side of the hallway, he finds himself back in the same room. He tries again to flee, only to find that this time, the door no longer leads into the hallway, but directly back into the same room, and now the door is closed and locked. By now, Rand has concluded that this is a nightmare. The man offers Rand a drink from a jeweled cup, and Rand is very thirsty. But just before he takes a sip, he reconsiders and refuses the beverage. The man is obviously disappointed at this, though Rand cannot discern why. When Rand asks the man to identify himself, he says that some call him Baalzamon. Rand flees in terror from the man who has just named himself the Dark One, but is still unable to open the door. Baalzamon taunts Rand, telling of how he has affected the world. Baalzamon watched as Luz Theron Kinslayer slew his family. 1,000 years later he unleashed Trollocs to devastate the continent for centuries. Then he manipulated Arthur Hawkwing into a vendetta with the Aes Sedai. Baalzamon asks Rand if he is seeking power and glory, telling him he will be used by the White Tower like every other false dragon. Rand awakens suddenly, gripping the blanket on his bed in the inn. He wonders if he should tell Moraine about his dream, and it takes a long time for him to fall back to sleep. Chapter 15: Strangers and Friends. After more unpleasant dreams, Rand finally awakens long after sunrise. Before leaving his room, Rand debates whether to take Tam's heron-marked sword with him, but eventually decides to. He hurries downstairs, not wanting to waste any more time on his only day in the city. Looking for something to eat, Rand heads for the kitchen, where he finds Master Fitch having an argument with Sarah, the inn's cook, over her cat. When the cook threatens to quit, the innkeeper quickly assures her that he will ignore further complaints from customers about her cat, and she agrees to stay. After throwing Fitch out of the kitchen, she tells Rand that all but one of his friends have already gone out, as she orders a maid to get him some bread and cheese. Rand begins to eat while Sarah continues to talk, but becomes agitated when the cook tells him that the innkeeper was complaining about over a dozen dead rats found in the inn, all with their backs broken. Rand begins trying to find someone to talk to about his dream. He finds Tom in the common room, busy telling stories. Next he goes to find which of his friends is still in the building. Perrin is still in bed, and he says he may never sleep again because of a nightmare he had, adding that Matt also tossed and turned all night. When the two find that they have had the same dream, they debate telling Moiraine about it, but don't reach a conclusion. Rand decides to go out to see the city, but Perrin says he intends to stay in bed a while longer. When Rand gets to the stableyard gate, however, he is overwhelmed by the crowds, the sights and smells, so he turns back and just sits on a barrel outside the back of the inn. There, he once again encounters the slender woman from the previous day, who remarks on his sword and asks him what kind of trouble he's involved in before introducing herself as Min. Rand tries to answer that he's not in any trouble, being from the Two Rivers, which is a quiet place of quiet people, but the girl seems to be not listening. She says she has heard the jokes about sheepherders from the Two Rivers, but that she's also spoken with those who know better, and they say that Two Rivers folk may appear meek and soft on the surface, but are tough as oak underneath, and if one prods too hard, they find stone. She claims the stone isn't very deeply buried in Rand and his friends, as if something had scraped away the soft coverings. She also shows that she knows Moiraine and Lan's true names. When Rand asks her why she thinks Moiraine has another name than Mistress Alice, she tells him about her talent. She sees things around some people she looks at that tell her about things that will happen to that person in the future. When she tells Rand about her visions concerning him and his friends, he begins to think she may be crazy. As he begins to walk away from her, Min calls to him that he can't escape her, and he starts to move even faster. Several streets away, Rand finally begins to slow down and take in the sights of the town. Rand sees that the people of Baerlon look remarkably like anyone he might have seen in the Two Rivers. After wandering around for a while, he sees a man who looks like Padan Fain, only it turns out that it really is Padan Fain, and the man runs away from Rand. Rand chases him and catches him in an alley, but the man is grimy and looks like he's been on the run. When Rand asks him to come back to the Stag and Lion where they're staying, Fain declines, begging Rand not to tell Moiraine about him, then runs away again. As Rand once again chases after Fain, he runs into Matt and both fall over. Matt admits to Rand that he had the same dream, and the two agree to ask the Gleeman what they should do, but realize that they need to get Perrin to agree to their plan of not telling Moiraine. Rand and Matt head back toward the inn, but see three children of the light walking down the street toward them. Matt concludes that they seem to be too full of themselves and decides to play a trick on the trio. He climbs out a shop window onto the rooftop, and uses his sling to set loose a set of barrels on the street which crash into the mud and splatter the white cloaks. Rand laughs and earns the ire of the three men. When they confront him, he tells them accidents happen, and throws back his cloak to reveal his sword. One of the white cloaks notices the heron mark, but another scoffs that Rand is too young to have earned it. Rand is feeling flushed and feverish, but just as the confrontation is about to escalate, the white cloaks see the town watch approaching and walk away. Matt returns and tells Rand he must be crazy. They try to make their way back to the inn, but get lost a couple of times before they run into Tom. They tell him about their dreams and he agrees it would be best not to tell Moiraine yet. The three finally arrive back at the inn, where Perrin rushes out to meet them. He says that Nynaeve has come to Baerlon to find them. Reluctantly, the four of them go inside to face her. Chapter 16: The Wisdom. Inside the inn, Rand runs into Min again. She tells him that Nynaeve is a part of the trouble that he and the others are in, and that they are all in greater danger now that she's arrived. When the group enters the room, Nynaeve and Moiraine are facing each other from opposite ends of the table. Rand takes a seat and the others follow his lead to do the same. After persuading Nynaeve that the drink previously set in front of her is not poisoned, Lan says that he would be interested in knowing how she found them, to which Nynaeve replies that she followed their trail. The warder is surprised at this, but Nynaeve was taught to hunt and track by her father, who didn't have sons, so taught Nynaeve instead. Lan compliments her on her skill, and she hides a blush by burying her face in her cup. When Moraine begins to question the wisdom, she replies that she has come to take Egwene and the boys back to Emond's Field. Tom scolds Nynaeve for not being more careful about what she says regarding Moraine's true identity, since there are those in Baerlon who would kill her and anyone with her simply for what she is. Rand states that they can't go back because the Trollocs would follow them, to which Nynaeve replies that he sounds just like Tam. Emond's Field had a town meeting to determine what should be done about the 4 young people who vanished on winter night, and Tam was insistent that he should be sent to bring them home, even though he couldn't even walk. She also says that Mat's father was more afraid that Mat's practical jokes would get him into trouble than he was of Moraine, and Master Luhan is not pleased to find Perrin gone either. Nynaeve continues that while she might have expected poor judgment from Rand, Mat and Perrin, she thought Egwene had more sense. Egwene, attempting to hide her unbraided hair inside her hood, objects weakly that she left a note, but earns only a dark look from Nynaeve. Before Nynaeve can subject the girl to a tongue lashing, however, Moraine interrupts that she and the wisdom still need to speak, and asks Egwene and the others to leave so that they may do so privately. After some time, Nynaeve emerges from the room and talks to Rand. She reveals that she left Emond's Field to come after the group after convincing the women's circle that it had to be done. Rand asks what else was said between her and the Aes Sedai, and Nynaeve replies that it was mostly more of the same, but that Moraine seemed to be searching for a reason for the winter night attack, asking if any of the 3 boys was born outside Emond's Field. Rand then tells her of Tam's fevered ramblings after the battle at the farm, but Nynaeve assures him that when Tam brought his wife back to the 2 rivers, that it was her child she was carrying. Rand, however, takes this as confirmation that he was indeed born outside the 2 rivers. He asks Nynaeve what she is going to do, but she will only say that he'll have to wait and see. Chapter 17, Watchers and Hunters. After parting with Nynaeve, Rand heads for the inn's common room. There he finds a crowd gathered, listening to Tom recite stories from the Great Hunt of the Horn. Rand finds a spot to sit between Mat and Perrin, and listens to Tom tell story after story. Eventually, the gleeman puts down his harp and picks up his flute, signaling the end of stories for the evening. The first song is somewhat slow and melancholy, but the next ones are livelier. Rand and Perrin quickly jump up to dance, leaving Mat to guard their things. As Rand dances his way around the room, he notices a scar-faced man who seems to be scowling at him. The man is quickly forgotten, however, when Rand finds his next dancing partner is Nynaeve. Rand stumbles through his steps with the wisdom, and as they change partners again she teases him that she had thought him a better dancer. He hardly has time to gather himself, though, as he has to dance with Moraine next. When Rand gets the chance to dance with Egwene, he acquits himself better, but still can't muster the will to speak to her since their earlier quarrel. The group dances on through the evening, and Rand manages to improve his poise when dancing with Nynaeve and Moraine again. Around midnight, the Aes Sedai retires for the evening. Egwene hurries after her, but not without casting a worried glance toward Nynaeve. Nynaeve then joins in on one more dance before she too returns to her room, clearly believing she has outdone Moraine in some way. Soon after, Tom begins putting his instruments away and Lan drops in to gather up the stragglers. Rand is surprised to hear Mat telling Lan about a scar-faced man that has been staring at him, but when he looks around he finds the man is no longer in the room. Lan says he may be a White Cloak spy, but that it's no concern to them. Rand says he's going to get some milk from the kitchen, and Lan warns him not to wander far, saying that there's something wrong. As Rand heads for his room sipping his milk, a Fade approaches from the end of the hall. The halfman asks Rand where the others are, but Rand is unable to either answer or run away. As the sound of boots running in the upstairs hallway is heard, the Fade swings its sword at Rand's head, then stops at the last moment, saying that Rand belongs to the Great Lord of the Dark. The Myrtle vanishes from the hall just before Lan comes crashing down the stairs. Now the group must leave immediately, since their location has been found out. Tom and Nynaeve decide to go with them. As they make hurried preparations to depart, Moraine cautions the innkeeper to disassociate himself from them as well as he can, but Master Fitch politely ignores her advice. As they mount their horses, Rand apologizes to Egwene for their argument, and it seems to make her feel better. When the group reaches the Camelin Gate to leave the city, the watchman must be persuaded via soft words and hard currency to open the gate. As soon as the gate begins to open, however, 5 white cloaks appear, disputing the right of the party to leave the city at night. One of them is Dane Bornhold, the man Matt and Rand had encountered earlier, who fell victim to Matt's practical joke. When he recognizes Rand, he threatens to take the group to the White Cloak camp for questioning. Now Moraine, who had stayed back out of the light at the approach of the children, moves forward to challenge Bornhold. She speaks in a thunderous voice that comes from all directions at once, asking if a White Cloak would dare to question her. Instantly recognizing her for an Aes Sedai, the man draws his sword and strikes at her, but she raises her staff and easily blocks the blade. Bornhold's sword is left bent and smoking and he is knocked back into his men. They all go down in a heap. Moraine is now towering taller than the town's walls, and at Lan's urging the party charges past the downed men through the gate into the night. Some distance from the wall, Lan stops the group to wait for Moraine, and Rand looks back to see her step over the town wall. The town's watchmen then slam shut and bar the gate behind them, despite the protests of the White Cloaks. As Lan starts moving everyone down the Camelin Road, Matt looks back to see flames lighting up the night sky over Baerlon, and Moraine knows right away that it is the stag and lion that is burning. Some of the group question why they would not go back to help, but Moraine points out that could give the Dark One exactly what he wants. Moraine says she will instead send gold to Master Fitch later to rebuild the inn. A few hours before dawn the group stops to rest for just an hour, then continues east down the road. Chapter 18, The Camelin Road. The first day on the road, Nynaeve ignores Moraine completely, but then spends the next 2 days talking to the Aes Sedai about herbs. During rest stops, Lan studies the surrounding countryside as well as the road ahead of and behind the group. During dinner that third day, once again cold, just like breakfast and supper too, Egwene sighs that there was a time when she liked cheese. Lan chooses that moment to point out that there are Myrtle and Trollocs following them, even if they haven't yet seen them. Perrin suggests cutting through the countryside on a direct east heading, but Moraine says it is still faster to use the road despite the longer route. Then the blast of a horn is heard from somewhere behind them. Rand estimates no more than 10 miles, and everyone knows it is time to be moving again. But instead of leading them on, Lan gallops back toward their pursuers while Moraine takes them in the opposite direction. When Lan catches up with the group some time later, he reports there are at least 3 fists of Trollocs chasing them, each with a Fade in the lead. When horns sound from both ahead and behind them, Moraine knows they have been cut off. The only directions left open to them are north and south. South leads to the River Taryn, which there is no way to cross, but north ends at the Arenal, which may be crossable via boat. Lan tells Moraine that there is a place where the Trollocs will not go, but she emphatically refuses the suggestion, and the two speak quietly for a while so that none can hear what is said. Eventually, Moraine leads everyone to the north. Lan puts the horses to a grueling pace through the hilly terrain, but the pursuing Trollocs slowly close the gap. Lan tells everyone that the Trollocs are nearby, and as they crest the hill, they see a halfman leading a group of them up the hill. Telling the group to stay close to him, he leads them into battle crying, "For the 7 towers!" Hearing this, Rand calls out, "Manetherin! Manetherin!" and is soon echoed by Perrin. Matt, not to be outdone, shouts, "Karayan Kaldazar! Karayan Elisanda! Al Elisanda!" Lan heads directly for the Myrtle, while the others dive into the Trollocs. The sound of Lan's sword meeting the Myrtle's blade rings like a great bell and is accompanied by flashes of blue light like lightning. Rand tries to find Egwene in the caves, and finally spots her near Moraine. The Aes Sedai is lashing out at the Trollocs, killing them with fire from her staff, even as they try to flee from her. A noose catches Rand and is about to pull him from his saddle when suddenly the pulling stops. Astonished, he looks around him to find all of the Trollocs shrieking because Lan has killed their Myrtle by severing its head from its body. Tom says it won't truly die until nightfall, however. Lan shouts at the group to ride on, as there are more Trollocs still, and he doubles the pace he had previously set. Eventually, however, the pursuers again closen until there is only 100 spans between them. Coming down the hill are a host of Trollocs led by 3 Fades. Moraine climbs down from her horse and stands to face the oncoming horde. Unwrapping her robed woman Onreal, she holds it in one hand and her vine-carved staff in the other, and stabs the staff down into the earth. There is a brief instant of silence, and then the ground begins to shake. The earth trembles in great waves, tossing Trollocs like toys, throwing them into a mass of confusion, but the 3 Myrtle continue forward, apparently unimpeded. But the Aes Sedai isn't through yet. She lifts her staff from the ground and points to a hollow between the hills, 20 feet high. A fire springs up, then races to left and right for as far as the eye can see, forming a wall between the Dark One's forces and the Aes Sedai's company. After riding a distance away, Moraine crowds the group together and passes her staff over all of them, creating a false trail for the Trollocs to follow. She then leads them, at Lan's urging, to the ruins of a great city to take shelter for the night. Crumbling and overgrown with vines, Rand thinks it must be 50 times bigger than Baerlon. When Egwene wonders what city it was, Moraine replies that during the Trolloc Wars it was known as Aridhall and was an ally of Manetheren. She goes on to say that the city later died and came to be known as Shadar Logoth. Chapter 19, Shadows Waiting. As Rand and his friends make their way into the dead city of Shadar Logoth, they find streets choked with weeds and piles of rubble everywhere, with not a living thing stirring. But the city is yet impressive, even half destroyed, with buildings large enough to dwarf the largest ones in Baerlon, huge fountains now devoid of water, and massive coliseum. Lan chooses a building to make camp in for the night, and instructs Rand, Mat and Perrin to bring the horses inside. As they do so, Nynaeve is rummaging through her sack of herbs for something to give to Moraine, while Lan cautions her to take careful heed of what she dispenses. When the horses have been seen to, Tom says he's going inside for a smoke, but the boys decide to go out exploring the city, taking the back way out so as not to be stopped by the Aes Sedai or her warder. The 3 explore the city until the sun is sinking very low, and are just starting to think of going back to the rest of the party, when Mat brings up the subject of finding treasure. When Rand and Perrin express doubt of such things, he says he at least wants to climb one of the towers. At this, a man speaks from behind them, saying that the towers are not safe. The man says his name is Mordeth, and says he has not seen anyone in the city in a very long time. Rand remarks that they are on their way to Caemlyn. Mordeth answers that he has found a considerable amount of treasure, more than he can carry away on his own. He asks if Rand and his friends could help him, in exchange for keeping as much of it as they themselves can carry. Mat quickly agrees, so Rand and Perrin go along. The strange man takes them deep beneath one of the buildings to a room filled with gold, jewels, and gem-encrusted objects of every type. Dazzled by the riches, Mat inadvertently reveals that there are other people in the city with them and that they are traveling to Tar Valon. This admission enrages Mordeth, who exclaims that he has been lied to. When Rand suddenly notices that the man is casting no shadow on the walls and comments on it, Mordeth begins to grow until he seems to fill the entire room, reaching out for Rand. Rand and Perrin recoil in horror, scrabbling to free their weapons, while Mat snatches a ruby-hilted dagger from the horde. Then a scream rends the air, and suddenly Mordeth is normal size again, cowering in a corner. When the 3 boys realize a trick was being used on them, Mordeth wails that they are all dead, then leaps toward the wall, transforming into a wisp of smoke that vanishes into the cracks in the stone. Perrin and Rand want to leave immediately, but Mat protests that they can't just leave all the treasure behind. So Perrin and Rand each grab one of Mat's arms and haul him bodily toward the stairs, with him shouting all the while about the treasure. When the torches begin to go out, Mat stops shouting, and by the time the group reaches the bottom of the stairs, all of them are running as fast as they can go. When they finally emerge, screaming, into the streets of the city, the sun has more than half disappeared behind the horizon. At first, they feel relieved to be out of the building, thinking they are safe. but then they begin to sense eyes watching them from the ruins lining the street. Fearfully, they decide to go as quickly as possible back to the others, staying in the middle of the street as much as possible. Bursting back into the room Lan had chosen earlier, the three are confronted by Moraine, who demands an explanation of what has happened to them. When she hears the name Mordeth, Moraine questions them more closely. She wants to know if the man gave them anything or if they did anything for him. Rand assures her none of those things happened. In response to a question from Egwene, Moraine then tells them a little of the history of Aridhall, the city that became Shadar Logoth. She assures everyone that neither Mordeth nor any other evil that inhabits the city can cross the wards she has set around their resting place. Lan has gone out scouting, but everyone else tries to get some sleep. Rand has a strange dream about being a child chased by Mordeth, and an old man watches them, cackling. Returning in the middle of the night, Lan tells Moraine that there are Trollocs inside the walls, one fist being driven by 4 Myrtle. Moraine decides they must leave the city immediately and make for the River Arenelle. Once there, she plans to set up a ward to hold back the Dark One's forces until they can find a way to cross. Chapter 20, Dust on the Wind. The party make to leave the city quickly, but despite an admonition from Lan to stay close together, the Emmons Fielders and Tom allow their efforts to stay silent and stealthy to cause them to fall a little behind the warder and Moraine. A tendril of silvery mist drifts across the street between the two groups, and Moraine halts the slower group just before they would have touched it. As the mist steadily thickens, Moraine explains that this is Mashudar, the evil of Shadar Logoth, and that its touch is death. Egwene inquires if it can be killed, but Moraine tells her that it is too vast, and that the whole of the White Tower could not kill it. Unhappily, the Aes Sedai points out a red star in the sky, telling the group to find another street free of Mashudar's tendrils, leave the city, and follow the star to reach the River Arenelle, whereupon she will find them once again. As Moraine and Lan leave, Rand becomes the unwitting leader of his group, and tries various alternative routes, only to find the mist of Mashudar everywhere, and panic begins to rise amongst the Emmons Fielders. Suddenly, they happen upon a group of Trollocs, and in the chaos that ensues, Tom and the 2 Rivers people scatter, each calling for the others to follow them. Pursued by 3 Trollocs and the Fade that drives them, Rand flees down a street lined with Mashudar fog. Just as it begins to show interest in his proximity, the mist detects the shadow spawn and strikes for them with frightening speed. All 4 creatures die silently as the tendrils invade and consume them. Left in silence, Rand's fears get the better of him when he spies a dark shadow, and he nearly attacks Mat, who has also managed to evade both mist and Trollocs. Relieved to be alive, the pair find their way to a gate leading out of the city and reluctantly head out into the dark forest beyond. But just as it seems they have left the horror of the night behind them, Tom rides out of gate behind them at full gallop, shouting, "Ride, you fools!" as Trollocs pursue him. With just enough warning, Rand and Mat follow him toward the river. Perrin is alone in Shadar Logoth, carefully considering his next move, as is his way. When Egwene comes into view he joins her, and soothes her fears about the others by telling her that Moraine and Lan will look after them. Both head out of the city without incident, but as they head deeper into the surrounding forest, Trollocs once more pick up their scent. Urging them both to greater speed, Perrin leads them towards the river, but as Egwene, on Bella, starts to fall behind, more and more of his concentration goes towards watching and encouraging her until abruptly he rides right off the edge of a sheer bluff and into the river below, with Egwene following close behind. Pursued by Trollocs' spears, and losing his horse, Egwene, and his cloak to the river, he considers releasing his axe too, but decides to keep it. Perrin eventually succeeds in reaching the calm of the other side. He calls out for his friends but receives no reply other than Trollocs shouting from the far side of the river. Alone, he heads off to find shelter. Rand, Mat, and Tom have evaded their pursuers, but no sooner have they found their bearings than more Trollocs are upon them. An arrow from Mat finds a Trolloc's eye, but it is Tom's knife throwing that takes 2 down and leaves the last running for its fellows. Wasting no time, they soon reach the riverbank, but the boys are unsure which way to head, so Tom leads them downriver in the hopes of finding a way to cross. Soon they happen upon a trader's boat moored by a clearing and prepare to shift their belongings aboard after warning the captain of the danger. However, there is no time for preparations as 6 Trollocs burst out of the forest in pursuit. Leaving the horses, the trio take what they are holding and scramble onto the boat, shouting warnings to those aboard. Rand lands on the boat's sleeping sentry, and the man fearfully offers the boat and its contents to the imagined robber before he realizes what is happening. A number of Trollocs have boarded, but the sailors are not easily overcome. One Trolloc close behind Rand smashes him to the deck with its catchpole and would have succeeded in spearing him with it if not for the extremely lucky intervention of the ship's boom, which, while Rand desperately yells, "No!" swings across the deck at a sudden lurch from the boat and crunches into the shadow spawn, knocking it into the water. As Com returns to the boat, the captain appears and reprimands Gelb, the sentry Rand awoke earlier, for repeated dereliction of duty. Despite attempting to shift blame to Rand, Gelb is to be put to shore at Whitebridge. The captain, Beldomen, takes the trio to his cabin for questioning, and Tom spins a tale that explains their situation without giving away their secrets, casting the boys as country louts hoping to become his apprentices. When Doman asks for Tam's sword as payment, Rand objects, and before Tom can say otherwise has turned out his pockets for money. Matt reluctantly follows suit. The captain takes the only currency of value, the silver coins the boys each received from Moraine, exchanging them less his payment for passage to Whitebridge and damage to his ship. Rand hopes Doman will look for the other Emmonsfielders, until the captain explains that they have already passed at least 3 or 4 miles from the place where they boarded. Indeed, the captain is reluctant to put to shore any sooner than Whitebridge itself, since he has seen his own share of Trollocs since wintering in Saldia, far to the north. Eventually, Tom leads the boys back up to the deck, still annoyed that they paid for their passage with coin when he could have done so with a few songs and stories. Matt isn't so sure, suspecting the captain may actually have cast them overboard as he had blustered earlier. Rand is worried about the others, particularly Egwene, of whom he remembers he promised to take care. Tom tries to reassure him, suggesting that they are probably with Moraine and land by now, and who better, but Rand is still left feeling he should have tried harder. Chapter 21. Listen to the Wind. Sunrise finds Nynaeve asleep against a tree in a hollow a little way back from the riverbank. The light wakens her horse, which in turn wakens her. She admonishes herself for being unable to stay awake one night. Deeply unsettled by the recent events, she reflects on her escape from Shadar Logoth. She had avoided the Trollocs until she was out in the forest, whereupon a group of 10 had made a charge at her until they had caught the scent of something, or someone, else, and bounded away without giving her a second glance. Annoyingly, it seems Moraine has been right all along. She decides to head downriver, keeping an eye out for tracks. Despite never having been further from Emmonsfield than the boys until now, she is willing to head all the way to Tar Valon if she doesn't find her fellow villagers. After some miles, finding only confused jumbles of tracks that could be anything, she detects the smell of wood smoke. Not knowing if the camp may hold friend or foe, she approaches as carefully as she can, and soon comes upon the Aes Sedai and her warder. She hangs back to observe them. The pair are discussing the disappearance of the nearby Trollocs and the lack of any clear sign of where the Emmonsfield boys when Nynaeve, noting Lan's lack of success in that regard as vindication of her own. Of more concern to Lan is how so many Trollocs, near 1,000 by his reckoning, could be moved so far south without being seen, and what implications this has for the fight against the Shadow. Moraine has no good answer, aside from a fervent wish that none of the Forsaken are loose. Of the boys, Moraine says that one is across river and safe, but the location of the others, while downriver, has faded away due to a bond having been broken. The statement puzzles Nynaeve. Moraine begins to fret over opposition she may face, not only from the Dark One but from other Aes Sedai of the White Tower, until she suddenly realizes that Nynaeve is watching them, which startles Lan, and beckons her out. Embarrassed, but satisfied that at least the warder was unaware of her presence, Nynaeve emerges and immediately begins to berate Moraine over her plots to use the Emmonsfield boys. The Aes Sedai is nonplussed, enraging Nynaeve, but then drops a bombshell on the wisdom, saying that the only reason she became aware of her presence was because Nynaeve is capable of wielding the one power herself. Though disbelieving, she is forced to question herself as Moraine systematically dismantles her flimsy excuses and denials. Moraine describes how after first using the power, even unknowingly, the channeler will experience a reaction to it, occurring perhaps a week to 10 days after the event. That reaction may include rapidly passing bouts of fevers and chills, combined headaches, numbness, feelings of exhilaration or perhaps giddiness, and the taking of risky actions out of one's normal character. Nynaeve remembers such times clearly. The remembrance shocks her to the core, but still she refuses to believe. Moraine goes on to describe an affinity that develops between a channeler and a person upon whom they have practiced healing. She presumes that the wisdom has in the past healed either Egwene or Perrin, perhaps both, which allowed her to make a beeline to the inn in Baerlon where the two were staying. Nynaeve absently confirms that it was Egwene. She recalls how she had always taken for granted that she could somehow sense the approach of people she knew, never correlating the fact that her cures had previously worked remarkably well on them, with that ability. Disgusted that she herself can touch the true source like a filthy dark friend Aes Sedai, Nynaeve maintains that if she learned to survive the use herself, then Egwene can do the same without it being necessary to take her to Tar Valon. Moraine disagrees, however, explaining that it is not the reactions to the use of the power which occur more quickly with each usage until the two occur near simultaneously, then cease that are a problem, but the fact that 75% of those born with the ability die screaming and convulsing within 2 to 5 years after the last reaction occurs, if they are not found and given proper training. Even if she had not been aware of 2 apprentice wisdoms who died in those circumstances, Nynaeve realizes that the truth can no longer be denied. Moraine tells Nynaeve that she may have even more potential than Egwene. Both could perhaps be the most powerful Aes Sedai seen in centuries, which nearly pushes the wisdom back into denial. She instead settles for asking Moraine not to divulge her secret to anyone else. Moraine nods assent. Nynaeve recalls her initial concern, and demands of Moraine what she wants with the Emmons Field boys. Moraine answers that the Dark One wants them, and for that reason and what better. She will oppose it. Moraine announces their departure to Lan, minus the wisdom. Nynaeve believes the Aes Sedai wishes rid of her, and states her intention to come along. Moraine considers the other woman's role in the pattern with Lan, and regrets not talking to Min in more detail. Lan seems more diffident and respectful of Nynaeve, even going so far as to call her by name. Nynaeve, already annoyed by the pair's obtuse conversation and lack of explanations, takes the warder's new approach for mockery. He leaves to fetch her horse, and Nynaeve anticipates her future satisfaction should he fail to find it. She was careful about not leaving a trail when approaching the two. While the warder is away, Moraine answers Nynaeve's prodding about their chosen southerly course, explaining the nature of her bond with the boys via the coins she gave to them. As long as the coins are in their possession, she can follow them, and while she can sense a coin across the river to the east, the 2 trails that pass downriver can no longer be detected. Moraine's apparent lack of interest in Egwene irks Nynaeve, but Moraine patiently explains that it is the boys that are the Dark One's primary concern. Moraine's placidity, and her own impotence, nearly overwhelm Nynaeve, and she turns away from the Aes Sedai to cover the tears welling in her eyes. Lan returns with Nynaeve's horse, and is startled and apparently concerned to see her condition. Again she misinterprets his reaction as mockery. As she follows the Aes Sedai and the warder from the forest, Nynaeve's resolve hardens. If Moraine's plots and plans do not end in them finding the Emmons Fielders all safe and well, then she had best beware of Nynaeve. If she can indeed use the one power, she can use it against Moraine. Chapter 22 A Path Chosen. Perrin wakes up from a dream of home and working at Master Luhan's forge. He discovers that he slept under a tree. In a panic, he grabs his axe as last night's events replay in his mind. Perrin reflects that he needs to do one thing at a time and the most important first, since that is his way. He goes over all of the tools he has and has lost in the escape from the Trollocs. He decides to head down river because Egwene, as a weaker swimmer, would take longer to cross the river. He searches downriver, jumping behind sparse trees in case shadow spawns spot him and overcome their fear of water. He finds a hoof print with Master Luhan's characteristic double crossbar. A small trail leads him to a dense stand of trees and travels through them with a smile. He soon finds Egwene ready to attack him. He calms her and tells her he should have said he was coming. Egwene immediately takes charge of the situation by telling him to dry his clothes by the fire and feeding him. Egwene tells how she got away from the Trollocs by Bella nearly pulling her away. They both sit near the fire and talk of the others they haven't seen, arguing about the intervention of Moraine in their lives. Perrin talks of how the others could be all dead but decides to hope. Egwene asks what they should do and Perrin is shocked that she didn't decide for them. Drawing in the dirt the locations of the two cities and their current location, Perrin decides that they should go cross-country straight to Camelin instead of going to Whitebridge, which is where the Fades will be looking. Perrin decides once they get to Camelin they will wait a couple of days before moving on to Tarvalon and talk to the Amerlin seat directly. They leave immediately instead of waiting for Perrin to dry, even with Egwene protesting. Chapter 23, Wolf Brother. Perrin Ibarra and Egwene Alvear are beginning their journey to Camelin. Both argue about who should be allowed to ride Bella, Perrin feeling that Egwene should be the sole rider, and Egwene believing that they should trade off. Finally, Perrin agrees that they shall take turns, but insists with an iron will that Egwene be the first to ride, suddenly threatening to put her in the saddle if she continues to argue. Egwene smiles and mounts. Though they continue to switch places at frequent intervals, Perrin is never really very comfortable in the saddle of diminutive Bella. The first day of their travel Perrin tries a little hunting with sling and snare. He is able to fetch a rabbit. When he returns to the camp, which Egwene has remained behind to set up, he finds Egwene having set the wood for a fire but is sitting before it with her eyes closed. She is trying to light the fire with the one power. Unnerved by her attempt, failure that it is, he offers to make a fire bow and demands that Egwene forsake her attempts to start a fire with the one power. She refuses, informing him that she has lost her flint. He backs down but does manage to extract a promise from her not to try again that night. She continues to try on consequent nights, but is never really successful, though some nights she generates a trickle of smoke. The rabbit is the last hot meal they have for a while, subsisting on coarse wild tubers and other wild vegetables. They become very hungry, seeing little game to feed themselves. Though they make good time, they see little evidence of civilization. 2 days away from the river, the land through which they travel changes to thickly forested hills. Such landscape lasts for a day before it flattens out again, though this time they walk through forests broken by glades sometimes a mile or more in length. The touch of winter is still on the land and in the air. They pass many abandoned ruins. Memories of Shadar Logoth keep them away from them. They both experience bad dreams, he of Baalzamon and she of Shadar Logoth, among others. Perrin is walking and Egwene riding when they detect smoke and the smells associated with cooking. Feeling unsure of his ability to use it, Perrin arms himself with his axe. He tells Egwene to stay put. She acquiesces reluctantly as he moves off to investigate. He finds a lean, sun-brown man tending a campfire and leaning against an oak tree. The man is queerly dressed in animal skins, most of which still have the hair attached. His graying brown hair, which hangs down to his waist, is tied at the top of his neck with a leather strap, and he sports a thick beard fanning across half his chest. The man is armed with a knife long enough to be a sword, and a bow and arrows. He is cooking 6 rabbits over the fire. The man offers to feed Perrin and Egwene, admitting that he hasn't seen them eat in a couple of days. After he gets over his surprise at being tailed for the last several days, and then his anger for the slight insult, his hunger persuades him to ignore the sharp words of the stranger, and he calls Egwene to join them. Perrin introduces himself, and the strange man reciprocates with the name Elias Makera. Perrin shakes his hands and then notices with some startlement that the man's eyes are golden. Egwene appears and notices the rabbits but not the eyes. They fall to, their hunger making them hasty. Elias waits until they have had their fill before asking them what they are doing out in the middle of the wilderness. Egwene admits that they are going to Camelin, at which Elias bursts out into raucous laughter. He informs them that they are going to pass 100 miles to the north of Camelin if they continue on the path they have been following. Egwene primly informs them that they were going to ask directions, and Elias, still laughing though much more gently, informs them that there's no one to ask all the way to the spine of the world. Perrin, disturbed by the man's mirth, muses that they may be eating with a man and Egwene waits for Elias to stop laughing and politely asks the man to show them the way. That is enough to sober him up. He admits to a general dislike of cities and people in general because they don't like my friends. The only reason he helped them is because they were stumbling around like a couple of newborn cubs. Egwene presses the man, who orders them to be still because his friends are coming. Suddenly Bella panics as shadows move up. Elias orders Perrin to make Bella be quiet, informing him that the newcomers will not hurt Bella, or them for that matter, if they do not move. 4 wolves walk into the clearing, and Perrin can see many more pairs in the darkness. Perrin reaches for his axe, but Elias warns him not to do that. The 4 wolves are staring at Perrin, and he gets the feeling that all the wolves are copying them. He cautiously drops his hand away from the axe and imagines that the tension among the wolves drops. Bella quiets, but is still fearful. The wolves ignore her. Egwene asks if they are tame, and Elias answers sarcastically that wolves don't tame. They are his friends and he converses with them, hunts with them, keeps them company. After Egwene dismisses the possibility of conversation, Elias briefly explains that it is not really conversation but the exchange of feeling. Perrin notes that for all his gruffness, Elias seems pleased to be talking to 2 humans. He asks Elias how he learned to talk to wolves. He replies that the wolves found out that he could. They found him, not the other way around. He was considered touched by the Dark One because wolves appeared wherever he was. Normal people began avoiding him, and those who would associate with him were not the kind of people he wanted to associate with. He says that every wolf remembers the history of all wolves, or at least the shape of history, and wolves remember a day when they hunted with men. Egwene finds the concept intriguing and asks Elias to teach them how to talk to them, and he tells her that it can't be taught. Then he drops a bombshell by revealing that the wolves say that Perrin can talk to them. Perrin is convinced by this that Elias is mad. Elias once again demands to know why they are out in the wilderness. Egwene begins telling their practice cover story, telling the strange man that they are from Chaldea. Elias denounces it for a lie, saying that Dapple says so. After a feeble protest and a stray action by Perrin, Egwene offers to leave Elias' cozy camp since he considers them liars. Elias retorts that he would want nothing better except that he wants to know about the Trollocs and Halfmen. When Egwene was telling her story, the wolves could smell them in the story. He strongly advises them to tell the truth because some of the wolves think they might make a tasty dinner, also expressing the hope that they are not dark friends because he hates killing people after feeding them. Finally, he advises them to tell the truth because the wolves will know if they do not. It is at this point that Perrin realizes that Elias' eyes are wolf's eyes. Egwene looks at Perrin as if she wanted him to make the decision. Perrin decides to come clean and starts the tale back in Emond's Field, when Matrim Cawthon saw the man with the black coat. It takes a long time, but it seems to satisfy the wolves. He finishes the story by revealing that they are going to Camelin in hopes of rejoining Moraine Damodred, though she is not mentioned by name, and that if she is not found in Camelin, then they will continue on to Tar Valon. In responding to Perrin's tale, Elias reveals that he is not fond of Aes Sedai, who have tried to gentle him. He called sisters from the Red Ajah some pretty nasty names after they caught him once. He also admits that he did not like killing warders, calling it nasty business. Perrin asks if talking to wolves is a manifestation of the One Power, and Elias says no, that it is an old thing, old as humankind. Aes Sedai do not like these new demonstrations of old things because they say that it is a sign that things are falling apart. There is a quick mention of the Amerlin seat, suggesting that he has perhaps had dealings with her, but details are lacking to give us any more information on what he means. Perrin admits a disinclination to trust Aes Sedai as well, a comment which Egwene does not like. He continues, however, by saying that because they have Trollocs and dark friends after them they have no choice. Elias looks like he is having a conversation with the wolves, a conversation that Perrin thinks he can almost hear. In his own head he denies that he can talk to wolves, and one of the four surrounding Elias looks directly at him and grins. Perrin realizes that it is Hopper, and wonders how he knew that Wolf's name is Hopper. Elias offers to let them stay with him and his wolves, saying that it would be very safe. Perrin admits to some doubt as to the wisdom of such a move, since more than Trollocs are after them. Elias laughs and says that the eyeless ones can easily be handled by the pack. The wolves will accept Perrin because he can talk to wolves, and will accept Egwene because she is with him. Perrin protests that he cannot talk to wolves. Elias laughs and tells him that he can play the goat if he wants to. Perrin protests more strongly, but is interrupted by Egwene, who states flatly that they are going to Caemlyn, and then on to Tar Valon. Perrin, taken aback that she spoke for him, chides her for it, but he agrees with her that he is continuing on to Caemlyn. Elias says that is what the wolf he calls Dapple said they would say, also remarking that Egwene is firmly planted in the human world while Perrin is planted halfway between. He then agrees to go with them to keep them safe and to make sure they have food to eat. Suddenly the wolves stand, and there is a confrontation between the one called Dapple and the one called Burn. Burn dashes off into the night to find and kill Trollocs. Dapple resumes her seat. Elias explains that there was just a confrontation where Burn insisted on hunting Trollocs. He then reiterates that he will help them on their journey. Egwene thanks him but tells him that it is not necessary if he will just give them directions. He insists that he will, hinting that Dapple, who is named the leader of the pack, and hinting that her authority extends even over him, has said so. He then avers that in the morning he will head south with them. As the chapter closes, Perrin is sitting quietly. He feels Burn and a dozen more of the young male wolves leaving. He wants to pretend that it is all just Elias making him think he can hear these wolf thoughts, but he cannot. The last sentence describes the sharp penetrating thought of Burn as the wolf bounds away, which mixes hatred and the taste of blood. Chapter 24: Flight Down the Arenelle. Rand is moving through the streets of a maze, a dank, murky maze smelling of the grave. He feels like he is immersed in that smell. He notices some motion out of the corner of his eye and freezes near a wall, feeling exposed. It is no hiding place where he has stopped. He sees the motion and discovers that it is a man in a blood-red coat that ripples as he walks. The man is looking for something or someone. Rand notices that his eyes glow like two red furnaces and recognizes him for Baalzamon. He studies the approaching man for a moment, and decides that his only option is to keep moving and to not think. Meanwhile he is musing that he is in an illusion. He wonders about Matt Cawthon briefly and worries for him. He also mentally reminisces about the 2 or 3 close encounters he has had as he flees through this maze. He wonders if this is a nightmare or Baerlon all over again. He also muses about thoughts that he should not think, and what happens when he does. It is hot and dusty in this maze, and he has been in it a long time. He walks over smooth stones covered with dust that threaten to make him sneeze. He tries breathing through his mouth, and it chokes him. Again, he speculates that he is in a dangerous place, and has already had 2 to 3 encounters with Baalzamon, but he doesn't remember how he escaped, only that he did. He reminds himself that it is dangerous to think too much. He stops to look at the thorn bushes making up the maze hedge and touches one of the thorns, which painfully pricks him. He reels back, shaking blood from the burning wound. His foot overturns a stone and he realizes that it is a human skull, and then notices that there are plenty of other stones that look just like that one. He continues on hesitantly, and thinks that things may not be what they seem here, but suppresses the thought. It's too dangerous to think here. He grabs hold of himself and sucks his pricked finger, which has almost stopped throbbing. He moves in the direction he is facing. Remembering a rule of thumb about finding one's way out of a maze, he takes 2 right turns and finds himself face to face with Baalzamon, who is surprised to see him. The man asks Rand how long he expects to be able to evade him, and once again claims that Rand is his. Distressed, Rand mutters twice, "Light, help me!" fumbling for a sword that is not there. He does not know what the expression means. Baalzamon sneers out, "The light will not help you, and the eye of the world will not serve you. You are my hound, and if you will not course at my command, I will strangle you with the corpse of the great serpent, Rand suddenly realizes that he is dreaming. Baalzamon is amazed at this and shimmers away into nothing. The scene has changed. He is looking at a myriad of mirrors, all reflecting himself back at him. He sees a red blur in them which turns out to be Baalzamon returning, who approaches from the back, and he finds that his face and Baalzamon's face are the same. Rand awakens. He is on some river craft called the Spray. He places a finger in his mouth and tastes blood. Upon inspecting his finger, he finds that it has been pricked and is bleeding. The Spray is making haste down the Arenelle, but it is doing so slowly. The captain of the craft is a man named Bel Doman. During the day they have rowers, but they travel even at night and let the current carry them downriver. There is a constant wind, but it blows in the wrong direction, so it may not be used to move the ship. Captain Doman is very demanding, driving his crew mercilessly to get away from the place where the craft was attacked by Trollocs. The Arenelle is devoid of rocks, but sandbars and shallows there are aplenty, so they still have to go carefully, even if their need for haste is real. The crew grumbles for a break, but the captain either browbeats them into submission, or scares them by displaying the weapons left behind by the attacking Trollocs. That is enough to silence them for a while, but then they start up again. Rand notices that this works in a cycle. He also notices that Tom Maryland stays away from them when they are grumbling. Otherwise he is in the thick of them, telling jokes and slapping backs. But he also notices that Tom watches them very carefully whatever he is doing. The surprising thing is that they do not blame the three of them for the Trolloc attacks, but they blame Flora and Gelb. Rand remembers that Gelb is constantly blaming the night's events on them, going so far as to say that they are in league with the Trollocs. It is obvious that no one believes Gelb. It turns out that Gelb had not kept the watch he was assigned, which was the watch when the Trollocs attacked, and now no one wants much to do with him. He pleads and whines to his crew, but whenever he looks at Rand or his companions, his eyes flash murderous fire. Rand mentions to Matt that he thinks Gelb cannot be trusted, and Matt responds with the question, "Can any of them be trusted?" and then seeks out solitude. Tom opines that it will not be from Gelb that trouble comes, not yet at least. The crew might mutiny and then cut the throat of their passengers so that stories will not be told. The Gleeman does his share of diffusing the tension by telling stories and singing for the crew, and to make the story that Rand and Matt are apprentice Gleemen stick, he gives them lessons every day, teaching them some of the easier stories, tumbling and juggling. Even that is entertaining to the crew, all except Gelb, who just watches and hates. Rand spends most of the day at the railing scanning the shore for Egwene or Perrin, and seeing some wondrous sights as well. Rand spies a reflection in the distance, and Captain Doman tells Rand that it is a never-rusting metal tower, used as a landmark, and telling him that they are 10 days away from Whitebridge. Matt opines that there is treasure inside. Captain Doman agrees that it might be so, but he then tells of a stone hand 50 feet high sticking out of a hill and clutching a crystal sphere on Treemocking, a sea folk island. Doman is sure that there is treasure there, but the sea folk will not allow digging, and all they care about is their sailing, and they're looking for their Kuramor, the sea folk chosen one. Matt says that he would dig for the treasure, and Captain Doman responds that treasure is not the reason for seeing the world, but the strangeness that one encounters, and then regales the two with sights that he has seen, including the Panarchus Palace in Tanchico, where animals that do not exist can be seen in friezes. Rand retorts that any child can draw a made-up animal. Doman replies agreeably but says they also have the bones. Then he goes on to mention numerous marvels that he has seen throughout the world, and admits to collecting not a few himself. Rand admits to collecting bones in the hills when he was a child, but thought it might be bad luck. Doman chides him for homesickness, and promises him that the world will soon put a hook in his mouth. He doubts that Rand will ever go home. Rand protests violently, and says that he will go home someday, when all of this is over and done with, and raise sheep like his father. He pleads for Matt's support, who gives it out loud, but then mutters that Doman probably doesn't want anyone else going after the treasure. 4 days into the trip finds Rand at the top of the mast, his legs wrapped in the stays, enjoying himself as the boat rocks gently in the river. At his height, however, it's quite an arc on impulse he stands, balancing himself for 3 arcs, then he loses his balance. He grabs the stay and hangs on, laughing all along. Tom, who has climbed up to talk him down, remonstrates with him for his foolishness. Rand asks when he came up to join him. Tom angrily tells him when he stopped listening to people who were shouting for him to come down. Rand then notices that everyone except Matt is looking at him, including the captain, who is obviously furious. Rand offers to come down with him, and Tom thanks him vigorously. Rand then acrobats down from his perch to scattered applause, landing close to where Matt sits. Rand notices that Matt clutches a curved dagger with gold sheath and big red ruby capping the hilt, which he hides from everyone else with his body. He is fingering it until he sees Rand, after which he hides the dagger. Rand asks him where he got it. When Matt does not answer, he gets a little tougher, and asks if he got it from Shadar Logoth. Matt blames it on Rand and Perrin, but says it's okay because he took it. Mordeth did not give it to him, so according to Moraine, it must be all right. He then asks Rand not to tell anyone lest they try to steal it from him. Rand agrees, though he says that he thinks Master Doman is honest, but he doesn't know about anyone else. Matt pleads that they are the only two left from Emmons Field and can't afford to trust anyone else. Rand replies that he believes Egwene and Perrin are alive. He also comments that now they don't have to worry about money, they can sell the dagger. After a moment, Matt agrees. Rand then asks if Matt has had any more dreams. Matt replies, maybe. Rand gets a little upset and demands that Matt be more specific. Matt replies that he has and doesn't want to talk about it. Just about then Tom shows up and tells Rand that he convinced the captain that Rand was training when he pulled his acrobatic stunt. It suddenly occurs to Rand what he had been doing and he sits down at the sheer mental shock of realizing his foolishness, while Tom remarks that they might be able to use his talents on the tightrope or slip wire in a lien or Tyr. Rand carefully reminds Tom that they are going to Tar Valon. Tom reminds him that things may change and then pulls out balls in preparation for making Rand and Matt practice the triple crossover. The last thoughts of the chapter are Rand's as he wonders what is happening to him, and an acknowledgement that he needs to get to Tar Valon before he goes mad. Chapter 25, The Traveling People. Perrin and Egwene continue on their way to Camelin, accompanied by Ilias Makera, Dapple, Hopper and Wind. Egwene and Bella, their only mount, are uneasy at the presence of the wolves, but do their best to hide their discomfort. Perrin has arrived at an uneasy, marginal acceptance of his status as a wolf brother. Nevertheless, any reminder of what he can do causes him great upset. The chapter flashes back to that first morning of their uneasy partnership where Ilias tells Perrin that the wolves are around, close enough to help if needed, but far enough away to avoid trouble. Egwene tries to make them all take their turn on Bella, and while Perrin does not argue, Ilias tells her firmly, "No," and then intimidates her into accepting his decision. They travel south and east for 3 days, Ilias allowing for little rest except at twilight. The wolves accompany them unseen, except at night when they join the party around the fire. Nevertheless, their presence in his psyche is constant, and he always knows where they are. His dreams have also settled down, and are about everyday things, except that a wolf is always present in them, watching lest some enemy show. This seems strange only when he is awake. In the dream it seems perfectly reasonable. The wolves bring them squirrels and rabbits to eat every night, and Ilias points out edible plants during the day's march. Ilias also hunts while they travel. Though his company has ensured that they eat well, Perrin prefers a bit of hunger to the constant reminder of his new-found relationship with the wolves. On the 3rd day a stand of trees emerge ahead and they consider using it as their stopping point, the wolves moving out front, showing no concern. 3 mastiffs burst from cover, making threatening growls. Bella almost unseats Egwene, and Perrin prepares to sling the dogs when Ilias tells him to stop. Using hand gestures and whistles he calms the dogs, then strides over and lets them lick his hand, explaining that they were in no danger. The dogs would only have attacked if they had continued into the trees, then reasonably suggests that they can make the next thicket before dark. Both young people are amazed. Then Ilias mentions that there will be Tothan there, calling them the traveling people and tinkers. Perrin admits to a desire to see tinkers, but Egwene fears that if they visit the tinkers, Bella might be stolen. After all, tinkers are thieves. Ilias dryly scorns Egwene's words, saying that, though he's not always happy with them, tinkers steal no more than most folks, and a good deal less than some. Perrin urges Ilias to camp with the tinkers, and he finally agrees after warning them not to put too much stock into what the tinkers say, and reminds them that the tinkers can be formal. They enter the tinker camp, a bunch of wagons that look like small houses on wheels painted in bright colors. Tinkers are engaged in everyday activities, but are dressed even more colorfully than their houses. It is a very warm, community scene that they see as they enter the camp, with lots of music. Suddenly the music stops as the whole camp notes their arrival. A short, wiry gray-haired man, obviously the leader, greets them and then asks them, "Do you know the song?" Ilias replies richly that they do not know the song, addressing the man as Mahdi. The Mahdi responds in kind that they will continue to seek the song, and then invites the three of them to join them at dinner. The music begins again and the camp returns to its former, festive state. After being questioned, Ilias assured the man, whom he calls Rain, that the wolves will stay away and not harass the band. A tinker takes Bella from Egwene's reluctant hands, and introductions are made. We learn that Mahdi means seeker, and is Rain's title. Ilias explains that tinkers are looking for the song, and if they can find it, paradise will return. They approach Rain's wagon and Isla, his wife, greets Perrin and Egwene warmly, but Ilias gets a cool, distant welcome from Rain's wife. Isla reminds Perrin of Mistress Alvir back at home. They sit on fallen logs, though Ilias chooses to lay on the ground. A young man joins them. Isla greets him as Aram and banters with him. Aram, obviously confident of his ability to charm, makes a beeline for Egwene and compliments her outrageously. Perrin is dismayed to see Egwene eating it up. He also realizes that Aram looks like Will Alcine, the handsomest teenager in Emond's Field. In an attempt to disrupt Aram's charms, Perrin comments on the mastiffs. Aram replies that they are trained in the way of the leaf, and then proceeds to describe the philosophy behind the tinker's way of life. What follows is a vigorous, if polite discussion of the tinker's pacifist philosophy. Ilias finally crossly remonstrates with Rain for attempting to convert Perrin and Egwene. Isla counters Ilias' harsh words with some of her own, but Rain intervenes. He then reminds Ilias that the tinkers do not attempt to convert, they simply share. Sometimes village young people decide to try their way of life. Ilias says to try that line of reasoning on a parent who has lost a child to the tinkers. Perrin defends his own point of view, which is simple, hit back but otherwise let be. Aram takes the opportunity to criticize Perrin, who criticizes right back. Ijun comes to Aram's defense, who then offers to show her the camp and take her dancing. She accepts. Before they can take off, Isla tells Aram that dinner is ready, but Aram says that both of them will eat with his mother, and they both happily run off. Perrin stands up to make a scene, then thinks better of it, and apologizes to Rain and Isla. Isla refuses the apology, naming Aram as the guilty party, while Rain observes that Aram is a troubled man who may not be suited to the way of the leaf. Perrin asks what happens to a tinker who cannot live the life of a tinker. Rain replies that the lost go to live in villages. Isla adds that they can never be happy. They finish dinner, and Rain and Ilias pull out pipes and fill them with tobacco. They converse. We learn that Ilias camped with the tinkers last spring. Perrin is about to fall asleep. Rain relates a story making the rounds about a band of the people who were crossing the Ale Waste. In the telling we learn that some people can cross into the waste unmolested, like tinkers and honest peddlers and once upon a time, merchants from Carrion. We learn that the alemen avoid the tinkers and don't let the tinkers approach them. Rain explains that some young ale enter the blight for various reasons. Ilias adds that he doesn't understand the message, and Rain says that he shares it with Ilias because he is a friend, and has a different point of view because of his. He breaks off when Ilias motions him to do so, and ends the statement with ambiguity. Perrin tries to puzzle out the message, recognizing the term eye of the world from his dreams, but gets nowhere. He also wonders what Rain was about to say when Ilias cut him off. About that time, Egwene returns, singing. He stands and greets her curtly, asking if she had a good time. Ijun replies that they were with his mother, and they danced and laughed, and she remarks that it has been so long since she danced. Perrin replies that Aram reminds him of Will Alcine, and she manages to keep him from charming her. She replies angrily that Aram is a gently boy who is fun to be with. He apologizes, and suddenly, Edwene throws her arms around Perrin and weeps. Perrin muses that Rand would know what to do in this situation. He then apologizes again and reassures her that he is glad she had fun dancing. She demands of him that he tell her they, meaning the rest of the group that they got separated from at Shadar Logoth, are alive. After some confusion, he does so. She kisses him lightly on the cheek, bids him good night, and enters Rain's wagon with Isla. Perrin expresses confusion, presuming that Rand would have understood the situation, but he doesn't. As the chapter closes, wolves howl at the sliver of a new moon. Perrin muses that tomorrow will be time enough to think about the wolves again, but we are told he was wrong. They waited to greet him in his dreams. Chapter 26, Whitebridge. Matt is practicing the flute, and doing badly. He stops, and there is a noticeable appreciation among his listeners for his so doing. Tom and Matt banter about the boys playing. Rand joins in with a comment about how unnecessary Tom's training is, since they're just doing this as part of a disguise. Tom asks Rand what they will do if they never meet back up with Moraine and the rest, mentioning that they may be dead. Rand insists that they are alive. He looks to Matt for support, and then chastises his friend when he does not give it. Indeed, Matt asks morosely, "What if they are dead?" Just then a sailor cries out that Whitebridge is ahead. Matt's statement shocks Rand, and he debates internally his reaction to Matt's pessimism while outwardly he is staring at Matt. Abruptly they end the quiet confrontation, both moving to the railing to observe their approach to the city, though Matt is acting very strange for Matt. The sailors prepare the boat for arrival, Captain Doman supervising. Rand looks for the White Bridge, which gives the town its name. He sees it and marvels at how it looks, which is all white, and looking like it was carved from one piece. It dwarfs the busy town it marks. Rand observes that it looks like glass. Captain Doman says that it is not, because it is never slick, even when it rains, and no chisel driven by the strongest arm can mar it. Tom remarks that it is a remnant from the Age of Legends. Captain Doman agrees grudgingly that it may be Aes Sedai work, and returns to his supervising. After marveling some more about the bridge, Rand observes to Tom that they made it to Whitebridge and without a mutiny, which earns him a dirty look from some of the crew. The Spray docks. Tall, black lacquered carriages appear by the ship ready to do business. Their well-dressed passengers board as soon as the gangplank is lowered, along with servants carrying money boxes. They have smiles painted on their face, but are momentarily distressed while Captain Doman orders Florin Gelb off the ship. Gelb looks hatefully at Rand then for support from the crew, which is not forthcoming, then rushes down to get his things followed by two to watch that he does not get into mischief. Tom tells them to gather their things, and while doing so, Rand wonders if they will ever see home again. Gelb departs, though he emanates hatred as he does so. Meanwhile, on the dock quite a crowd has gathered, but no familiar faces are among them. Rand speculates that maybe they just didn't come down to the dock. Tom agrees that it is possible, then warns both of them to keep an eye out for Gelb because he may cause trouble. He says that he wants to touch down in Whitebridge so lightly that no one knows they were there 5 minutes after they are gone. Captain Doman intercepts them at the head of the gangplank and tries to talk them into staying, but Tom graciously refuses, ultimately saying that they could not afford Doman's fare. Captain Doman returns his fare and provides additional money to boot, saying that repairs were not as bad as expected and offered again as much if they stayed aboard, using more enticing words. Rand speaks up, simply saying that they're meeting friends here in Whitebridge and going on to Camelin. Tom says that they might consider it if their friends aren't here in Whitebridge. Captain Doman lets them go, but not before admitting that maybe Trollocs really were after them. Matt takes umbrage at the implication that maybe they weren't. Doman remains noncommittal, and once again offers twice as much in the current purse if Tom will return before they leave on the morrow at first light. Tom hesitates, but Rand does not, heading down to the shore, the gleeman following. The crowd notices Tom's coat and Rand muses. So much for not being noticed. Even the carriage drivers notice Tom, but say nothing. Rand chooses a direction randomly and heads forward. He mentions that they should look for Moraine right away, and that Tom should have changed his cloak. Tom stops dead and states that they can ask an innkeeper. Then he indicates, without explicitly saying so, that they may have to make a decision, by stating, "We have to talk, we three." He takes the lead, stepping quickly so that Rand and Matt have to hurry to keep up. As they move through the town, Rand compares it to Baerlon. He also notes that people are anticipating the arrival of warmer weather, and are beginning to worry that it may not come. Their goods are beginning to show that pessimism. Tom leads them to the Wayfarer's Rest, an inn situated on the town square. Tom orders spiced wine from the balding, fat innkeeper, and then asks for a private room. The common room is divided by a half wall, and the innkeeper says that the other side of the wall is the best he can do. Then he notices that Tom is a gleeman, and asks him if he is staying because he sure could use a gleeman. Tom answers noncommittally, and repeats his request for privacy. Tom sets them in the center of the half-room to ensure they know when someone is listening, and then grumbles about the innkeeper's lack of honesty toward a gleeman. Rand notes the place is filthy and reminds Tom that they are there only for information. Matt demands to know why Tom chose this inn. Tom replies that the road leads to Camelin straight from the bridge through this square. If no one there has word of them, then it doesn't exist. The innkeeper brings their drinks and promises that if Tom sticks around he won't have to pay for his drinks. Tom promises to think on it, and then asks for news. The innkeeper introduces himself as Bartim, and starts in on how his feet hurt. Bartim announces that Loghain, the false dragon, had been captured near Lugard. Refugees packed the roads to the south, Bartim noting dryly that none of them supported Loghain. He mentions that Aes Sedai were involved in taking Loghain, and that they are taking him to Tar Valon. He spits on the floor both times at the mention of the hated Tar Valon witches. He grouses for a bit about Aes Sedai and then notes that they are taking Loghain through every village on their way to Camelin, showing him off so that all will know that he had been taken and the world was safe again. He admits to a desire to go to Camelin and see him, mentioning Queen Morgase respectfully. He notes that Loghain can do things, and by this we know he means that Loghain can channel, and compares Loghain to the last false dragon who was just a normal man. Rand listens with great interest, because he really does find it fascinating. Tom mentions that he would like to see it, because it would be worth a story that would be told for 1,000 years. He asks which way the troop went, and Bartim replies vaguely, "North." Bartim then announces that just the other day an Eleanor was in his inn announcing a new hunt of the Horn. After questioning from Tom, Bartim disparages the hunt and the man who announced it, who also announced that Tarmon Gaidon was on its way. He pauses and then speaks words that indicate he was at least considering it. Tom recites a passage about the Horn of Valir that seems to indicate it is meant to be sounded to call back the dead. Bartim gets excited and says Tom has the right story, and if he tells that one in his inn, he'll have people hanging off of the rafters. Because Tom seems distracted, Rand asks Bartim if he has seen any strangers from the west. Bartim admits to seeing some and asks for a description. Tom takes control of the conversation again, saying that it was 2 men and 3 women, and giving thumbnail verbal sketches of the missing. Bartim stands and withdraws his offer of letting Tom perform and advises the party to leave Whitebridge. Tom fishes for a reason for the change in the innkeeper's attitude. Bartim reports that a week ago a weird, crazy man asked the same set of questions, alarming everyone in the process, before taking off to Camelin. The 3 do not recognize the person described. Rand asks if Bartim is sure the descriptions match, and Bartim says he is fairly sure about the fighting man and woman in silk, but that the man wasn't that interested in those 2. He really wanted to find 3 country lads, and then he eyes Rand and Matt. Rand wonders if the crazy man could be a dark friend and wonders if Balzaman is a crazy man. Bartim continues by saying that it was the other one, who came the next day. He describes him as wearing black and keeping his head covered with a hood, but when he speaks it feels like an icicle shoved into your spine. This creepy man keeps coming back and asking the same questions. No one sees him arrive, and the gatekeepers have never seen him pass through the gates, coming or going. He's making everyone paranoid. The three work very hard not to let on that they recognize a description of a murderer. Tom muses out loud that he would remember someone like that. Bartham agrees and says that the second guy wants the same group as the first guy, as well as a girl and a white-haired gleeman. Tom protests that it's not him. Bartham acknowledges Tom but tells him what he told the murderer. He doesn't know anyone by those descriptions. Then he slaps Tom's money back down on the table and bids them drink up and leave. Matt breaks the silence by acknowledging what the three were thinking. Bartham's visitor was a fade. Tom recommends hopping back onto the Spray and heading toward Ilion since the hunt for them will center on the road to Camelin. Rand vetoes that and reminds him that they agreed either to wait in Whitebridge for more rain or to head on to Camelin. Tom gets angry and tries to reason, if angrily, with Rand, but Rand keeps saying no. Tom continues to attempt to persuade Rand and Rand gets stubborn. He thinks of his dreams and then says that he has to get to Tar Valon either alone or with his help. Tom blurts out that dreams can hurt him, and Rand remains silent. Tom turns to Matt and asks for his support. But Matt surprises him by telling him to go back to the boat if he wants to. Tom angrily answers him with indisputable points about his ignorance regarding Myrtle and Aes Sedai, and then demands Matt to tell him to go if they aren't true. Matt tells him to go while clutching his ruby dagger. Raucous laughter interrupts the conversation. Someone is trying to convince two others that he encountered Trollocs, and his listeners aren't buying it. Rand carefully checks out the conversation and finds out that it is Floren Gelb talking with two men who were in the tavern when they arrived. They are laughing but listening, as is Bartham. He informs Matt and Tom while the conversation continues in the other room with one man dismissing Trollocs as long since vanquished. Gelb protests that the story is true and that the three claim to be chased by the Trollocs, but he knew better and names them and Captain Doman as dark friends. Rand wonders how long before Gelb describes Tom, Matt, and himself. What if he has already? Matt opines that the boat sounds good, but Tom says, not anymore. He splits the money into 3 piles and gives the boys a share and states that their only choice is to run because the halfmen will soon hear the story and that makes the Spray a target. Rand inspects his pile and notes that Moraine's coin is not in the original cache and he wishes that it had been. Tom explains that it's just in case they get separated. Rand protests that he thought Tom was going to stay with him, and Tom insists that he is going to stay with them, and that this is just in case. He then tweaks Matt by saying, I hope you no longer mind me staying with you. To which Matt replies that for some reason he's always on edge these days and then asks what they are going to do. The laughter on the other side of the wall gets louder. Rand worries that Bartham will soon put it all together. They exit from the inn through a window into an alley. Tom slows them down until they can check things out. Matt demands to know why Tom is helping them. Tom tells them that he had a nephew named Owen who got into trouble with the Aes Sedai, and he wasn't around to help him because he was too busy with other things. 2 years later Owen died and Tom blames it on the Aes Sedai. There are tears in Tom's eyes when he says, If I can keep you two free from Tar Valon, then maybe I can stop thinking about Owen. He then goes to scout out the end of the alley. He has left his cased instruments on a bedroll with Matt and Rand. Matt observes that Tom will not leave his instruments, and asks Rand if he believes Tom's story. Rand suddenly displays his worry about Matt, claiming that he is not himself. Matt snaps that he doesn't like being hunted like a rabbit, then apologizes and reveals a growing paranoia that is gripping him, and wonders that Rand doesn't share it. Rand barks a short laugh and says that he is too scared to be nervous. Matt asks what Rand thinks the Aes Sedai did to Owen. Rand says he doesn't know but admits to himself that there's only one kind of trouble for a man to get into with Aes Sedai, but both agree that they are not having that kind of trouble. They nervously wait for Tom to return. A tall man with his hood pulled up stumbles into the alley, alarming both until they can hardly stand it, but they finally determine that it is only Tom. Tom makes light of it, suggesting that if he had them fooled, then it ought to be good enough for the gates. Tom now wears a brown cloak, and he puts all his belongings into it. The boys do not quickly recover from his startling appearance, and Tom snaps at them. He then instructs them to exit the alley one at a time, keeping each in sight. Rand exits the alley nervously, and suddenly sees a myrtle across the square, and it is heading toward them. Rand is frozen in place. Tom reminds them not to look in his face. Rand demands that they act, but he cannot move. Matt draws the ruby dagger, his face a rictus of fear. Tom mutters something, but all Rand can catch is the name Owen. He then says out loud that he doesn't know why he let the boys get him into this. Tom thrusts his instruments into Rand's hands and orders the boys to run when he says so, and tells them not to stop until they get to the Queen's Blessing, an inn in Camelin. Rand protests that he doesn't understand, but Tom just commands him to run. As the boys retreat, Tom heads toward the myrtle, flourishing knives. Rand is startled, but so is the Fade, who stops and begins to draw his black blade. Tom crashes into him before he can finish drawing it. Tom shouts one more time for the boys to run. An eye-searing blue flash fills the square and Tom starts screaming, but one last time shouts for Rand and Matt to run. Rand finally obeys. Mass panic ensues and envelopes the boys as the whole town tries to flee. As Rand approaches the gates, he remembers the remarks Tom had made about his height and stoops a little, but he needn't worry. The mass panic has the gate tenders completely frozen. They look at Rand and Matt, but there are so many fleeing that they do nothing. Rand thinks despairingly of Tom as he passes through the gates. Finally, having run himself out, Rand falls to his knees in the dust. Matt urges him to get up, but Rand just repeats Tom's name. Matt insists that the Gleeman must be dead. Rand reminds Matt that he thinks Moraine and Egwene and the rest are dead, but if that were so, why would the Fades still be searching for them? Matt admits that they may be alive, but he still encourages Rand to get up, lest they earn the same fate as Tom. Rand acknowledges the truth of that and, half expecting, hoping that Tom would come strolling down the road from Whitebridge, stands. He slings Tom's bundle onto his back. "Let's go," he orders and starts, Matt joining in shortly. The road is empty and Rand sometimes looks back, but the road remains empty. Chapter 27, Shelter from the Storm. Perrin frets about the leisurely pace the Tothan take as they travel from one place to another. His suggestions that they move faster are met with gentle rebuffs. He is surprised that Ilias does not share his impatience. Instead, the wolf brother walks along with the caravan, never suggesting a faster pace, or leaving. Perrin notes that there is such a contrast between Ilias and the Tinkers. He moves like a wolf, radiating danger, while the traveling people move with delightful grace, devoid of danger, dignified and exuberant at the same time. They all seem to be on the verge of dancing, even when there is no music in the camp, which is rare. The people are always open and smiling, but Perrin senses that deep down, they are like half-tamed deer, putting on an open, public face, but ready to bolt at the slightest hint of trouble, their wariness directed at both the Emmons Fielders and also at Ilias, only more so. With regard to Ilias, the feeling seems mutual, yet when Perrin suggests leaving, Ilias demurs. He gently chides Perrin for wanting to leave, considering the hard times he and Egwene have had and will have. When Perrin challenges his decision with, "What if the Fades find us?" Ilias' answer is simply, "Something tells me to wait." When Perrin tries to question him more closely, Ilias evades, but when Perrin will not relent, Ilias finally repeats, "Something," and then explains that he has learned to trust his gut when he gets a feeling. Perrin continues to bother him about leaving, and Ilias responds with calming words, and with orders to relax. Perrin, however, cannot relax. He is in the middle of a group of people who demonstrate not a care in the world. He itches to get away before they bring trouble to these gentle people. He has trouble getting a word with Egwene, who participates wholeheartedly in the life of the caravan, including the dancing and music. Perrin recognizes some of the tunes, though the Tothan call them by different names. He notes how the tunes the Tothan play make him want to dance, even though he is only an adequate dancer. Perrin remembers the second evening with the Tinkers when the whole caravan participated in the music of one dance while a young female is the only dancer, and who seems to dance solely for Perrin. She is later joined by a second dancer who, too, seems to dance solely for Perrin. The behavior makes him blush and feel like everyone knows exactly how he is reacting to the sensual dance. He attempts to evade the dance by getting up and turning away, But the two dancers have become three as they dance their way into his view, one winking at him, causing him to remark silently, "What would Rand do? He knows about girls." A fourth, older woman joins the three, and Perrin groans, and shuts his eyes. He can still see them dancing, however, behind his eyelids. Rain, the Tinker leader, informs him some time later that the dance is rarely danced, but because of his blushes, it was danced every night thereafter. Even Elias banters with him regarding his reaction to the sensual dancing. Perrin never really learns to control his blushes, but out of a sense of survival he does learn to look and contain his blushes. Egwene then decides to learn the dance. Perrin considers protesting, but decides that it would be better if he did not. Egwene is awkward, but determined to master the dance. Aram watches on hungrily as Isla, his grandmother, begins to worry after first being pleased with the attention he paid Egwene, partly because Aram gave Egwene a necklace of blue beads, which she wears all the time. Perrin does chide her about her behavior, but she just dismisses his worries with a scalding attack on his personal stoicism. He reminds her that she is going to Tar Valon to become Aes Sedai, and she reminds him that he doesn't want her to do so. When he finally protests that Fades could attack any time, she simply tells him fatalistically that what will happen, and he should enjoy himself while he can. She then joins Aram for a dance, and the Tinker gloats at Perrin because Egwene has chosen him instead of Perrin. Perrin considers that they are falling under the spell of the people and muses that the Tinkers don't have to convert someone. It seeps into the visitor. About that time Isla notes how cold he is and gives him a green wool cloak, but then notices the axe and makes a remark about how the cloak could fit better, obviously indicating that the axe makes it not fit. All Tinkers are like that, he remarks silently. They look at his axe and recognize a tool of violence, and not of the leaf. He wants to shout back that the world is full of Trollocs and Fades who don't hesitate to practice violence. He stubbornly keeps wearing his axe. He even goes so far as to make sure it is always visible, even in the wind, despite the discomfort pulling it aside in the wind causes. Ilya sees this and smiles, as if he knows what Perrin is doing. It almost makes Perrin want to relent. His dreams are fairly normal, some nightmares, to be sure, but they are normal nightmares, and Baalzamon does not inhabit them. He can sense the wolves nearby, and he can sense that they hold the dogs in contempt. Dapple grows impatient with each sunset. Because Elias wants to travel with humans, it must be done, but do it quickly, get it over with, Dapple seems to think. Wind also is impatient for a number of reasons, but keeps his thoughts to himself when Dapple or Hopper are around. Perrin wishes for Camelin and Moraine, and for an end to this. He dreams a dream where he is in Alsbet Luhan's kitchen, sharpening the axe, which is strange in itself, because Mistress Luhan would not allow such business to be conducted in her kitchen, when in walks a wolf, who lays down on the floor, without Mistress Luhan even raising an eyebrow. Then Baalzamon shows up. Again, Mistress Luhan does not notice. Perrin stumbles to his feet, but Baalzamon does not notice him. Instead, the Forsaken addresses the wolf by deriding it for the weakness of what it has for protection. He snaps his fingers and the wolf bursts into flame. Mistress Luhan does not notice. Perrin tries to pat out the fire, but the wolf crumples to ash on the floor. Perrin shouts at Baalzamon to leave him alone. Mistress Luhan is oblivious. Baalzamon tells Perrin that he cannot run from him, that if he is the one, he is Baalzamon's, and that the eye of the world will consume him, and then he says that he marks him, releasing a raven, which flies to Perrin's face and pecks at his left eye, piercing it, which wakes him up. He finds to his relief that his eye is fine. Elias is suddenly there, shaking him as if trying to wake him. Nearby the wolves are sending sensations of fire and pain, hate and killing. Elias then says that it is time for them to go. While Perrin is gathering his stuff, Rain stumbles out of his cabin and notices the sky with a start, listening and smelling the air. He then informs that the travelers will be taking a different road this day and asks Elias if they will be joining them. Elias says no. Then Rain says that they will travel east to the spine of the world and look for a steading, observing that steading never have trouble. Elias mentions the possibility that Ogier might not be open to them, and Rain responds that everyone is open to the people. He then cordially invites them to breakfast, but Ilias demurs, saying that there is no time. Rain presses, joined by Isla, though not as fervently as her husband. When Egwene shows up, she is informed by Perrin that they are leaving. Expecting her to announce that she is staying with the Tinkers, she surprises him by immediately going to collect her belongings. Rain finally gives in, but insists on a proper goodbye. They are hugged and hands are shaken by everyone. Even the young dancers who loved to taunt Perrin hug him fiercely, making his cheeks rosy red. Aram has a private conversation with Egwene, where he first pleads and then argues with her, but about what, Perrin does not know. He then leaves the goodbye gathering when Isla rescues Egwene from him. After an extremely robust goodbye, the Tinkers make a little space around the three, Rain and Isla. What follows is a short ceremony of leave-taking during which Ilias offers this encouraging word. I will find the song or another will find the song, but the song will be sung. This surprises Rain and flabbergasts Isla. Rain accompanies them to the edge of the camp, where he strongly encourages Ilias to take care. Ilias' words and moods are so at odds with his advertised views on Tinkers that Egwene and Perrin are looking at him when he finishes, and he explains, unconvincingly, that he did not want to mess up the ceremony. Egwene agrees with him gently, indicating that she is not fooled in the least. Dapple, Wind and Hopper show up radiating images of the Dark One. Perrin recognizes the essence of his dream, their dream. They start out, Ilias leading, Egwene riding, and Perrin walking alongside. He does not want to think about the dreams, musing that he thought the wolves would protect him in the dreams. The wolves indicate that he will not be protected until he fully accepts what he is. He forces the wolves out of his head, and then in a surprise realizes that he can force them out of his head. He resolves never to let them back in. The question arises in his thoughts, even in dreams? And he does not know if the thought is his or from the wolves. Egwene fingers the beads that Aram gave her, and Perrin observes that he is glad she did not give in and stay with Aram. He then asks her what she talked about all that time with Isla. She replies that Isla was giving her advice about being a woman, which causes him to laugh heartily, and which generates a dangerous look on Egwene's face. Perrin replies that no one tells men how to be men, and Egwene replies acerbically that is why men do such a bad job of it. Ilias cackles when he hears the response. Chapter 28 Footprints in Air. Nynaeve stares in wonder at the white bridge marking the location of Whitebridge and marvels, both at the legendary construction and the fact that Moraine and Lan take it with amazing nonchalance. She resolves not to stare at it to keep from looking like the country bumpkin as they move toward that city. She has barely spoken to the Aes Sedai since rejoining them on the banks of the Arenal the morning after their adventures in Shadar Logoth, except for Moraine's attempts at convincing her to go to Tar Valon, which Nynaeve considers of no substance. She admits to having decided to go there and accept training, but not for the reasons Moraine wishes to see her go. There is an implied but nebulous threat involving Moraine's welfare that involves Egwene and the boys, and whether or not they have been hurt. Nynaeve does occasionally think about what she could do with the One Power as a wisdom, but she suppresses such thought, believing the One Power to be a filthy thing. She is angry that Moraine only wants to take her to Tar Valon for training, and will not tell her anything. She remembers a conversation where she demands, "How will you find them?" Moraine asserts that she will know when she comes close to the two who have lost their coin. The third, if he retains his coin, may be followed across half the world. Nynaeve demanded to know what Moraine planned to do with them once she found them. Moraine replies with a single name, Tar Valon. Nynaeve complains at this answer, and Moraine says evenly that part of the training Nynaeve will receive as a novice is the ability to control her temper. Then before the wisdom can respond, Moraine calls for a private conversation with Lan. Nynaeve is left to glower and hates it. She muses angrily on Moraine's easy manipulation of every conversation. It makes her feel foolish, and she is not used to such a feeling. She petulantly wishes that there was some way to get rid of her. Lan would be better off without her, and he is pretty self-sufficient, and that thought makes her flush. She admits to herself that being with one means being with the other. And yet, she muses, Lan gets even deeper under her skin. He rarely says anything, and he never participates in her discussions with Moiraine. He is often apart from the two women, but when he is present he watches as if watching a duel, one that Nynaeve has yet to win. Indeed, Moiraine doesn't even know she is in a fight. Yes, she could do without Lan's witnessing the fights. The journey had otherwise been quiet. At first the quiet had been restful after everything that had happened since Winternight, but the lull in the adventure seems fragile. Moiraine and Lan seem to sense it, too. A part of her is glad that it has affected them too, but it also means that what she is feeling is a real thing, though she wishes it were her imagination. Something of it tickles the corners of her mind, and she now knows that it had something to do with the One Power, which makes her reluctant to embrace it. When she asks Lan about it, as he continually scans their surroundings, he says that it is nothing, and then puts the lie to his words by encouraging her to return to the two rivers when they get to Whitebridge. Moiraine, who is also scanning the environment, chides him by reminding him that she is part of the pattern. She then tells Nynaeve that it is the Dark One, whose storm has moved elsewhere for the moment, but his gaze is still upon them. As Moiraine speaks, Nynaeve imagines she can feel someone staring at her back. She would rather have not heard Moraine's explanation. Lan scouts their path, but Moiraine chooses it as though she were following some unseen track, footprints in the air. Lan only checks the path for safety. It's Moiraine who decides to travel it, whether it is safe or not. With a start, she realizes that they have made it to the foot of the bridge, and she stops her wool gathering and once again marvels at the bridge, at how delicate it looks, wondering if it is safe. Lan and Moiraine, however, proceed without hesitation. Nynaeve reluctantly follows. Halfway across the bridge, she smells char thickening the air. Whitebridge before them is ravaged. A patrol marches by in fear. The townsfolk are acting panicked. Each of the three react to the sight before them. Moiraine gets down off of Aldiab and offers genuine sympathy to the townsfolk. Her disarming manner loosens otherwise stiff tongues. They are not all truthful, even in the sight of all the evidence. One fat fellow claims that a fire was started by an overturned lamp and spread by the wind. The pattern of burnout building exposes that as a lie. Several women murmur that there was a man channeling, and that the Aes Sedai need to get involved. Various other stories crop up, including one about a boat from the borderlands that had chopped its lines and escaped. The boat had a gleeman. Nynaeve wonders if it was Tom Merrilin. She suggests to Moiraine that some of the Emmons fielders might have escaped on the boat, but Moiraine is non-committal. They eat a meal at an inn with its common room divided by a wall. The atmosphere is tense, filled with fear. About the time they finish their meal, a militia man appears in the door. The militia man notices them and confronts them with a demand to know their business. Lan tells him that they are leaving as soon as he finishes his ale, confusing the local by calling down a blessing upon Queen Morgase. The militiaman is about to make an issue of it all, but after getting a good look at Lan says, "See that you do," and complains about all the strangers. He leaves with a stern look plastered on his face. The townsfolk in attendance do not notice. Nynaeve asks where they are going, and in particular, she wants to know if it is after the boat. Moiraine replies that they must go find the one to the north. And then she says that she does not believe the other two took the boat south. Then she smiles and says that two of them were in the very room where they sit only a day or two ago. Nynaeve asks which two, and Moiraine indicates by shaking her head that she does not know. Nynaeve protests that if they are only a day or two ahead, they ought to go after them first. Moiraine explains patiently that she does not know which direction they went, she can only hope that it was east toward Caemlyn. They could have gone 20 miles, or 40 if fear drove them. Nynaeve tries to protest, but Moiraine cuts her off, telling her that eventually the two will go to Caemlyn. She needs to help the one she can right now. Nynaeve is about to protest again when Lan breaks in and informs the two women that the boys had reason to be afraid, because a halfman had been in town, he can smell it. Moiraine expresses the rejection of despair by saying that she cannot believe the Dark One can win so easily, referring to the possibility that the Fade caught up with the boys. Nynaeve protests that Moiraine is not thinking of Egwene at all, even when she is the one who wanted to go to Tar Valon, the name which she says carefully and quietly. This makes Moraine very angry. She replies that she does not easily give up on girls with the potential that Egwene shows, but she leaves that up to the weave of the wheel. Moraine's response makes her wonder if Moraine feels the same way about her, which raises her hackles. The meal is finished in silence, and they leave the cowering, smoke-stained town in silence. Chapter 29, Eyes Without Pity. Ilias is pushing them with cautious haste through the flat grassland they are traversing. His precautions seem to revolve around leaving as little indication of their passing as possible. Perrin muses that these precautions aren't much good against dreams, though such thoughts remind him of what they are good against. Egwene asks Ilias if the Trollocs are back, but he responds negatively. Some other fear drives his haste. The land becomes rolling hillside with few trees. The temperature remains cold. Ilias avoids crossing the hill crowns and speaks little except to exclaim bitterly that the zigzag path they take is absolutely necessary. Neither of the two enjoy his lectures, but when he gives them he does not slow down. Sometimes they come upon a ridge too long to go around, and when that happens, Ilias approaches the summit on his belly while Perrin and Egwene wait nervously below. Perrin reminds himself during such times that the wolves will give warning if there's danger, while at the same time wishing they would go away. After a long wait, Ilias always waves them to come on. On the third such ridge, Perrin gets so nervous that he demands to go along with Ilias, who assents with only a reminder to keep low. Egwene jumps down from Bella, as if she expects to follow the two men, but Ilias asks her if she intends to make the mare crawl. She does not respond, and Ilias begins climbing the easy slope. Just before the top he flops on his belly and looks over the ridge. The down slope is bare. The vantage point gives them good observation, and they see nothing threatening. Perrin asks silently once again what Ilias is looking for. Perrin protests out loud that there is nothing there as he begins to stand, and shortly thereafter a flock of ravens bursts out of a nearby stand of trees, birds that Perrin remembers are considered the Dark One's own eyes. Perrin worries that they have seen him, and as if his thought alarms them, they fly southward, joined by another nearby flock. Perrin asks through a dry mouth if that was what Ilias was afraid of and why the wolves did not see them. Ilias responds that wolves do not look up into trees, and no, that was not what he was afraid of. He's not sure about what is making him uneasy, but as he is saying it another flock bursts southward. He observes that it isn't a big hunt, even after, but does not finish the statement. Perrin, however, does in his own mind, even after the dream. Out loud he protests that back home one never sees ravens in those numbers in a whole year. Ilias says that one does in the borderlands, although rarely, and then admonishes him to hush. Perrin feels Ilias attempting to communicate with the pack, to ask them to check their back trail, and to return to them and to watch the sky. Perrin hears the wolves reply, "We come," and sees them in his mind as they make the course change. Perrin asks if Ilias thinks there are ravens behind as well, and the wolf brother replies, "Could be. They do it that way sometime." Then he tells of a place that if they can reach it by dark, should be safe. Ilias waves Egwene to follow. After prompting from Perrin, Ilias explains that ravens roost during the night and then mutters that he hopes all it is ravens, then says that they have to hurry. He gets up and starts running, while, with a curse, tells Perrin to get a move on. When Egwene joins them she asks what is going on, and Perrin tries to explain, but gives at best a disjointed answer about the ravens. They come to another ridge, which Ilias insists on scouting, and when Perrin protests, Ilias upbraids him for his not thinking things through. The confrontation produces uncertainty in all but Ilias. Perrin and Ilias reach the top of a crest and watch as a flock of ravens attack and kill a fox and then head southward. This causes Ilias to demand that both of them move. Egwene sees the fox. Perrin is running as fast as he can and stumbles. A lone raven spies them and screams as it turns south. Perrin tries to futilely sling it down but is beaten to it by Egwene, who smiles at her success. Ilias uses the opportunity to curse them into motion again. He and Egwene joins Ilias in the trees. Perrin sees a black mist of ravens rise far to the west, near where the wolves are returning northward. He feels them notice then ignore the ravens as they move. The ravens follow for a bit, then break southward. Egwene seeks assurance that the ravens did not see them. Elias provides it but also tells Egwene to stop being afraid and start thinking if she wants to survive. They move westward out of the copse, Elias setting a tireless pace, and they have nothing to do but follow, because after all, Elias promised a safe place. The tiring pace takes its toll. Ravens are everywhere, and they leave evidence of their devastation. Perrin remembers something that Lan told him. All creatures of the Dark One delight in killing, which leads to gruesome imaginings of what the ravens will do to them if they find them. That image is swept away by the vicarious experience he feels when the ravens attack the wolves. The ravens break off after finding out that wolves are harder to kill than foxes, but not before something happens to one of Hopper's eyes and Dapple's foreleg is punctured. Perrin exchanges a glance with Elias, who does not show even a hint of expression, but Perrin knows that he feels the same thing. Elias will not say anything until Perrin admits he feels the wolves. Perrin reluctantly shares his information about ravens behind them, which prompts Egwene to admit that Perrin can talk to the wolves. The words from Egwene have their effect. He feels despair, he believes he is tainted. Cursed. After a while, Egwene forces him to ride Bella while she takes a turn at running, but that doesn't last long. Both of them are getting exhausted, but Elias will not slow down as he moves southward just behind the massive flock of ravens. He taunts them, encourages them, insults them, says anything to keep them going. The ravens behind them are coming closer. Through conversation with the rest of the pack, Perrin determines that they are less than an hour behind them, and there are at least 2 hours of sunshine ahead of them. He reasons despairingly that they will die with the setting sun in an hour, and readies his sling for a battle. Egwene tells Perrin that it is his turn to ride, and Perrin makes a flimsy excuse for not riding, which Egwene accepts without a protest, which lets him know how tired she is. He wonders if he should tell her that she has only an hour to live. He looks at Elias and convinces himself that he must know. He then wonders if he has the strength to spare Egwene the fox's death, a euphemism for killing her, himself to spare her the pain. Suddenly, the ravens ahead vanish, though the ravens to the east and to the west are still there. Then Perrin feels like he has jumped into the wine spring in midwinter. He feels different. Some of his fatigue has been removed, some of the ache in his legs as well. He wonders what has happened and stumbles to a halt, afraid. Elias watches them both with a gleam in his eye, and Perrin does not doubt that he knows what just happened. Egwene's reaction is of having lost something. Bella's is of smelling freshly mown hay. Perrin asks what it was and Elias replies, "Safety," and explains that they have just crossed into a steading, where Trollocs and Murderil and Aes Sedai will not cross. Perrin notes subtle properties of the land that mark it as different from the rest of the world, nevertheless he protests that steadings are just legends. Elias encourages them to go deeper into this particular legend. They reluctantly comply, though feeling the great exhaustion from running most of the day. Elias tries to get them to move faster than a fast walk, but does not succeed. Still gasping with exhaustion, Perrin asks why they just don't stay in the steading until it is all over. Elias debunks the idea with practicalities, and then reminds Perrin that steading do not keep men out, no matter how evil they may be, then encourages them to continue on for only a mile or so more. They move over boulder-strewn landscape until they come to a welcoming, clear pool of water. Perrin plunges his head into the water, and finds that it is sputteringly cold. He removes his head, shakes out the water, which splashes Egwene, who splashes back as she smiles. It causes Perrin to remember what he had contemplated for Egwene should the ravens catch up to them, but when Egwene sees the strain in his eyes and looks at him questioningly, he refuses to explain himself. Elias calls them over to help prepare dinner. At first Egwene cheerfully enjoys the preparations while Perrin works silently, but by the time they are ready to eat their spare rations of dried meat, cheese and tea, the group has gone silent. Perrin mulls over the fact that if it were not for the steading they might be dead, and he wonders what he would have done if the ravens had caught up to them. His thoughts are painful and half guilty. He feels something cruel laughing at him, and realizes that it is himself, and not the Dark One, though he wishes it were. Elias allows a fire in an obviously often used spot, next to an oddly shaped boulder. Egwene notes that a part of it looks like an eye. Ilias confirms that it is. Ilias informs them that they are sitting on a monument that was meant to honor Arthur Hawkwing. After Egwene expresses disbelief, Ilias describes who Arthur Hawkwing was and some of what he accomplished. It is a mostly approving description. Egwene joins in with a comment about Hawkwing's justice. Ilias chuckles his pleasure at Egwene having heard the stories. He then admits that the common man had peace and justice, so long as he did not challenge Hawkwing, for whoever did felt his wrath. He also enumerates some of the bad things that happened during his reign, including his war against Tar-Valon and the Aes Sedai. Egwene uses this to remind Ilias that he doesn't like Aes Sedai. Ilias reminds her back that it doesn't matter. He continues by saying that Hawkwing was a proud fool who could have been healed by an Aes Sedai, but who refused such healing. Hawkwing, he says, hated Aes Sedai as much as he hated the Dark One. His words offend her, but all she says is, "What does this have to do with that being his eye?" Ilias explains that once Hawkwing had achieved peace and penned the Aes Sedai behind their walls, he wanted a capital which would be a new city in a place where no Aes Sedai would come willingly and from which he could dispense his justice. And he was so popular with the common people that they donated enough money to build a monument. They raised it where they sat in the steading, around which the city would be built. Egwene expresses her disbelief that any city ever stood at their present location. Ilias admits the truth of that, explaining that Hawkwing died on the day the statue was finished, and the empire he built was torn asunder over the succession fight. Now none of his blood still lives, unless it be some of those who crossed the Aerith Ocean. Some have even burned books that mentioned him in their attempts to blot out his memory. Ilias continued on, explaining that Hawkwing's death sparked the 100 Years' War, which really lasted 123 years, and during which his statue was pulled down. He ends the story by suggesting that it was pulled down because the living couldn't stand being measured against it any longer. Egwene observes that Ilias sounds first like he despises him, then like he admires him. Ilias answers by simply telling her to drink up more tea if she wants it. He wants the fire put out by dark. Perrin makes out the eye and it disturbs him. He wishes they were sleeping somewhere else that night. Chapter 30, Children of Shadow. Out of Egwene's earshot, Perrin and Ilias discuss their flight from the Ravens. When the situation seemed hopeless, Perrin considered using his axe to end Egwene's life rather than see her torn apart by the Ravens. Ilias states Egwene would have preferred the axe to the Ravens. Not comforted by those words, Perrin tells Ilias that he hates the axe and never wants to use it again. Ilias tells Perrin that he will use the axe more wisely than another because he does hate it. Suddenly, the wolves send a view of men and horses heading toward the pool of water near the party's camp. Perrin, Egwene, and Ilias quickly put out their fire and split up to hide. Perrin and Egwene hide under a giant stone hand that is part of a statue of Arthur Hawkwing. Soon, men with torches search the hills. During the search, they spot one of the wolves. The men turn out to be White Cloaks. The White Cloaks find Perrin and Egwene and order Perrin to drop his axe. At that moment, the wolf named Hopper leaps from the darkness and attacks the White Cloaks. The White Cloaks kill Hopper. This sends Perrin into a rage. He attacks the White Cloaks, but is knocked unconscious. Perrin wakes up in the tent of Geofram Bornhold, a Lord Captain of the Children of the Light. He and Egwene are bound and their belongings sit on a table in the tent. A White Cloak named Bayer enters the tent and gives a greatly exaggerated report of the fight, claiming that the White Cloaks killed many other men and wolves despite the lack of bodies. Bornhold doubts there were other men and says there were likely fewer than 10 wolves. Perrin denies they are dark friends, which prompts Bayer to hit him. Bornhold questions Perrin and Egwene about the wolves and their travels. At mention of a warder, Shadar Logoth and Trollocs, Bornhold is convinced they are dark friends, but offers them the chance of coming back to the light if they confess their supposed sins. Bornhold tells Egwene that she may be released should she do so, but since Perrin killed 2 White Cloaks, he will be hanged in Amador. Chapter 31, Play for Your Supper. Rand and Matt travel the dusty road from Whitebridge to Camelin. Rand recalls the kindness of a farmer who gifted them scarves to help along the road. They hide in a group of hedges when the dry dust warns them of something approaching from behind. Matt keeps fingering his ruby-hilted dagger. The dust cloud resolves into a group of horsemen patrolling the road who are thankfully not after them. Rand recalls how they got to where they are, being constantly afraid that people are after them. When they first left Whitebridge, Rand kept hoping to see Tom come up from behind. A small village reminded Rand of home, but Matt reminded him that they can't stay there. They spent their first night out of Whitebridge outside on the ground. They were running out of money and could not afford to stay at an inn. Rand asked Matt about selling the ruby dagger, but Matt got angry and asked if Rand wanted to sell his sword. The two friends finally ended the argument with the realization that no one could really afford the ruby. They traveled a few nights and survived by staying at several farms and working for food. The hours of stopping worried Rand. How long before the myrtle catches up? How fast can a fade travel? Matt's suspicions of other people, even the strangers who offer them food and shelter, grew worse. After several days they arrived at the Grinwell farm and Master Grinwell invited them to stay the night. Mistress Grinwell even offered them a change of clothes, her smile reducing Matt's suspicious nature. The eldest daughter of 9 children was a girl almost Rand's age named Else Grinwell. She watched the boys while they worked, especially Rand. The infatuation made Rand uncomfortable, and he wished for some of Perrin's luck with girls. He feared that the look she gives him may make the father release the dogs on them. After supper, Matt juggled for the children and Rand decided to play the flute, thinking of Tom and his sacrifice for them. His performance led to an offhand, flirtatious comment from Else. Nervous about the appraising look from her mother, Rand played every song he can think of with hopes to distract them. After the performance, Mistress Grinwell suggested that the boys use Else's room, while Else slept with her. When the husband tried to suggest that they may want to work another day, Mistress Grinwell informed them that the boys will want to start early if they want to make it to the next village. The next morning, Matt teased Rand about Else while Rand tries to change the subject to talk about the Grinwells' suggestion that they try to entertain for their food and bed at inns. At dusk, they entered the village of Arian and found food and shelter at the town's only inn. The next morning, the innkeeper called over Easel Forney to give them a ride after failed attempts to get the boys to stay another night. Their luck picked up after the Grinwells. They ate decent meals, slept in a bed each night, and received rides from patrons when they leave. Rand and Matt continued traveling in this manner for several days, and then they arrived at Four Kings. Chapter 32, 4 Kings in Shadow. Rand and Matt ride on the back of a wagon into the bustling village pretentiously named Four Kings, a stopover for merchants' wagon trains and for villages in between. It is located at the crossroads of the Camelin Road and another heavily traveled, unnamed southern highway. It is a careworn place with lots of rude behavior and people who keep to themselves. The boys jump off in front of a garishly colored and painted green. No one notices them get off. They get the feeling, because of the reactions of the first few persons they meet, that the place is not a friendly place. Rand comments that maybe they should go on. Noticing the color of the sky, which is black, Matt disagrees and suggests that they can find an inn that does not have musicians, and starts for the door of the inn, but they find that it already has musicians and a rough-looking, raucous crowd, so they check 2 other inns without success. The fourth inn, the Dancing Cartman, is silent from lack of musicians. It does not have many customers, it is not very clean, nor is it well managed. The innkeeper is thin, grimy, and challenges them in an unfriendly manner to either buy a drink or get out. Instead, Rand launches into his spiel about them being musicians, promising to fill the man's common room if he gives them room and board. The innkeeper retorts that he already has someone who plays the dulcimer, and is immediately called to account by one of his maids, who reminds him that what he really has is a drunk, calling the innkeeper Samuel Hake. She also remarks that most of the time the drunk musician cannot even find the common room. Hake backhands her, sending her sprawling, spilling the wine she was serving, then scolds her for spilling it. She takes the mishandling sullenly, cleans up the mess, and goes back to work. Eyeing the heron-marked sword, Hake offers a couple of pallets in a storeroom and food after everyone has left as payment for their performance. Both Rand and Matt listen with uneasiness, unwilling to leave because the storm is coming closer. Rand counter-proposes dinner in 2 hours, which Hake reluctantly agrees to, adding that if they are not good at bringing people in, then out they will go, onto the street, indicating with a nod of his head the 2 burly bouncers who will do the job. Uneasily, Rand agrees. Hake, surprised that he does, tells them to get to work. While preparing to perform, Rand wonders if it is wise to wear the sword. It brings attention, and may be leaving a clear trail for Myrdal, but he is unwilling to stop wearing the sword that his father, Tam, gave to him. Still, he removes it and lays it across his other belongings, behind where he is performing. They start working and are an immediate hit, soon filling the inn with a raucous crowd. The storm outside is loud and wet. An occasional fight breaks out inside, but the 2 bouncers, Jack and Strum, toss out any and all parties involved, with lumps, onto the street. The bouncers sometimes have to rescue the serving maids from the hands of the customers, though they do it slowly, and Hake then chews out the victim as if it were her fault. But what is more disturbing to Rand is that the women take it. Rand notes that Hake smiles whenever he looks their direction, and then realizes that he is not smiling at them, but at the heron-marked sword and other instruments they possess. He realizes that Hake is going to rob them and tells Matt so. Matt agrees by saying they will have to bar their door tonight. Rand reminds Matt that Jack and Strum would have no problem with that, and suggests they get out of there. Matt refuses to go until they eat, opines that Hake will not harm them in a crowded common room, and then reminds Rand that a storm is raging outside. Rand reluctantly begins playing again. He also comes around to Matt's position about staying the night. The common room continues to fill up with a loud, rude crowd more interested in drinking and fondling the women than listening to the music. That is, all except one man. All the other patrons of the inn are roughly dressed. This one is dressed richly. People avoid him for some reason, and he has eyes for no one except Rand and Matt. Matt comments that he thinks he knows him, and Rand has the same feeling, though he is certain that he has never seen the face before. 2 hours into the performance they break for dinner, which angers Hake, but after some bullying from Rand, he orders them fed. They move to the large, cheery kitchen. Rand suggests running right away, but Matt demands to eat first. Rand agrees and they eat, and while they do so they overhear the women in the kitchen talk. It is about the strange rich man in the common room and his equally strange behavior in the town. Despite the rain falling in buckets outside, the kitchen gossip inspires Rand to strap on his sword and check the carriages outside belonging to the rich man. He finds that they are owned by Howell Goad. He recognizes the carriages as some he saw in Whitebridge, which makes him worry all the more who this Howell Goad is and what his purpose is for being in Four Kings. Coming back in, he is stopped by Jack, who harasses him. Rand demands to know if Hake has had enough of their bringing customers into the inn. In his reply, Jack says that he and Strum have bet that Rand stole the sword he wears from his grandmother. Rand pushes by as Jack chuckles evilly. Returning to the dinner table, Rand tells Matt what he found out about Goad, outside, and repeats the gossip the women had been sharing. Matt is surprised. Matt asks if Goad is a dark friend, and Rand replies that he may be. Matt replies that he knew they should have never stopped here. Rand gasps in surprise at Matt's turnaround. Noting that Jack is in the door leading outside, he asks Matt if he thinks they can get past him, and Matt replies in the negative, at about which time Hake shows up with Strum right behind and rousts them back out into the common room to perform. It is just as full, and Howell Goad is still there, obviously satisfied that Rand and Matt are too. While Rand plays the first round, he is also contemplating how they are going to get away. While playing, he realizes that they are as trapped by the common room as Hake is as prevented from moving against them. Matt gets up and juggles, glaring all the while at Hake, Jack and Strum, which makes Rand wince. He also notices that when Matt is not juggling, his hand is on the ruby knife under his tunic, and worries that Hake will see it, and not wait to move against them. Matt stares hardest at Goad, who notices it and just smiles back, arching his eyebrow at Rand. Rand has not removed his sword, and Goad notices, and it is the only thing that shakes his aplomb. The night lasts forever, or so it seems to Rand, but finally, in the small hours of the morning, the common room empties. Goad is the last to leave, but instead of heading out, he has a conversation with Hake, who calls for a serving woman to take him to a room. Before he disappears upstairs, he gives Matt and Rand a knowing smile. Hake, Jack and Strum confront Rand and Matt, but with a bow Hake escorts them to their pallets. Rand contemplates telling Hake they want to leave, but in the end demands to be led, saying that he does not like to be followed. He follows the toughs glumly. They nervously make their way to a storage room without incident, but find it to be cluttered, dirty, and leaking from the rain. He realizes that Hake will probably not try anything until they are sound asleep, and just as quickly realizes that he is not going to sleep under Hake's roof. He orders the innkeeper to leave the lamp. Hake does so, and to the surprise of his bullies, orders them out of the room. After they go, Rand sticks his head out the door to find that one of the toughs are guarding the hallway. They cannot escape that way. The door itself is stout, but it cannot be locked, though it does open inward. Matt wonders why they didn't make their move, and Rand informs him that they were waiting for them to fall asleep. Matt replies that they should exit through the window right now. Rand explains that Hake will make his move if he hears noise. They examine the room and find nothing of use except 2 wedges which they use to wedge the door shut. They attempt opening the window, which has rusted shut, but find out when they finally succeed that it is barred. Matt remembers seeing a crowbar on the shelves, retrieves it, and rams it under the iron frame. They try to pry it off, and fail. In the process, Rand slips in the gathering pool of water beneath his feet, and the crowbar lands on the floor, sounding like a gong. Matt opines that they will never get out at this rate, and Rand encourages him to keep trying. As they get ready for their second try, however, someone tries to open the door, but cannot because of the wedges. Rand tells Hake to go away, but the melodious voice that speaks is Howell Goad, who urges them to open the door so they can talk, informing him that Hake and his household sleep soundly. Matt rebuffs him. Goad changes his tone to one of menace, revealing that he is indeed a dark friend and that he wants the boys to place themselves under the protection of his master, because only his master can protect them from the Tarvalin witches. Rand replies that he doesn't know what Goad is talking about, while realizing by the way that the hallway floorboards creak that there is more than one person in the hallway. He wonders how many men could have been transported by the carriages. Goad tells them that prophecy says that when the Dark Lord awakens, his new dreadlords must be there to praise him, and that Rand and Matt must be 2 of them. It is obvious by his voice that he looks forward to his part in that event because of the power it will give him. Rand looks out the window and in a flash of lightning, sees that there are men outside as well. Meanwhile, Goad gives them an ultimatum: submit, or be made to submit. If the latter, it will not be pleasant for them. The great Lord of the Dark rules death, and he can give life and death, or death and life, as he chooses. He then adjures them to open the door. When the boys do not respond, Goad orders a steady thudding against the door, and it begins to open ever so slowly. He demands that they submit, or they will spend eternity wishing that they had. Matt suggests that they don't have any choice. They should submit and get away later. Rand hears this, but it is as though wool is stuffed around his ears. He is thinking, no way out. The thunder is booming outside, and is drowned by a flash of lightning. Rand thinks, have to find a way out. Goad continues to demand, to plead, and the door slips open a tiny bit more. Rand thinks a way out. Light fills the room. He feels himself picked up and dashed against the wall. Dazed, he staggers to his feet and looks around, amazed. The room is in a smoking shambles. The wall holding the window is gone. The door hangs off of its hinges. Matt stirs from another pile of debris calling for Rand, and then begins laughing, near hysteria. Rand demands of Matt to know what happened, and Matt says, lightning, and then explains that he saw it hit the bars, and now can barely see anything. Then he demands to know where Goad is. They can see nothing in the hallway, and Rand has no desire to look. For that matter, nothing moves outside, in the night. The noise, however, has awakened the inn, and there is the sound of running feet. Rand encourages them to go while they can. Quickly they gather their things and step outside. Goad's men are all laying on the ground, feet toward the opening, eyes open to the sky, which makes Rand stop. Matt demands to know what Rand sees, but Rand says that he sees nothing. In the dark, they run, stumbling among the wagon ruts, away from the inn. Rand looks back once, to see a man, unidentifiable in the dark, shaking his fist at them, or at the sky. Rand is not sure which. Neither is he sure who it is, Hake or Goad, or someone else. The rain continues to pour down from the sky, isolating them. Rand hurries on, listening through the roar of the storm, for a sound of pursuit. Chapter 32, Four Kings in Shadow. Rand and Matt ride on the back of a wagon into the bustling village pretentiously named Four Kings, a stopover for merchants' wagon trains and for villages in between. It is located at the crossroads of the Camelin Road and another heavily traveled, unnamed southern highway. It is a careworn place with lots of rude behavior and people who keep to themselves. The boys jump off in front of a garishly colored and painted green. No one notices them get off. They get the feeling, because of the reactions of the first few persons they meet, that the place is not a friendly place. Rand comments that maybe they should go on. Noticing the color of the sky, which is black, Matt disagrees and suggests that they can find an inn that does not have musicians, and starts for the door of the inn, but they find that it already has musicians and a rough-looking, raucous crowd, so they check 2 other inns without success. The fourth inn, the Dancing Cartman, is silent from lack of musicians. It does not have many customers, it is not very clean, nor is it well managed. The innkeeper is thin, grimy, and challenges them in an unfriendly manner to either buy a drink or get out. Instead, Rand launches into his spiel about them being musicians, promising to fill the man's common room if he gives them room and board. The innkeeper retorts that he already has someone who plays the dulcimer, and is immediately called to account by one of his maids, who reminds him that what he really has is a drunk, calling the innkeeper Samuel Hake. She also remarks that most of the time the drunk musician cannot even find the common room. Hake backhands her, sending her sprawling, spilling the wine she was serving, then scolds her for spilling it. She takes the mishandling sullenly, cleans up the mess, and goes back to work. Eyeing the heron-marked sword, Hake offers a couple of pallets in a storeroom and food after everyone has left as payment for their performance. Both Rand and Matt listen with uneasiness, unwilling to leave because the storm is coming closer. Rand counter-proposes dinner in 2 hours, which Hake reluctantly agrees to, adding that if they are not good at bringing people in, then out they will go, onto the street, indicating with a nod of his head the 2 burly bouncers who will do the job. Uneasily, Rand agrees. Hake, surprised that he does, tells them to get to work. While preparing to perform, Rand wonders if it is wise to wear the sword. It brings attention, and may be leaving a clear trail for Myrtle, but he is unwilling to stop wearing the sword that his father, Tam, gave to him. Still, he removes it and lays it across his other belongings, behind where he is performing. They start working and are an immediate hit, soon filling the inn with a raucous crowd. The storm outside is loud and wet. An occasional fight breaks out inside, but the 2 bouncers, Jack and Strum, toss out any and all parties involved, with lumps, onto the street. The bouncers sometimes have to rescue the serving maids from the hands of the customers, though they do it slowly, and Hake then chews out the victim as if it were her fault. But what is more disturbing to Rand is that the women take it. Rand notes that Hake smiles whenever he looks their direction, and then realizes that he is not smiling at them, but at the heron-marked sword and other instruments they possess. He realizes that Hake is going to rob them and tells Matt so. Matt agrees by saying they will have to bar their door tonight. Rand reminds Matt that Jack and Strum would have no problem with that, and suggests they get out of there. Matt refuses to go until they eat, opines that Hake will not harm them in a crowded common room, and then reminds Rand that a storm is raging outside. Rand reluctantly begins playing again. He also comes around to Matt's position about staying the night. The common room continues to fill up with a loud, rude crowd more interested in drinking and fondling the women than listening to the music. That is, all except one man. All the other patrons of the inn are roughly dressed. This one is dressed richly. People avoid him for some reason, and he has eyes for no one except Rand and Matt. Matt comments that he thinks he knows him, and Rand has the same feeling, though he is certain that he has never seen the face before. 2 hours into the performance they break for dinner, which angers Hake, but after some bullying from Rand, he orders them fed. They move to the large, cheery kitchen. Rand suggests running right away, but Matt demands to eat first. Rand agrees and they eat, and while they do so they overhear the women in the kitchen talk. It is about the strange rich man in the common room and his equally strange behavior in the town. Despite the rain falling in buckets outside, the kitchen gossip inspires Rand to strap on his sword and check the carriages outside belonging to the rich man. He finds that they are owned by Howell Goad. He recognizes the carriages as some he saw in Whitebridge, which makes him worry all the more who this Howell Goad is and what his purpose is for being in Four Kings. Coming back in, he is stopped by Jack, who harasses him. Rand demands to know if Hake has had enough of their bringing customers into the inn. In his reply, Jack says that he and Strum have bet that Rand stole the sword he wears from his grandmother. Rand pushes by as Jack chuckles evilly. Returning to the dinner table, Rand tells Matt what he found out about Goad, outside, and repeats the gossip the women had been sharing. Matt is surprised. Matt asks if Goad is a dark friend and Rand replies that he may be. Matt replies that he knew they should have never stopped here. Rand gasps in surprise at Matt's turnaround. Noting that Jack is in the door leading outside, he asks Matt if he thinks they can get past him, and Matt replies in the negative, at about which time Hake shows up with Strum right behind and rousts them back out into the common room to perform. It is just as full, and Howell Goad is still there, obviously satisfied that Rand and Matt are too. While Rand plays the first round, he is also contemplating how they are going to get away. While playing, he realizes that they are as trapped by the common room as Hake is as prevented from moving against them. Matt gets up and juggles, glaring all the while at Hake, Jack and Strum, which makes Rand wince. He also notices that when Matt is not juggling, his hand is on the ruby knife under his tunic, and worries that Hake will see it, and not wait to move against them. Matt stares hardest at Goad, who notices it and just smiles back, arching his eyebrow at Rand. Rand has not removed his sword and Goad notices, and it is the only thing that shakes his aplomb. The night lasts forever, or so it seems to Rand, but finally, in the small hours of the morning, the common room empties. Goad is the last to leave, but instead of heading out, he has a conversation with Hake, who calls for a serving woman to take him to a room. Before he disappears upstairs, he gives Matt and Rand a knowing smile. Hake, Jack and Strum confront Rand and Matt, but with a bow Hake escorts them to their pallets. Rand contemplates telling Hake they want to leave, but in the end demands to be led, saying that he does not like to be followed. He follows the toughs glumly. They nervously make their way to a storage room without incident, but find it to be cluttered, dirty, and leaking from the rain. He realizes that Hake will probably not try anything until they are sound asleep, and just as quickly realizes that he is not going to sleep under Hake's roof. He orders the innkeeper to leave the lamp. Hake does so, and to the surprise of his bullies, orders them out of the room. After they go, Rand sticks his head out the door to find that one of the toughs are guarding the hallway. They cannot escape that way. The door itself is stout, but it cannot be locked, though it does open inward. Matt wonders why they didn't make their move, and Rand informs him that they were waiting for them to fall asleep. Matt replies that they should exit through the window right now. Rand explains that Hake will make his move if he hears noise. They examine the room and find nothing of use except 2 wedges which they use to wedge the door shut. They attempt opening the window, which has rusted shut, but find out when they finally succeed that it is barred. Matt remembers seeing a crowbar on the shelves, retrieves it, and rams it under the iron frame. They try to pry it off, and fail. In the process, Rand slips in the gathering pool of water beneath his feet, and the crowbar lands on the floor, sounding like a gong. Matt opines that they will never get out at this rate, and Rand encourages him to keep trying. As they get ready for their second try, however, someone tries to open the door, but cannot because of the wedges. Rand tells Hake to go away, but the melodious voice that speaks is Howell Goad, who urges them to open the door so they can talk, informing him that Hake and his household sleep soundly. Matt rebuffs him. Goad changes his tone to one of menace, revealing that he is indeed a dark friend and that he wants the boys to place themselves under the protection of his master, because only his master can protect them from the Tarvalin witches. Rand replies that he doesn't know what Goad is talking about while realizing by the way that the hallway floorboards creak that there is more than one person in the hallway. He wonders how many men could have been transported by the carriages. Goad tells them that prophecy says that when the Dark Lord awakens, his new dreadlords must be there to praise him, and that Rand and Mat must be two of them. It is obvious by his voice that he looks forward to his part in that event because of the power it will give him. Rand looks out the window and in a flash of lightning, sees that there are men outside as well. Meanwhile, Goad gives them an ultimatum: submit, or be made to submit. If the latter, it will not be pleasant for them. The great Lord of the Dark rules death, and he can give life and death or death and life as he chooses. He then adjures them to open the door. When the boys do not respond, Goad orders a steady thudding against the door, and it begins to open ever so slowly. He demands that they submit, or they will spend eternity wishing that they had. Mat suggests that they don't have any choice. They should submit and get away later. Rand hears this, but it is as though wool is stuffed around his ears. He is thinking, no way out. The thunder is booming outside, and is drowned by a flash of lightning. Rand thinks, have to find a way out. Goad continues to demand, to plead, and the door slips open a tiny bit more. Rand thinks a way out. Light fills the room. He feels himself picked up and dashed against the wall. Dazed, he staggers to his feet and looks around, amazed. The room is in a smoking shambles. The wall holding the window is gone. The door hangs off of its hinges. Mat stirs from another pile of debris calling for Rand, and then begins laughing, near hysteria. Rand demands of Mat to know what happened, and Mat says, "Lightning," and then explains that he saw it hit the bars, and now can barely see anything. Then he demands to know where Goad is. They can see nothing in the hallway, and Rand has no desire to look. For that matter, nothing moves outside, in the night. The noise, however, has awakened the inn, and there is the sound of running feet. Rand encourages them to go while they can. Quickly they gather their things and step outside. Goad's men are all laying on the ground, feet toward the opening, eyes open to the sky, which makes Rand stop. Mat demands to know what Rand sees, but Rand says that he sees nothing. In the dark, they run, stumbling among the wagon ruts, away from the inn. Rand looks back once, to see a man, unidentifiable in the dark, shaking his fist at them, or at the sky. Rand is not sure which. Neither is he sure who it is, Hake or Goad, or someone else. The rain continues to pour down from the sky, isolating them. Rand hurries on, listening through the roar of the storm, for a sound of pursuit. Chapter 33 The Dark Waits. The sky is leaden, and Rand, who does not feel well, is riding in a cart as he, Mat, and the driver enter a village. He notes offhand that the villages are getting closer since leaving Four Kings. He looks over the side. People are calling to the cart driver, one Hyam Kinch, described as leathery-faced and taciturn, who occasionally shouts back around a pipe. Rand and Mat are ignored. They pass by the village inn. Rand notices that the people seem to know each other. They pass through the village without stopping. Shortly thereafter, the cart in which they are riding is herded off onto the verge by a merchant's train going the opposite direction, and it causes Rand to tense up. Mat is riding with Master Kinch, but leans over to ask if Rand sees anything. Rand shakes his head. No. Master Kinch notices this conversation, though he says nothing. We learn that Mat's eyes were hurting, but they're better. Mat asks Rand if he is getting better, and Rand muses that he has never gotten better so quickly after being sick, and considers it a gift of the light, and then pleads silently that it has to be the light. Rand is having a reaction to channeling lightning 2 days before, which only lasts a few hours. They are passed by a band of the Queen's Guard, clothed in red and white and looking quite sharp. Master Kinch approves of them, and informs Rand that they keep the Queen's peace and enforce the Queen's law. It is obvious that he favors them. Curiosity aroused by Rand's questioning, he asks where they are from. Mat says, "Far off." Rand says, "The 2 rivers." Kinch makes a remark about how bad things must be if there are members of the realm that do not know the Queen's Guard. Rand speculates idly on whether Mayor Alvear knows that the Two Rivers is part of Ander and concludes that it doesn't make much difference. Two Rivers towns solve their own problems. Master Kinch stops and offloads his 2 passengers. He observes that they are 2 days away from Camelin, if Rand can get his legs under him. Matt helps Rand out of the cart, and with effort Rand stands on his own 2 legs. The farmer notes that Rand is still unsteady and offers hospitality to the 2 until Rand is fully healed. Rand politely declines and asks how far the next village is. Kinch says that Carrisford can be reached before dark. Again, he offers shelter after correctly guessing that the 2 boys are running from something, but observing that he's sure they aren't dark friends. Matt angrily demands to know what the farmer knows about dark friends, which sends the farmer packing. After Kinch has left, Matt apologizes and explains that he feels like everyone is after them, and he just wants it to be over, at the same time offering to give Master Kinch's offer a try. Rand says that there are still good people around, but they have to keep going. Matt is relieved and tries to take some of Rand's burdens, but he doesn't let him. The chapter flashes back to the disastrous events in Four Kings 2 nights ago, and what it was like as they made their escape from the dancing cartman. It was rainy and Matt could not see and stumbled a lot. Rand despaired at the speed they had to adopt because of it. Matt, sensing Rand's frustration, implored Rand not to leave him, and Rand reassures him. Rand finally decides that they have to stop or Matt will break a leg. Matt mentions the name Goad and Rand says that he is dead and then muses silently that he must be. Rand moves them to some bushes that have enough leaf cover to shelter them a bit from the rain. Arranging their cloaks to fend off most of the rain, they sink into a cold sleep, where Rand dreams that he is back in a deserted Four Kings. The experience is a kind of strange dreaminess where only what he looks at is real. The town may seem deserted, but something waits. He approaches the cartman and finds Goad inside, burned red and oozing. "So you are dead," Rand says, and Baalzamon replies, "Yes, but he did find you for me." Rand turns his face and finds Baalzamon standing next to him. Baalzamon tries to persuade Rand to come to him. Rand refuses him, saying that the Dark Friend will have to kill him because he will not serve him. Baalzamon becomes angry but says, in essence, so be it. He then offers Goad his reward for being a good hound. As Goad crumbles to dust, his face is suffused first with sublime joy, and then horror. Baalzamon once again returns his attention to Rand, claiming him as his own, saying that he belongs to him and that the eye of the world will never serve him. From his open palm a ball of fire bursts into Rand's face, burning him, which wakes Rand. He finds the skin of his face tender, as if sunburned. He notes that Matt, too, is having an uneasy sleep, so Rand wakes him. Matt cries out, "He took my eyes." Rand comforts him by holding him close and assuring Matt that he won't let Baalzamon hurt them. The rains continue all night until just before dawn. They get up, don their wet cloaks and continue through the biting wind that has sprung up to blow the clouds away. They pass through another village about midday and keep out of sight afterward. Rand is still afraid that some of Goad's men might be around. Shortly thereafter, in his worry for Matt, he unintentionally allows a farmer and his cart to overtake them. The farmer offers them a ride. Afraid that his refusal might seem suspicious, he graciously accepts. The farmer is Alpert Mull, and is described as a solid man with a square face and square hands, grooved from hard work and worry. Mull wants to talk, and shares his woes with the 2 travelers, including a desire to see the Queen do something about the state of affairs in the kingdom. After a while, explaining that he has a wife and children, and obviously fearful of the 2, he lets them off. Matt reaches for the dagger, but Rand constrains him. Mull again explains about his family, whines about how he should help them, and in the end offers them scarves. Rand accepts the scarves with the promise that, "We never saw you," and then tells Mull that he is a good man, despite what he thinks of himself. By dusk the wind had stiffened, and Matt begins demanding to know when they are going to stop. Their clothes still clammy, Rand determines that they cannot spend the night out in the open and begins searching for shelter under the hedge. Night falls without finding a spot, then Rand sees lights up ahead. It is a village. He determines that they had enough money for a room out of the cold. He heads for the town, Matt in tow. Matt demands to know when they are going to stop, and Rand replies that they will stop when they are someplace warm. They find an inn in the village. When they enter, they find that it has a much more wholesome air to it than Samuel Hake's place. The innkeeper is Rulon Allwine, and described as stout and as clean as his immaculate inn, but his prices are high, and he is unapologetic about what he charges. They pay the fee and 10 minutes later they are eating a hot meal by the fire. After the meal, they go to bed, Rand still dressed in his damp clothing. He wants to be ready to run if they must. They wake up the next morning having slept well. Matt exclaims that he can see, it's not perfect yet, but it will be by nightfall, he opines. Rand realizes that he too feels good, for a couple of reasons. Goad's men did not follow, and they are one day closer to Camelin, where Moraine will be waiting for them. He realizes that he is actually delighted at the prospect of being reunited with the Aes Sedai and her warder. They are eating breakfast in the common room when a cocky young man, twirling his cap on one finger, walks in, scans the place, and sees them. Their presence surprises him, and once he gets over his surprise, he grudgingly approaches their table. He requests politely to be allowed to sit. At first Rand thinks that the young man, only a bit older than him, wants to share their breakfast, but then a study of his dress convinces Rand that the young man can pay his own way. Rand allows him to sit. The man's name is Pater, and he is obviously nervous. Pater tries to explain that whatever he is about to do or say, it was not his idea. To which Matt growls, "Dark friend." Pater has a strong reaction to the accusation, but does not deny it. Rand is surprised to see that this wholesome-looking fellow turns out to be a dark friend. He orders the young man and his fellows to leave them alone, they'll get nothing from them. Matt threatens exposure to the village. Pater promises that he just wants to talk, after what they did in Fort Kings. Both Matt and Rand respond hostilely. Stuffing a heel of a loaf into his pocket, Rand contemplates how they are going to leave the inn. If Pater finds out that Matt is half-blind, he will tell other dark friends. He orders Matt up and then distracts the dark friend by implied threat. They make for the door, but Pater tries to slow them down. Rand tells him to leave them alone. In an attempt to gently constrain him, Pater places his hand on Rand's shoulder. Rand has flashbacks of several of his more scary recent encounters with Trollocs and Myrtle, and he punches Pater in the nose, which topples Pater to the floor on his rump. Pater makes threats seated on the floor with a bloody nose, confirming that he is indeed a dark friend. This time, an old man who is sweeping up the floor hears, and Pater dashes out of the common room, afraid. The old man is afraid of Pater, but he is no less fearful of Rand and Matt. As they leave, Matt whines that dark friends are right behind them, but Rand disabuses him of such notions. They get 6 rides that day, one of them claiming that a crazy old man in Market Sharon, obviously the town they just acquitted, was claiming that there were dark friends in the village, the farmer considering it a hilarious story. Another farmer tells them quite a different, far scarier story, and the two are glad to be let off close to sundown, well down the road from their last stop. They enter a village of brick houses bisected by the Camelin Road, and go to the Queen's Man, the village inn. Rand realizes that they do not have the money for room and board at the inn. Matt offers to juggle and then reinforces his offer with an explanation that he does not want to sleep outside. Rand acquiesces, but once inside, Rand worries that it was a mistake. The place is crowded, and it feels like half of the common room inhabitants are out of place. Nevertheless, they talk to the innkeeper, who assumes that they are going to Camelin to see the false dragon. Matt juggles a demonstration and Rand plays a few notes on the flute, and the innkeeper agrees to let them play for room and board. They get ready to perform, when Rand begins to feel queasy. The queasiness increases until Rand has to sit. He also begins to shiver, though the room is quite warm. He becomes oblivious to his surroundings as he gets sicker, except that he realizes that people are arguing about something. Then he is lifted to his feet by Matt, who has all their belongings on his shoulders, and they leave by the back entrance. They move to the stable, Rand's teeth chattering all the while and his legs becoming weak. Matt makes a bed of hay and puts Rand on it, covering him with both cloaks. Rand immediately pushes them off, declaring that he is hot. Matt leaves for a moment, and comes back with food and water, and news that there is no village wisdom, but that master-in-law, the innkeeper, will give them whatever they want so long as they do not frighten his guests with Rand's illness. He offers some of the food to Rand, who cannot take it. Matt sits down to eat. Throughout the night, Rand is racked by a cycle of chills followed by fever. He dreams fever dreams of Baalzamon and Myrtle and shadows, waking up once, declaring that there are dark friends and shadow spawn in the stable, fumbling for his sword. Matt calms him and tries to get the sword away from him. Rand protests, attempting to explain that the sword is from his father, and Matt desists. He had several other visitations, from Edwayne, Moraine, Tom Marilyn, Lan, Perrin, Mistress Alvier, Beldomen, Min, and worst of all, his father, Tam, who makes Rand wonder who he is. During that final vision, Matt wakes him, offers him water, and notes that Rand's fever has broken, answering the question inspired by Tam's visitation, that he is Rand al'Thor. Rand falls back into dreamless, though light sleep. He is awakened by the squeal of the stable doors. He is still quite weak. Matt is sleeping soundly. Rand looks toward the door to find a well-dressed woman. Rand hurriedly wakes Matt. The woman explains that she came to see her horse, then asks if Rand is ill, offering to look at him. She has some knowledge. Rand politely declines. She ignores him and approaches anyway, noting that he has no fever. She exclaims that he was ill, however, reaches under her cloak to retrieve something. Suddenly, everything happens at once, and Rand cannot take it all in. When the dust settles, however, Matt has the ruby dagger from Shadar Logoth at her throat. Her dagger is stuck in a wooden beam, and the wood around it is turning black with charm. Matt orders her not to move, and orders Rand to watch her. Her hand is still on the hilt, and he pries it loose and pushes her back. Matt removes the dagger, which stops the wood from burning, but not smoking, and gives it to Rand. It is an ornate dagger, but for all that, seeming to be quite ordinary. Matt looks at the woman, intending to kill her. Rand persuades him not to, though it takes some doing. Matt orders her to move, and she does so, slowly. She encourages them to stop struggling, because it would be for the best. Matt scoffs at this and orders her to a new place. Once again she encourages them to come to the Dark Lord of their own accord, because if they do, they will have places of honor. She explains that Gode and the fellow in Market Sharon made mistakes. She also assures them that so long as they run, there will be pursuit. It reminds Rand of something Baalzamon said. "My hounds are jealous, and may not be gentle." Matt taunts her, and she bristles and mentions that a Myrtle is on his way, but by then Matt locks her in another room and her words are cut off. The boys decide that they need to get going, despite the fact that Rand can barely move. Rand says that he will run to get away from the Fade. As they leave, Rand supported by Matt, Rand tosses the dagger in a bucket of water where it hisses. With light, the town awakes, and Rand does his best to act inconspicuous. He is worried that dark friends are hiding in the crowds, and there is the Fade to worry about. A mile outside of town, his legs desert him and he tumbles to the earth. He tries to get up with Matt's help, but it is no use. A man with a cart drives up and says around his pipe, "Something wrong with him?" Matt tries to deny it. Rand takes a couple of steps and tells the driver that he hasn't slept for 2 nights. Must have been something he ate at the last village. The driver blows a streamer of smoke, and remarks that if he were a young man, he, too, might be going to Camelin to see the false dragon. Matt announces that yes, they are going to see the false dragon. The driver offers them a ride, and introduces himself as Hyam Kinch. Chapter 34, The Last Village. It is dark when they reach Carrisford, and has taken longer than Rand had thought as he mentally takes stock of the times since the events in Fort Kings. Outwardly this town looks peaceful, but Rand wonders what is underneath. He has learned not to trust appearances and worries about the presence of dark friends. They make their way through the town, hugging the shadows and avoiding the town folk. The bridge they use to cross the river Kerry is old and weathered, though it only has to cross a river that is 30 paces wide. After they use it, Rand fears a challenge from behind for a long time. He notes that the countryside is filling up, looking more settled and tame, devoid of dark friends. Abruptly, Matt sits down in the middle of the road and refuses to budge until he knows where they are going, and begs Rand to feed him. Rand decides to sleep in some haystacks. Matt complains lightly about where they have to sleep, but both burrow into the hay for the night. Rand muses over the number of haystacks he has slept in since Whitebridge. Matt asks Rand if they are going to make it. Rand replies that it's a long way to Tarvalon, and Matt corrects him to say he means Camelin. Rand reassures him that they should be in Camelin in 2 days, according to Master Kinch. Matt qualifies that with the possibility that there are 100 dark friends between here and there, and then shows that he is quickly sinking into despair when he opines that he and Rand are the only 2 left of the original party that left Emmons Field. Out loud, Rand tells Matt to go to sleep. Inwardly, he worries about just such a possibility. A cock wakes Rand at false dawn. Rand gets out and divests himself of straw that has burrowed into his clothing. He notices that a thin trickle of people are already upon the Camelin Road, and the sun isn't even all the way up. They are mostly young men, wearied with travel. Matt pops out of the haystack and performs the same preparations as Rand, and asks about the possibility of some breakfast. Rand suggests they worry about that once they are on their way. As they approach the road, Matt notices the people and stops. He calls out to one young man to tell them where he is bound, and the young man answers, "To Camelin, to see the dragon, just like you." Throughout the day, Matt continues to ask that question and gets the same answer, unless he asks it of locals, who act suspicious, and keep a wary eye on all the travelers, and are put out because of the delay the mass of travelers are causing to their regular routines, and the mischief they may cause. Merchant wagons are worse, people jumping out of the way of them. As the first approaches, Rand only moves to the side, and is toppled, sprawling to the ground for not doing more. Matt protests, and is knocked down to the ground with a spear handle, to land atop Rand, while the guard who wields it shouts, "Out of the way, you dirty dark friend!" They find that all merchant carts have pretty much the same attitude. Rand and Matt learn after that to avoid the carts, which are many and seem to constantly come. One driver lashes Rand above the eye, and he has to restrain Matt from shooting him with an arrow. The Queen's Guard make several appearances, and attentively listen to complaints from the locals. Rand listens to one of those conversations, and the captain reaffirms the right of the travelers to be on the Queen's Road, informing the complainant that the crowd on this road is nothing. In Camelin the walls are bulging with them, then turns and threatens Matt and Rand for blocking the road in the same tone he used against the farmer. Because of the hostility shown by the Queen's Guard, Rand decides to stop Matt from stealing some eggs if he brings it up again. Still, Rand decides there is one advantage to this crowded road. Those who are chasing them will have trouble figuring out which of the myriad young men are Rand and Matt. They pass through 2 more villages, each distrustful of the crowd of travelers. When evening sets in, the road begins to clear. Matt looks for another haystack, but Rand pushes them on, arguing that they should keep moving so long as they can see the road. As it gets later and the 2 of them begin to feel their fatigue, Matt begins complaining, but Rand continues to push on. They see a village up ahead and Matt demands to know if they are going to stop. Rand says, "On the other side of town." Matt protests some more, but Rand pushes on and Matt finally follows. It is late and the town streets are empty, but from a nearby, brightly lit inn come sounds of merriment. One man and a cart stand in the Camelin Road at the near end of the inn, the man checking the harness. 2 other men stand at the far end of the inn, one just inside the pool of light, the other just outside. Rand stops, to look for a way to go around. Matt sighs with relief at the small respite. Rand is uneasy about the 2 men, and it is obvious by the behavior of the man with the cart that his uneasiness is shared. The 2 men are conversing. One is a black shape, unable to be seen in the shadow, the other is wearing an apron, and is obviously not enjoying the conversation. They finish, and the man's shape moves completely into the shadow. Rand realizes that he is really uneasy about this one. He whispers, "Fade," and makes Matt jump, but then assures Matt that it is gone now. The innkeeper moves back toward the inn when he is challenged by Almond Bunt, who names the apron man as Raimun Holdwin and comments on how strange his friends are, especially in the dark for an innkeeper. Holdwyn jumps but then calms. "And what do you mean by that, Almond Bunt?" he asks. Bunt replies that there have been an awful lot of odd folk passing through. Holdwyn responds with a vigorous rebuttal, then explains that the person with which he spoke is from Four Kings, and is hunting a couple of thieves who stole a heron-marked sword from him. This rattles Rand and Matt. Holdwyn continues by describing these two so-called thieves as troublemakers, dark friends and followers of Log Ein. Bunt is amused by this, though it escapes Holdwyn. He asks if Holdwyn said that they were young, and though Holdwyn has said no such thing, he avers that they are less than 20, and that there is 100 crown reward out for them. He continues by saying that they are dangerous, and if Bunt comes across them he should just notify his friend, who will come pick them up. They converse back and forth for a bit until Holdwyn realizes that Bunt is not taking him seriously and criticizes Bunt for his plan, which Bunt reveals is to travel the night go see the false dragon, a trip which will see him in Camelin by the morning. Holdwyn criticizes Bunt for his recklessness, and Bunt returns right back that the roads this close to Camelin ought to be safe. He also casts aspersions on the man to whom Holdwyn was just speaking, which causes Holdwyn to almost lash out at Bunt, but he catches himself before he says anything that will get him into trouble, and returns inside the inn with the slam of the door. Rand hears the conversation, and against Matt's opposition approaches Bunt about joining him on his trip to Camelin. Bunt's first reaction is aggression, but then he mellows and asks the two if they are going to see the false dragon too. Rand agrees that they are, and Bunt tells them to get in. Rand climbs aboard and as the cart begins moving off, grabs Matt and swings him on as well. Rand fights to stay awake with the creak and sway of the cart as Bunt sets a good pace. Bunt starts to converse with them about the grandeur of Camelin. The only thing that might make things better, he suggests, is if that Tar Valon which were sent packing. Rand asks him if he means an Aes Sedai and Blunt replies bluntly that that's exactly what he means, naming her as Elida and calling her a spider. It is obvious that Blunt loves Queen Morghese, but hates Elida. Rand wonders if it would be a good idea to contact Elida if Moraine does not show up. Matt shakes his head, obviously thinking the same. Bunt continues his monologue by cataloging all the ills of the time, and then pleading that Morghese needs to do something. Rand makes a non-committal noise in his throat but is thinking that he was extremely lucky to find this old man and his cart. Bunt takes his grunt for agreement, and continues on with his diatribe. He says he's the Queen's man, but something needs to change with the Lady Elaine and the Lord Gawain. Yes, he says, it's been the tradition that daughter heirs get sent to Tar Valon for training, and the eldest son is sent to Tar Valon to train with the warders. But look what happened last time, Luke dead in the Blight before he was sworn in as first Prince of the Sword and Tigraine disappearing before she could become queen, which has caused and still causes problems. Bunt continues on, discussing the repercussions of Tigraine's disappearance. How it caused all the houses to join in a frenzy of scheming, and how Terengale Damodred schemed with the lot to figure out who would come out on top so he could marry her and retain his post as Prince Consort. He mentions that Terengale brought in Carrion before the contest was ended, and that eventually led to the Ale War. He fathered Elaine and Gawain before getting himself decently killed. Bunt passionately argues for not sending the two to Tar Valon. Send them to Ilion instead, it will give them as good an education, if not better. He also suggests Tyr and Sheener as good places for training the two as well, saying with vigor that it's time to break the 3,000-year tradition of the Ander throne being thought of as Aes Sedai. Bunt continues in that vein, but Rand is so tired that he drifts off into sleep, where he dreams of Tam and then Tom Merrilin. In the latter, Tom comments about the Queen's relationship to the land, and contrasts it with the dragon's relationship, while juggling on a litter that is reminiscent of the one Rand used to drag Tam to Emond's Field. In the same dream he sees a Fade riding a horse with the severed heads of Moraine and Lan attached to his belt, and Matt, Perrin, and Egwene bound and tied to the horse, following behind in despair. Rand protests that the murderer wants him and not Egwene, but the Fade turns and burns her with fire, while Tom repeats his discussion about the dragon and the land. Rand screams and awakens. He is in the cart on the Camelin road. A raven stands on his chest and tells him, "You are mine," and then plucks an eyeball out of Rand's head. Rand truly awakens this time and sits up in the cart, clapping his hands to his eye, but finds that nothing has been damaged. Bunt then asks if they are awake, and announces grandly that they have arrived at Camelin, the grandest city in the world. Chapter 35, Camelin. Rand and Mat have arrived at the city of Camelin, and Rand becomes overwhelmed by the sight of a great city. He is befuddled by its sheer size, noting that Bear Lawn and Whitebridge are nothing compared to it. He notes the multiplicity of colors and styles in the complex of buildings outside the walls. Then he concentrates on the walls, which are marvels in and of themselves. The city gates are large and overpowering in their majesty, and a storm of noise greets them as they move closer. Once again Almond Bunt praises the city, reminding the boys that the inner city is Ogier built and that Queen Morghese rules from the inner city. Rand notices that Mat is having a similar, if gloomier reaction to the noise, and the sheer number of people in Camelin. Mat complains loudly to Rand that it will be too hard to hide in such a crowd. Rand doesn't let Mat's gloom affect him, and tells him that they will do quite well if only Mat learns to control his tongue better. Once again, his speech lets Mat know that he is overwhelmed by what he sees. He even speculates that they might find Moraine in the city, to which Mat replies, "If they're alive." Even this pessimism doesn't drive Rand's sense that anything could happen in Camelin. As they approach the gate, Rand notices that there are plenty of young men, travel-worn and weary, entering the city at the same time as he, and that pleases him. The Queen's Guard watches the gate and keeps order. They finally roll past the gates and see the city beyond, stretched across rolling hills, and in the distance another wall of white demarking, Rand assumes, the inner city of which Bunt spoke earlier. The Camelin Road, which leads directly into the city, splits into two, separated by a strip of dead grass and leafless trees. The people on the boulevard are talking cheerfully, as if they hadn't noticed that spring was taking a very long time in coming. Bunt suddenly turns down a side street and stops. He asks if Rand is hiding under his cloak what Holdwind said he was. In a very steady voice, Rand asks Bunt what he means, as he gets ready to leave the cart. Mat yawns, but reaches for the dagger under his coat. Bunt explains that he really doesn't mean harm to the boys, and he realizes that Holdwind, whom he does not like, wants the boys more than anything else. After Rand responds, Bunt finally decides that he doesn't really want to know. Mat has a distinctly dark reaction to the questioning as he takes his time getting down from the cart. Between his hunger pangs and his fear of Bunt, Rand feels like he is going to vomit. Bunt leans close and tells Rand to hide the sword, or get rid of it, or something. It will attract attention. Then he drives off, leaving Rand and Mat to their own devices in a busy city. Mat looks to Rand for what to do next in this city that feels like a beehive. Rand replies that Moraine will find them, worries about the city and the fact that in it he cannot reach for the void, and then fiercely proclaims that they are alive, especially naming Egwene. Mat again plays the pessimist, demanding of Rand a course of action if the rest of their party is dead they are found by A. But he cannot name his worst fear. Rand simply says that they will think about it when it happens. Rand silently muses that the worst would mean seeking out Elaida the Aes Sedai at the palace, but resolves to attempt to go to Tar Valon first. He continues his silent musing with remembering what Tom Maryland said about the Red Aja and the Black Aja, and then out loud he tells Mat that they should look for an inn called the Queen's Blessing. Mat protests, but Rand holds fast, and then Mat shows what he is really worried about. People are everywhere, and they might be hiding a Fade. Fearing that he may lose him, Rand literally gets into Mat's face and tells him not to quit in very angry and forceful terms, and that seems to be what Mat needs, because Mat apologizes, and they go look for the Queen's Blessing together. But Mat's pessimism comes out, and one begins to get the impression that it is more than just a passing fear. Mat is quite certain that they are going to die, and says so. Rand encourages his friend by saying that everyone dies, but he isn't ready to give up just yet. In their quiet interplay, Rand finally notices a whiff of spirit in Mat, and that is good, but his own words belie the fact that Rand, too, is terribly worried about the fate of the rest of the party. They begin asking for directions to the inn and get a variety of responses, from curses to blank stares. They ask one man who is broad-faced and as big as Perrin, wearing a white armband, and he tells them they're too late, and wanders off laughing, to the puzzlement of the two boys, who noted there were plenty of odd folk in the town. In fact, the town is quite cosmopolitan. Rand and Matt observe the start of a riot, ostensibly caused by pole men carrying a sedan pushing someone out of the way who didn't take too kindly to the treatment. They quickly vacated the scene. The boys are also targets of con artists who attempt to sell them trinkets purportedly belonging to Loghain, but Rand doesn't buy it and sends them on their way. They also note white cloaks, just like in Berlin. Rand thinks about staying unnoticed, but he will not remove the sword as Bunt has suggested. It is a link to Tam, his father, and he just will not do it. Lots of others wear swords, some covered with cloth, red bound with white cord, or vice versa. Rand stops to buy some, choosing the red cloth because it is cheaper. The shopkeeper curses Rand when he asks for a quiet place to use to wrap it around the sword. His attempt to mollify the angry merchant fails. Rand finally finds an alley where he can stop and wrap his sword. While doing so, Matt lobbies for an immediate setting out to Tar Valon or Elian, but Rand refuses, saying that the rest of their party will be along soon. They finally find the Queen's blessing, and enter. Rand sees that the innkeeper is fat, and that pleases him. He is a pink-faced man in a starched apron, with graying hair combed over a bald spot that it does not quite cover. He has a ready smile, and his name is Basil Gill. Rand speaks up, mentions that Tom Maryland sent them to the inn, and the innkeeper's smile slips. Noticing this, Rand asks if he knew Tom, and the innkeeper admits that he does, and looking at the flute case and harp case, orders the boys to come with him. They enter the kitchens, where their 2 days of enforced fasting makes them vulnerable to the kitchen smells, but they pass through to the stable yard where Gil confronts them with a question. "What's in the case, lad?" Rand admits that it is Tom's flute, opening the case to show him. Gil questions him about how he obtained the flute. Rand explains that Tom gave it to him, that Tom is dead, and offers apologies. Master Gil asks how it happened, and Rand gives him an abbreviated version of Tom's encounter with the Fade in Whitebridge, including the bit where Tom tells them to come to Camelin, and to seek out his inn. Master Gil says that he will believe Tom is dead when he sees his corpse, but quickly amends his speech to say that he believes the boys, but tells them that Tom Maryland is harder to kill than they might believe. Rand tells Matt that Gil is a friend, and Gil announces that he supposes he is, at that. He then states that Camelin is the last place he would expect Tom Maryland to come to, unless it was Tar Valon. Then in an intuitive leap, Master Gil guesses that the boys have trouble with Tar Valon. While Matt replies positively, Rand asks why he would say that. Master Gil explains that he knows Tom and that Tom would jump into that kind of trouble, especially to help a couple of lads their age. And then, in a stumbling way, he asks the boys what the nature of their problem with Aes Sedai is. It is obvious that he is wondering if they can channel. Rand replies that neither of them can channel. In fact, an Aes Sedai was helping them, and mentions Moraine's name, and immediately regrets doing so, though it has no effect on Master Gil. The innkeeper reassures them that he can handle just about anything else except a man who can channel, though he says so obliquely. Rand assures him that they took no offense. He then asks if they can pay, and realizes that they cannot. So he promises beds, warm and dry, and food, but nothing more. Puzzled at his generosity, Rand thanks him. And Basil Gill explains that Tom is a good friend, hot-headed but still a good friend. He then advises the boys not to speak of their involvement with Aes Sedai at this time, explaining that the temper of the city makes such relationships unhealthy, and not just from white cloaks. Matt takes the opportunity to mutter an epithet about Aes Sedai, and Master Gil snaps. "Watch your tongue!" Angrily, he explains that guardsmen have been punishing those who speak against Aes Sedai, and white cloaks have been harassing those who speak for Aes Sedai, and he doesn't want Matt's irresponsible tongue to be the reason why the group attacks his inn. Having vented, he then says much more quietly that it probably wouldn't be a bad idea if they didn't mention Tom Maryland, either, explaining that both the guard and the Queen have long memories. Master Gil doesn't explain why he said what he said, but he does reveal that at one point, Tom was court-barred for Camelin, and known by every court from Tyr to Marden. He then explains that it was not long after Terengale Damodred died that the trouble with Tom's nephew arose. Tom got closer to the Queen than was proper, but the Queen was a widow and Tom was in his prime. Morghese has a temper, and Tom took off when he learned the trouble his nephew was in, giving her cause to be angry. The Queen didn't like his leaving or his meddling in Aes Sedai affairs, Master Gil explains, and when he came back, he said some words, things you don't say to someone with Morghese's spirit. Elida, Master Gil explains, was also against him, and Tom left half a step ahead of prison, and perhaps the headman's axe, and the writ still stands, he says. Rand suggests that maybe people have forgotten. Master Gil shakes his head and notes that Gareth Bryan was very unhappy with Tom, and he notes that Queen Morghese never forgets anything. In fact, after Tom left, the whole city walked softly for a whole month. Then he opines that there are plenty of other guardsmen around who remember, and suggests once again that Rand and Mat hold close to their chests their friendship with Tom. He then offers to feed the 2 starving boys. Chapter 36, Web of the Pattern. The innkeeper of the Queen's blessing in Camelin, Master Gil, provides Rand and Mat with a small meal while Rand explains that they are there to meet the rest of their group, from whom they have become separated, and that they are pursued by dark friends. Rand does not mention Myrddraal or Trollocs because many people believe they do not exist. Because of their friendship with Tom, Master Gil advises them against approaching the Queen's Aes Sedai advisor, Elida, or the Queen's guards. He also complains of the sudden plague of rats in the city. Mat bemoans to Rand that Moiraine, Perrin and Egwene appear not to be in Camelin and are probably dead, while Rand ponders the Dark One using vermin, including rats, as eyes. After their meal, a pretty maid takes them to their attic room and shows an interest in Rand, who does nothing but wish that he had Perrin's way with girls. Mat throws himself onto his bed while Rand leaves to avoid Mat's sullen withdrawal. Rand notices a Queen's guardsman briefly check the main room in the inn, which he is assured is normal, before he goes to the inn's library, looking for somewhere quiet to sit. He is amazed by the number of books in the library. There he meets the Ogier Loyal, whom he initially and briefly mistakes for a Trolloc. Loyal introduces himself and says that Rand's reaction is not unusual for humans. He explains that he left his steading without permission from his elders, who consider him hot-headed, at the tender age of 90. He left to read more books and to see the world, especially the Ogier Groves, most of which are now gone. Loyal initially thinks that Rand is an Aelman, but Rand says he is from the 2 rivers, which Loyal knows as Manetheren. Loyal assumes his mistake is due to the world changing quickly while the Ogier remain in their steadings. Rand then tells his story, and after listening, Loyal states that Rand is ta'veren and because of that, he wishes to travel with him. Rand declines, but they agree to talk again and maybe play a game of stones. Chapter 37, The Long Chase. Nynaeve is alone in a night forest, holding the reins of 3 horses waiting for Moiraine and Lan. Mandarb is one of the horses, and showing unusual tolerance for her proximity, and she presumes it is because Lan himself gave her the reins. She pats the nose of her own horse, and Aldiab, noticing, tries to steal some affection for herself. Nynaeve is impatient and irritable because the 2 have left her in the dark as to what they intend. Nynaeve spends some time remembering that after Whitebridge, the 3 followed a portion of the Camelin road that was almost deserted except for a few travelers. They continued until Moiraine was forced to choose to look for the one of the boys about which she was certain. She led the party of 3 north into the forest. Nynaeve's thoughts reveal that, because of Whitebridge, she is beginning to come around to Moraine's way of thinking, and such realization is not comforting to her. She remembers following the 2 reluctantly into the forest, Lan looking back at her frequently, while never leaving Moraine's side. Moiraine was following the pull of the coin she gave to one of the 3, and one night she announced that the pull was gone. Nynaeve worried that the bearer is dead, but Moiraine assured her that all it meant was that the bearer no longer carries it, and said that they will keep on the way they are going, and when she gets close enough she will be able to find him without the coin. Later that night Moiraine announced that he has the coin back and all will be well, then promptly went to sleep. Nynaeve was unable to will herself to sleep, as she kept thinking about bad things happening. The touch of Lan's hand on her arm brings her back abruptly into the present. Lan takes no notice of her startlement, and simply says, "You are needed," hobbles the horses, grasps her hand and heads off into the night. She marvels at his woodcraft, and his strength as he pulls her through the forest. They come to a rise and both sink to the ground next to Moraine. In the distance are tents. Lan reveals that they are white cloaks, 200 of them, and one of the boys is with them. Lan reveals that he went into the camp to find him, and find him he does, under guard. She asks him how they are going to free him, and marvels at the fact that her voice is so assured that Lan will accomplish the task. Lan reveals that he can bring him out but doubts that the boy will be in any shape for stealth. He then offers a plan and asks for Nynaeve's help, who gives it willingly. Lan wants her to make it over to the horse picket lines, and cut the lines almost all the way through so that the horses can break free when Moraine creates her diversion. Nynaeve agrees to do it. Lan also mentioned that there are wolves about tonight but they shouldn't bother her. She replies with sweet sarcasm that she would not have known that, she grew up around shepherds. Moraine grabs her arm with as much strength as Lan just before she takes off and tells her to be careful and return as quickly as she can, because she, too, is part of the pattern. Nynaeve rubs the spot where Moraine had grabbed it, but surreptitiously. She does not want the Aes Sedai to know it hurt. Then she notices that Lan has already departed and she silently curses the man for being so good at what he does. Her initial movement is fast, but she slows down, reminding herself that she is not in competition with the warder, to which an inner voice says, "Oh no!" but she ignores it. She makes her way through the woods, reminding herself that what she does is not a child's game, and is relieved to finally smell horse. She is almost surprised by two white cloaks, who are making their rounds, but manages to evade them. She stays where she is until she has observed their rounds twice, which are regular as clockwork. On their third round, she makes a run for it, and manages to get to the horses without disturbing them. She gets to the picket line and one horse raises its head, and she almost panics. Just one whinny, she thinks as she slices almost all the way through the rope, but the whinny never comes. She cuts picket line after picket line until she accidentally cuts herself and stifles a yelp. She decides to quit after that because she may have given herself away, deciding that she has cut enough of the ropes. But as she contemplates such action, Lan haunts her thoughts, knowing that out loud he would approve her caution, while silently wishing she had done more. In the end she decides to try for the final picket line and is surprised to find Bella, Egwene's horse, and that means the girl is there too, with whatever one of the three boys that Moraine senses. After a bit of mental hand-wringing, she decides to get Bella so that they will not have to double up riding, reasoning that if they have to double, some white cloaks will catch up and that means people would die. She is sure of that as if she were listening to the wind, and that scares her because it reminds her that she may very well be Aes Sedai material, but it also calms her trembling. She unties Bella and that wakes the horse, but words of comfort keep the horse from making a disturbance. She also grabs the reins of the next horse, worrying that it will make noise, but it does not. She wishes for Moraine to do her thing right now, and like answer to prayer, that's exactly what happens. Lightning and thunder crash close to where the horses are tied up and all the horses go mad with fear. Nynaeve is too busy to exult because the horses are pulling in opposite directions in their attempts to run away. At the second bolt of lightning, somehow she manages to keep hold of the reins, to mount Bella and, with the other horse's rein wrapped around her arm, watches as a gray shadow tears past, ignoring her and her horses while snapping at the other horses, causing even more panic. Nynaeve blames this on Moraine as well. She then sees a second shadow joining the first and decides to get out of there. Bella needs no encouragement to leave the area and the second horse is happy to follow so long as they can leave this horrifying scene. Chapter 38 Rescue. Perrin is a bound captive of the White Cloaks chafing against his captivity. He and Egwene share a tent where they sit, back to preserve their body heat. Egwene sleeps the sleep of exhaustion. Although just as exhausted, he cannot sleep. He aches from the day's travels, walking behind a horse with a halter around his neck. Because of a lack of remounts, lost back in the steading, the column cannot move all that fast, and the White Cloaks blame the Emond's fielders for their slowness. he recognizes his chance of survival as precarious. Both he and Egwene traveled every day with the knowledge that one misstep could kill them. He could not sleep because he kept thinking about the things that Byre promised him awaited them in Amador. Byre mentions in an emotionless monotone hot irons, and pincers and knives slicing skin, and Perrin just can't believe that people do that to other people. But the way Byre said it so matter-of-factly has finally convinced Perrin that he is telling the truth. He is guarded by 2 white cloaks, but they look at the 2 of them as if they are guarding filth-soaked monsters, and they are only doing what every other white cloak does. He wonders how he is going to convince them that he is not a dark friend, but concludes that in the end he will probably admit to being one just to make the questioners stop. Byre comes for him, carrying Perrin's axe which he has appropriated from the boy. Byre kicks him heavily and orders him to wake up even though it is plain that Perrin is not asleep. Perrin replies that he is awake to prevent another of Byre's kicks. As Byre checks to ensure that the ropes that bind him are still tight, Perrin quickly calls for Egwene to wake up before Byre attacks her, though Byre shows no frustration for him doing so. Byre seems to go out of his way only to cause Perrin pain because he killed 2 white cloaks, though Perrin does not remember doing so. Byre accuses them of being dark friends, and Egwene denies it. For the 100th time. For once Byre ignores the denial instead of punishing it with a lecture or worse. Instead Byre squats and tells Perrin that he is slowing them down, and Captain Geoffram Bornhold, who needs to reach Camelin by a certain date, is caught in a dilemma. He tempts Perrin with escape by words and by tossing a sharpened stone down on the ground. The stone could be used to cut their bonds. Perrin senses a trap and begins to request an audience with someone, probably with Captain Bornhold, but we never find out who, because about then, the thought blossoms in his mind: help comes. It startles him enough that it derails his train of thought, but leads to the revelation that Ilias is alive, if wounded, and so is Dapple, which makes him grin. Byre asks to know what he is thinking, which causes Perrin's thoughts to cascade one way and the other. Byre, watching, decides Perrin can tell that death is the only option for the 2 dark friends, and is about to say so when the 2 guards outside the tent are attacked. Byre is then attacked by someone who resolves himself into Lan. The warder easily overcomes the white cloak and extinguishes the lamp brought in by Byre. Lan frees them both and pronounces the white cloak alive. Perrin reluctantly retrieves his axe from Byre and 2 white cloaks from the guards. Momentarily losing his way, Lan calls out, "Here," and Perrin reorients himself on the man's voice. Lan orders the 2 of them to put the cloaks on with an admonition that they are not out of trouble yet. Lan orders them to hold hands and then wait. They wait nervously until lightning pours from the sky so closely that the hair on Perrin's arms stand up. This is the cue that Lan has been waiting for, and he leads the 2 forth. The camp has broken out in pandemonium, and the 3 of them make their way out of the camp at a trot. No white cloak stops them because of the purloined cloaks. The ground becomes uneven and Perrin feels the slap of branches as they move into the forest. They finally meet with Moraine, who comments that Nynaeve has not shown up and may have done something foolish. Lan immediately turns around but is commanded by Moraine to hold his place. In the end she must speak forcefully to the warder to keep him from turning back for the young woman, using his full title for the first time in front of Perrin, who marvels. The tableau does not last long as Nynaeve finally appears, riding one horse and leading another. Egwene immediately recognizes Bella, her horse from home, while Nynaeve confesses that she had trouble finding them. She gets down from Bella and heads toward the Emmons Fielders, but Lan stops her by grabbing her arm. She stares up at him. Moraine reminds Lan that they have to go. Lan releases her and Nynaeve continues her trip to the 2 former captives, giving a low laugh that puzzles Perrin. Noticing that Rand and Matt are not with them, he asks Moraine where they are, and she replies, "Elsewhere." Nynaeve swears coarsely at that remark and Moraine offers up a hope that the light is taking care of them. Lan brusquely orders them to get a move on or the white cloaks will be upon them. Perrin scrambles up onto the bare back of one of the horses that Nynaeve had obtained. As they start out, Perrin hears in his mind the words, "One day again," a thought from Dapple indicating that the pack and Perrin will meet again, but for now, they must leave. The idea brings sadness to Perrin, for mixed reasons. Lan leads them south in the cover of night, leaving them twice and upon return, reporting no pursuit. Egwene and Nynaeve begin a quiet, if convivial conversation, Nynaeve sometimes looking back at Perrin who just waves, but more often wonders what is to come. Close to dawn, Moraine finally calls a halt and Lan allows them to rid themselves of the white cloaks. Egwene finally insists on being told where Rand and Mat are, and Moraine says that she thinks they are in Caemlyn, to which Nynaeve makes disbelieving noises. In response, Moraine promises that she will find them. They have breakfast and Nynaeve doctors Egwene. Then she insists on doing the same to Perrin, ordering him to take off his shirt. What they all see makes her gasp. His chest is a mass of purple, brown and yellow bruises. The pain that had been kept at bay by the wolves comes flooding back. Nynaeve demands to know how he could have disliked Perrin so, to which Perrin replies silently, "I killed 2 men." Aloud he says, "I don't know." Nynaeve applies the greasy ointment, and it feels both hot and cold at the same time. His bruises practically disappear, and the pain does indeed disappear. Nynaeve upbraids him for looking surprised and tells him that he can go to her next time. He replies that he wasn't surprised, only glad. Then he asks what happened to Rand and Mat. Obviously brimming with hostility, Nynaeve reports that Moraine says that they will be found in Caemlyn because they're too important not to be. Perrin grins, assured that although the wisdom might have changed, Nynaeve was still the same. Nynaeve suddenly notices the yellow eyes and, feeling his face with the back of both hands, protests that it can't be yellow fever because he would not be able to stand. Moraine has been listening in and asks, "Yellow?" She, too, looks at Perrin's eyes and mumbles some mystical words about them not being predictable and part of the pattern. Nynaeve asks if Moraine can help him. Perrin protests that if they are going to talk about him, they should talk to him. The 2 women ignore him. Moraine continues by saying that Perrin is not ill and what has happened will not harm him, but changes her statement to will not harm him directly. Nynaeve protests that that's not good enough, but Moraine simply replies with, "What is." She then bids them get some sleep, telling them that they must be up at first light, finishing her statement that they must reach Caemlyn quickly. Perrin suddenly realizes that Moraine knows about his condition, about the wolves and everything, and she thinks that it could be through the hand of the Dark One. As he redresses, that thought chills him to the bone. Lan sits down next to them and they discuss the situation, Lan mentioning that he knows Elias Maghera and revealing that Maghera taught him much about the blight and swordsmanship, before what happened, and mumbles the name of the Red Ajah. Perrin notes that for the first time Lan seems unsure of himself. Perrin admits that he has heard of the Red Ajah. Lan tells him that most of what he has heard about the Red Ajah is wrong. He reveals that in Tar Valon there are factions about how to fight the Dark One and ends the statement with a request about Maghera's health. Perrin tells him what he knows and then asks Lan if his yellow eyes are from the Dark One. After some uneasy hesitation, Lan answers that in of itself, it is not. He says that it was old and lost long before the Dark One was found. He continues by discussing the Great Web and the Three's part in it, and wonders on whose side they fall. Perrin immediately protests that the Dark One cannot touch them unless they name him, and immediately he thinks of the dreams of Baalzamon, but insists one final time that he can't. Lan pronounces the Emmons Fielders rock-hard stubborn, and then expostulates about the possibility that they may be at the end of an age, or even the end of time. He then speaks reassuringly that Perrin now has friends around him, and that even the Dark One cannot oppose what the wheel weaves. He will be fine because of his stubbornness, and because Moraine is watching over him. But then he reminds him that they must find his friends because they do not have an Aes Sedai watching over them. Their conversation and the chapter ends with a back and forth about the importance of finding them. Chapter 39, Weaving of the Web. Rand and Mat have been in Caemlyn for several days. Today is the day that Log Ein is brought into town. Rand is going to go see Log Ein. He asks Mat if he wants to go as well, but Mat declines. Mat keeps calling Loyal a Trolloc despite Rand's insistence that he is an Ogier. It seems that Mat has not been out of their rooms since they arrived. Master Gil had told Rand of a woman named Mother Grub who sounded a bit like a wisdom, but Rand does not visit her to avoid trouble. Thanks to the white cloaks in the city, people in Camelin are paranoid of dark friends, and the dragon's fang is often seen on doors. He meets Master Gil at the foot of the stairs, and Master Gil says he heard that some beggar is looking for him and Matt, and that there are rumors of strange shapes creeping around outside the city at night. Master Gil recommends leaving by the back way, which Rand does. At the end of the alley is Lamdwin, who has been hired to help keep the inn safe. Rand has found out the meanings of the red and white cloth that everyone is wearing. The red is support for Queen Morgase, and white is for those who believe her involvement with the Aes Sedai is to blame for everything going wrong. The outer part of the city, which contains the Queen's blessing, is called the New City. He makes his way into the inner city and finds a spot to watch for Loghain. He is not there for long before a beggar bursts through the crowd on the other side of the street. The beggar looks around and then points directly at Rand. Rand backs out of the crowd and runs the other way. He runs away for a while, then starts looking for a different place to view the procession. He finally finds a wall where he thinks he can see Loghain pass by, and he scrambles to the top of it. He scrapes his hands and knees on the way up. He is just in time as the procession comes into view. Eventually Loghain comes into view on a wagon inside a large cage with iron bars. There are 2 Aes Sedai at each corner shielding him. They are accompanied by a dozen warders. Loghain has the presence of a king. The crowd goes quiet as he passes and then resumes screaming after he passes. Loghain throws his head back and laughs, and then his wagon enters the palace grounds. He wonders aloud. Why were the Aes Sedai watching him? A girl's nearby voice says. They're keeping him from touching the true source, silly. He is startled, falls off the wall, and gets knocked unconscious. Chapter 40, The Web Titans. Rand sits at a table with Loghain, the false dragon, and Moraine in silence. The room around them fades to gray. The pair vanish, replaced by Baalzamon. Rand's body hums, inside his head, louder and louder until Rand wakes up with a headache and recalls his fall from wall where he watched the Aes Sedai march Loghain through Camelin. A girl dressed in rich clothes kneels beside him, and he cannot help but compare her beauty to Egwene's. A sound announces the approach of another, a boy around Rand's age dressed as richly as the girl. Through their discussion, Rand learns that their names are Elaine and Gohan. In a slight panic, Rand tries to stand so he can climb back over the wall when a wave of dizziness strikes him. Elaine treats his injuries as is her hobby with hurt animals. As they talk of personal issues, Rand finally asks who their mother is. Gohan tells him that she is Morgase, by the grace of the light, Queen of Ander, Defender of the Realm, Protector of the People, High Seat of House Traken. The shock appears to cure his dizziness as he races to his feet and tries to leave. Gohan asks his name, perplexed by his features and accent, and appears surprised by the answer. A voice interrupts their conversation. Galad appears ready to defend his siblings from the intruder, but Elaine and Gohan defend Rand, granting him guest right. An argument ensues, ending with Elaine's rude dismissal of Galad. Galad leaves, and the siblings agree that Rand should leave before Galad reports his presence to the Queen's guards. Elaine insists that Rand use a gate rather than climb back up, however, and in this delay the guards appear. The guards surround Rand with swords and bows drawn. Elaine and Gohan shield Rand with arms raised. Elaine challenges Guardsman Lieutenant Talonvor, an officer, but must accept escort when another guardsman arrives with orders to take Rand and the siblings to the Queen. Rand notices the garden untouched by the extended winter as the guards lead the group through a maze of corridors before reaching an audience chamber. Rand follows behind Elaine, mimicking Gohan's actions through the introduction, but peeking to see the Queen, her general, and Aes Sedai advisor. The Queen admonishes the siblings for their disobedience. The Aes Sedai joins her, focusing on Elaine. Rand realizes she must be Elida du Averny Aroyhan of whom he had previously heard. He does not know that she is of the Red Aja, however. Elaine gives her mother a premeditated speech that meeting Rand has helped her learn more about their subjects and realm. Morgase dismisses the notion with a confession that the Two Rivers probably doesn't even know that they are a part of Ander. The comment about the Two Rivers sparks Elida's interest as she studies the differences between typical folk from Western Ander and Rand. She approaches Rand and bears the heron mark on his sword, which was previously wrapped with a red cloth, for all to see. Her comments about the sword prompt every man in the audience to reach for swords. The Aes Sedai appears unconcerned and continues to question Rand, intrigued by the list of coincidences that led him here. The Aes Sedai's constant interrogation angers Rand and he begins to conceal the truth from her. Elaida, under command from the Queen, foretells a dark future of Ander, one of pain and division. More quietly, with nobody else able to hear, she also foretells to Rand that the entire world will see pain and division, and Rand will be at the center of it. Morgase asks for Gareth Bryne's advice on the matter. Bryne says that he believes Rand's story about being in the palace by accident and dismisses Elaida's public foretelling as a rather obvious trajectory for the realm. Nonetheless, he advises that Rand be imprisoned for a short while until Elaine and Gawain leave the city with the Aes Sedai journeying to Tar Valon with Logain. Elaida agrees that holding Rand for a few weeks would give her good time to examine him further. Morgase weighs the advice of Elaida and Gareth Bryne in regards to Rand's fate, and decides to free him against both their wishes, as there has been too much unfounded suspicion about dark friends and the like in Caemlyn, and she will not be part of it. After Rand swears under the light that he means no harm to them, Morgase dismisses him and gathers her advisors to speak about the problem with white cloaks in her city. The daughter heir admits that she finds him handsome, while Gawain explains that with a shofar wrapped around his head that he would look like an Aelman. Chapter 41: Old Friends and New Threats. Rand enters the Queen's blessing breathlessly from running all the way from the palace. Lamdwin directs Rand to the library and Basil Gill after telling of an attempt to steal the inn's cats. He finds Master Gill and Loyal playing stones and tells them about the beggar that's been following him and an unbelievable tale about meeting the Queen of Ander. As Rand lays out the details, Master Gill's disbelief changes into worry. He tells Rand to get Mat and prepare to leave the city before Elaida decides to hunt him down. As the humans plot Mat and Rand's departure, Loyal asks to leave with him. Gilda interrupts their meeting with a knock and an ill report of white cloaks in the inn. The white cloak interrupts Gill's greeting, sneering about his search for two dark friends from the Two Rivers. The white cloaks arrogantly compare Morgase to dark friends due to her relationship with Tar Valon, prompting Lamdwin and every patron to stand and challenge the five men. The lead white cloak threatens Gill with the dragon's fang, but the innkeeper stands his ground and the white cloaks back down and leave. Gilda interrupts Rand and Basil again to inform them of a lady in the kitchens asking for Rand and Mat by name. They fear it is the daughter heir until Rand remembers that he never mentioned Mat to Elaine. The pieces click together, and Rand races to the kitchen even though Master Gill urges caution. Rand opens the kitchens to see Moiraine, Nynaeve, Egwene, Perrin, and Lan. It is a joyful reunion. After introducing everyone to Master Gill, he notices Perrin's downcast stare. Two of the inn's cats come into the kitchen, and one approaches Moiraine happily. Moiraine notes that the inn has many cats and Gill explains that the entire city has a big problem with rats. Moiraine offers to keep rats away from their street and Gill accepts after a moment. Nynaeve asks about Mat, then storms up the stairs when told that he is not well. The reunion turns subdued when Perrin asks about Tom, and grows worse when the Emmonsfield folk visit Mat. Mat responds with great paranoia and has doubts that they are who they claim to be. Moraine's voice interrupts Mat, and she orders the Emmonsfield folk to back away from him, bodily tossing the wisdom aside when she does not move. Mat and the Aes Sedai lock eyes. She places her hand on him. In the next instant, Mat tries to stab her with the ruby-hilted dagger. Inches from her throat, Lan's hand seizes Mat's wrist. Moiraine asks Rand how Mat came by the dagger and Rand says that it was taken from Shadar Logoth, but Rand did not know about it until after they got split up. Moiraine says that the dagger must have attracted dark friends and shadow spawn to them. Rand recalls his misadventures with dark friends and shadow spawn during the journey to Caemlyn and tells them of rumors of strange things outside the city. Lan confirms the appearance of Trollocs and Myrtle waiting for the time to strike. Perrin seems depressed and says that maybe it would be better if they were dead given how much trouble they are causing everyone. Moiraine says flatly that dying would not solve the world's problems. Moraine explains how dangerous the dagger is before kicking the Emmons Field folk out of the room so she can concentrate on healing Matt with her unreal. Chapter 42, Remembrance of Dreams. Rand leads the subdued group down to the library after their altercation with Matt. He spies Perrin's resigned look and wonders what is troubling him. He takes a few steps into the library when he realizes that everyone is still at the entrance. He has been around Loyal so long that he forgot the initial shock. Rand introduces his friends to the Ogier. Loyal's suggestion that they sit and await Moraine's return eases the shock of the Emmons Field folk. Perrin asks Loyal about the steading, wondering if they are really places of safety like the stories say. Loyal tells them about his journeys, but Rand only pays half a mind, having heard it all before. The door opens with Matt and Moraine standing at the entry and Lan guarding the rear. Matt stumbles through an apology before some semblance of the old Matt returns when he ends with, "You can't hold a man to blame for what he does when he's crazy, can you?" Forgiveness and playful banter ensues, but ends abruptly when Matt sits down and casually reaches his hand into a coat pocket. Moraine confirms that he still possesses the ruby-hilted dagger because she lacks the power to break the binding between him and the knife without help from other Aes Sedai in Tar Valon. She reports that she has contained the taint that allows Shadow Spawn to track them for a time. Loyal introduces himself and appears confused when Moraine tries to dismiss him. Rand informs her that Loyal will accompany them. An exchange of information prompts Moraine to ask about Elida and her part in Rand's story. Rand recalls how he didn't do anything wrong when he went to see the false dragon. Perrin remarks that Rand's adventures were much more interesting than theirs, as he and Egwene only met some tinkers and ran into white cloaks. The mention of tinkers causes Loyal to speak of them, which then causes him to remember the time a man came to his steading during the Ale War and spoke of a danger to the eye of the world. Perrin mentions that the tinkers also told them of an ale speaking about the eye of the world 3 years ago. Then Perrin says that they have to tell Moraine about their dreams about Baalzamon. Rand confirms that Baalzamon also mentioned the eye of the world. Moraine calmly upbraids Rand, reminding him that she warned him about dreams and that they should have told her earlier. She then tells them how the Dark One bends even the most steadfast opponent to his will. She tells them how their Ta'veren nature makes it easier for the Dark One to find them than the average person. They must defend themselves from the Dark One in their dreams by staunchly denying him every time. Moraine resolves to warn the Green Man of the threat to the eye of the world, telling the Emmons Fielders that they must go to the Blight. She smiles at the Ogier, having already weaved him into her plans. She asks Loyal about the ways and Loyal confirms that he knows about them. She continues talking about a waygate in Camelin and going to Fal Dara, but Loyal interrupts and shouts that the ways will lead to death by the shadow. Chapter 43, Decisions and Apparitions. Loyal describes the creation of the ways by male channelers during the breaking of the world. He also describes the Ogier trials with the exile, the longing and the search for steading. The ways connect distant points that have a waygate but are not really part of the world. Travel between waygates is much faster than travel in the usual ways. Male channelers were invited to the steading so they could hopefully hold off going insane. Many came and stayed for a time. They could not accept being cut off from the true source for too long, and eventually they all left, hoping that the taint was gone, but it never was. This either prolonged the breaking or prevented it from being worse. Aes Sedai still debate the issue, with the Red Aja believing the former, and the Blue Aja believing the latter. As a gift to the Ogier for their kindness, the male Aes Sedai created the ways and gave the Ogier a talisman which could be used to create more waygates. As the Ogier found more lost steadings after the breaking, they created waygates right outside them so that the Ogier could travel between them safely. About 1,000 years ago, during the War of the 100 Years, the ways became corrupted and those that entered either did not return or came out senseless. It is assumed that the corruption comes from the fact that they were created by the male half of the power, which is tainted by the Dark One. Having explained all that, Loyal does not see enough reason to use the ways. Moraine gives more information about the Eye of the World, saying that it is a place of great power and could be harnessed by the Dark One to break free of his prison. And because the forces of the Shadow know about it, the danger is imminent. But because they are 3 Ta'veren, bending the pattern around them. Perhaps the three of them combined could be harnessed to save the world from this danger. Moraine cannot force any of them to go, but Rand agrees, trying to sound strong. Egwene refuses to stay behind in a safe place while the others go into danger, so she will go as well. Loyal cannot resist the call of adventure and the chance to meet the Green Man, so he reluctantly agrees to go. Eventually it is agreed that they will all go to Fal Dara via the ways, regardless of the dangers. They spend much of the night planning the trip and compiling a list of needed supplies. Rand tries to get Egwene to stay behind, but she recalls what Min said about her and Nynaeve being part of their trouble. Egwene asks who Elaine is but does not believe Rand that she is the daughter heir of Ander. After a bath, everyone heads to their rooms to get some sleep. Rand is in the dream room with Baalzamon again. This time there are three figures on the table which clearly depict Rand, Mat and Perrin. Baalzamon tries again to get Rand to submit to him, but Rand takes Moraine's earlier advice and denies him every time. When Rand wakes up, he sees Mat muttering in his sleep about denying the Dark One. Rand wakes him and finds out that he was having a similar dream. Baalzamon tricked Mat into picking up the figure with the dagger, which lets Baalzamon know exactly who he is. Still, though, Rand does not think that the Dark One knows everything. Chapter 44 The Dark Along the Ways. Rand, Mat, Perrin, Egwene, Nynaeve, Moraine, Lan and Loyal leave the Queen's blessing in the pre-dawn darkness and head to the stable led by Basil Gill. Because of the need for secrecy, they do not use any torches or lanterns. Loyal stumbles multiple times and grumbles that he is not a cat and cannot see in the dark. Inside the stable are horses for everyone including Loyal, even though he would rather walk. The back wall of the stable is a hidden door to an alley. Before they leave, Moraine tells Master Gill that if he gets any trouble due to their presence, he should write to Shur-Iam Sedai of the Blue Aja for assistance. The party exits the stable and Loyal leads them to the waygate beneath a house in Camelin. Loyal has an innate sense of direction pointing to the waygate. Moraine channels to unlock a basement door. Lanterns are lit, and the horses led down a ramp into the basement. Lan closes the door behind them. What appears to be a wall decorated with flowers and vines is really the waygate. Mat is confused as to why there would be a waygate placed in a basement, but Loyal explains that this spot used to be an Ogier Grove. Ogier grew groves with great trees in various places so that they would be reminded of the peace of the steading. Sadly, many of the groves have since been cut down by humans and often replaced with urban infrastructure. Moraine does not wish to speak of the past and instead lifts a special trefoil leaf off the wall and places it lower down, which opens the gate to the ways. Lan leads the way through the waygate and is followed quickly by Loyal and Rand. Time passes faster in the ways, and as Rand looks back out through the waygate, the remainder of the party in the regular world seems to be moving very slowly. Moraine is last to come through and closes the waygate behind them. The ways is a very different environment where the darkness presses down on them and the lanterns can barely hold back the darkness. Loyal leads them through the ways by reading special guiding stones on each island. Sometimes they travel over a bridge to the next island and sometimes a curving ramp. The bridges are not held up by anything and are just suspended in the darkness. There is much evidence of decay. Time is precious in the ways, and Moraine insists that they eat while still moving on horseback. Just as Rand is starting to think that traveling the ways is almost monotonous, they discover that the bridge they are using is broken and does not connect to the next island. Chapter 45 What Follows in Shadow. Rand and the group are in the ways traveling to a waygate near Fal Dara. Up ahead, in the direction they are going, they have encountered a break in the path, barring their progress. Inside the ways it is dark and foreboding, and what light they have brought with them does not illumine much. Even the horses are skittish. They are on a path that may as well be a bridge as nothing seems to be holding it up. It is pitch black above and pitch black below. Whether the ways have a bottom or a ceiling cannot be determined. Rand moves toward the edge to take a look, and suddenly the lantern and pole from which it hangs feels heavy enough to pull him over. Feeling dizzy, he quickly backs away. Nynaeve remonstrates with Moraine for bringing them this way, demanding to know if they have to go all the way back to Camelin. The Aes Sedai replies that there are many routes they can take to get to Fal Dara, their destination, and Loyal should know them. She then calls to the Ogier twice, the last time forcefully. As usual, Loyal is a bit dreamy in his response but promises he can find another way. He also becomes pessimistic about their chances because he sees that the ways are in such a state of decay. Perrin states that there must be a way, his eyes glowing golden. It reminds Rand of a wolf at bay. Moraine observes that the break up ahead is an old break and gently dismisses Loyal's fears. Loyal brightens at her words and boasts of his abilities to find paths in the ways, remarking that they are 3 bridges away from Steading Shongtai. Moraine reminds him that their destination must be Fal Dara and the Eye. Loyal studies the script on the waypost for a good while and finally makes a decision. He leads the troop onward and regretfully passes the bridge that would take him home. In an act of commiseration, Rand offers to show Emond's Field to the Ogier and Loyal can show Rand the Steading, once this is all over. Loyal questions whether it will ever be all over. Not understanding the Ogier, Rand reminds him that he said it would take 2 days to get to Fal Dara, and Loyal tells him he means everything and then asks him why he thinks it will ever be over. The bridges go every which way and every once in a while they pass a white line that runs off into the dark. It leads to a way gate, which leads outside. The Emond's Fielders look wistfully at that guiding, but move on. They travel for a long time until Moraine orders camp be made on an island. Rand is yawning by then. They hobble the horses, set the lamps and tripods made for them, set up an oil stove where Nynaeve and Egwene make tea. Loyal reports that once the islands were full of life, grass and fruit trees full of fruit regardless of the time of year outside. Nynaeve asks if Moraine is going to set wards. Moraine speaks of the taint in the power that made the ways and says that were she to use the power it would very likely be corrupted. She will not use the power unless she must. Lan and Moraine eat heartily, but Rand just picks at his food. Perrin and Mat also are glum. Moraine notes their dark moods and announces that she believes Tom Merrilin is not dead in an effort to cheer them. When Rand mentions the Fade, she replies quickly that when she passed the White Bridge, they mentioned a Gleeman but they did not report his death, and the death of a Gleeman would be remembered. She also says that Tom is part of the pattern that weaves itself around the 3 boys, too important a part to be cut off. From those few words Rand deduces that Min viewed something about Tom and asks, to which Moraine replies that she saw a great deal about all of them. She also says that the fates of the 3 boys are bound together, Tom's too. Mat grins and says he doesn't know how she saw anything, she was too busy looking at Rand. Egwene takes note of his comment and remonstrates with Moraine for not telling her. She might be talking to Moraine but the words are meant for Rand. He says that he talked to her once and Egwene takes note of that as well. Perrin breaks in and says that Min was just a worker in an inn, not like Aram, which causes Egwene to choke on her tea. Rand asks who Aram is and Egwene blushes. Perrin grins mischievously like the old days. Egwene finally says that he is one of the traveling people. They continue to banter but tiring of it, Egwene rolls up in her blanket and says she is going to sleep. The 3 boys continue to playfully sting each other until Rand chooses bed as well, which is like a signal for all the Emond's Fielders to seek their blankets. Moraine and Lan, however, do not look like they intend to sleep. Even in their blankets the boys talk about the girls in Rand's life. Finally Rand is allowed to attempt sleep, but in the ways made by men who broke the world, it is very hard. He finds both Perrin and Mat staring at him, and it is disconcerting. Moraine makes a circuit of them all, speaking softly to each in turn. To Rand she speaks of his destiny and how it protects him, and how he is safe while she is with him, and that his dreams are safe for now. Rand is not sure of her remarks, but after she leaves, he drifts into a dreamless sleep. Lan awakens them. Moraine allows 1 cup of tea and they are off, eating in the saddle. Their fare is the same as last night, bread and meat and cheese. After they finish their breakfast on the go, Lan reports that someone or something is following them. Mat tries to shoot it blindly while Loyal moans about regrets. Lan stops Mat from shooting again, though Mat complains that whoever it is, it must be evil because it's in the ways. Lan reminds the boy that they are in the ways. Other discussion ensues. Moraine finally asks Lan what he is feeling. Does the follower serve the Dark One? Lan says that because of the taint he cannot tell. But he does say that the follower is not trying to catch up. Lan suggests that he be allowed to go looking for this follower, but Loyal vetoes that idea. Moraine seconds the Ogier's words with, "We have no time." Loyal points out that they are close to a way that will take them to Tar Valon but stops when it becomes obvious that someone has tampered with the path. Chiseled marks wound the stone. Lan is galvanized. Moraine says, "This explains much," and continues on by admitting fear and then saying that the marks were made by Trollocs or Fades. The markings are Trolloc runes. The Trollocs have figured out how to use the ways, in fact that is how they must have gotten to the two rivers, through the Waygate at Manetheren. She makes other mental connections with regard to the appearance of Trollocs around Camelin, noting that there is a Waygate in the Blight. She also concludes that they don't know all the ways yet else an army would have poured through the gate they used at Camelin. Lan, who has moved a small distance away, shouts back, "They don't use the ways easily." Moraine leads the group to him where his lantern reveals horror. Rand sees Trollocs frozen in the rock and are locked forever in fear, and where the rock has bubbled, more fearful Trollocs are revealed deeper in the rock. The bridge ends a few feet beyond the frozen Trollocs, the signpost laying in 1,000 shards. All are heavily affected by the sight. After studying the shards, Loyal announces that the bridge before them was the first to Tar Valon. Moraine announces that it is well they are not going to Tar Valon yet. Nynaeve erupts angrily with a tirade about her calmness, speculating that the fate of the Trollocs could happen to them. Moraine replies that it is more likely that the men who built the ways added traps to protect the ways and then says they cannot remain, and asks Loyal if he knows the next bridge. Loyal replies that they did not ruin that part of the guiding with an eagerness that is new, probably because of his desire to move on. Moraine makes them travel even more slowly despite the need for haste, testing every island before letting anyone step onto it. Straining to see in the dark, Rand reasons that if Trollocs can use the ways, then their pursuer could be one or more creatures of the Dark One. They travel, bridge after bridge, eating a meal in the saddle. Then Rand thinks, and finally is sure he hears a wind, absently dreaming it will be good to feel the wind. But then he remembers something Loyal said about the ways and asks him, "Didn't he say there was no wind in the ways?" Loyal stops and listens and says, "Makinshin. The Black Wind." Moraine demands to know how many more bridges are left to their route, and Loyal replies doubtfully, 2. She tells the Ogier to find them quickly. Scanning the guiding, Loyal mutters about the effects of the Black Wind and then shouts, "This way!" as he gallops toward the chosen bridge. At the next bridge, Loyal quickly scans the guiding, and hardly before his horse has stopped he is moving on. The wind is growing louder. At the last bridge they do not bother with the guiding, but immediately follow the white line. They reach the gate and Moraine cries out, "The Avendezra Leaf, the key is not here!" The members of the party react differently to the news, but no one is indifferent. Rand thinks he can hear voices in the pursuing wind, muttering things so vile that Bao raises up into his throat. Moraine raises her staff and sickly yellow fire flares out, generating a filthy smoke, and she uses it to start cutting an opening in the Waygate. The gate starts to melt, if slowly. Matt announces that he can feel the Black Wind. The flame winks out and Moraine announces that the job is half done. 2 large curved blocks of stone remain in the gate, and they look heavy. Once they are gone, everyone should be able to get out, even Loyal, though he might have to lay on his back. Moraine steps back and Lan uses Mandarb as a battering ram to knock the wedges out of the gate. Lan and Mandarb pass through the opening. The light that pours in is the natural light of a mid-morning day. Rand slaps Bella on the rump and both the horse and Egwene pass out of the ways. Moraine commands all of them to get out as she points her staff back toward the guiding and discharges a long blast. The wind howls in anger and pain. Rand exits and nearly gets thrown off his horse because of the passage through the unnatural Waygate. Outside is a cold winter's day, but it is a natural, almost welcome cold. Rand joins the others as they wait for Moraine, Lan most tense of all. Slowly Moraine backs out of the gateway with its mirror-like surface, her staff pointed toward the ways, leading Aldiab as she does. The waygate darkens to a black as deep as the ways. Rand can still hear the wind, howling its mad voices at them. The wind slowly drifts away and the waygate's surface returns to its murky shimmer. Everyone is intensely relieved, even Lan shows more than his usual stoic demeanor. Moraine explains that the black wind could not pass, but then shows her disgust of the taint that corrupts the ways. Nynaeve asks what it was that they just escaped, and when Loyal responds with name only, she demands to know more. Moraine spins out several possibilities, but it is obvious that she doesn't really know. Having heard enough, Egwene shouts for her to stop, but Moraine says one last thing. There is worse to be faced yet. She wearily climbs up on Aldiab and points toward the north, which contains Fal Dara, their next destination. She mentions that Ajilmar, Lord of Fal Dara, will need to send men to wall up the hole in the waygate lest someone wander in accidentally. Chapter 46, Fal Dara. Rand, Mat, Perrin, Moraine, Lan, Egwene, Nynaeve, and Loyal leave the waygate and travel to Fal Dara, passing vacant farms and land left desolate by the severe winter. Inside the city are many refugees with their possessions and livestock. They arrive at the keep and are greeted by Inkter and led to Lord Ajilmar Jagged. Moraine requests a night's rest before they depart for the Blight and the Eye of the World. Ajilmar tries to convince her and Lan to assist at Tarwin's Gap, where they will be outnumbered by Trollocs 10-1. The borderlands have suffered Trolloc raids through the winter, which is most unusual, and there are more Trollocs amassing at the Gap than ever in living memory. The other borderland nations are unwilling to send help because of the incessant Trolloc raids. But if Lan were to raise the Golden Crane banner, some men would surely come to answer the call. Moraine insists their journey to the Eye is more important. Ajilmar then tries to convince her to take some of his soldiers to the Eye, but Moraine declines. The Eye of the World can only be found if the Green Man allows it, and the party cannot have any members that are seeking the Eye for personal concerns such as pride or glory. Moraine says that she has found the Eye before and can again, which finally convinces Ajilmar to stop his arguments. Later, Padan Fain is captured trying to enter the city and is brought to the room. He is recognized immediately, and Rand realizes that he was the beggar who was looking for Rand in Caemlyn. Fain appears to change rapidly between a frightened common man and a haughty, educated man. The haughty personality appeals to Ajilmar, telling Ajilmar that he can tell Ajilmar how to defeat the Dark One without getting entangled by Aes Sedai plots. Moraine cuts him off and goes with Lan to take him away to find out more about him and his orders. Chapter 47, More Tales of the Wheel. Rand, Mat, Perrin, Nynaeve, and Egwene are waiting with Ajilmar for Moraine to return from her interrogation of Padan Fain. Ajilmar provides some of the history of Lan and the kingdom of Malkyr that should have been his. He tells the story of the fall of Malkyr. Brian Mandragoran, Lan's aunt, was envious of the fact that Lan's father Alakir was raised as king rather than her husband Lane. She drove her husband to lead an expedition into the Blight with much-needed men, and when all fell she blamed Alakir for her husband's death. Plotting with the dark friend Cowan Gemalin, they issued orders to withdraw more men from the border forts in an attempt to seize the throne for Brian's son, Isam. Trollocs poured from the Blight and overwhelmed the weakened garrisons, and although Cowan was killed in single combat by Alakir, it was not enough and Malkyr was overrun. 20 trusted retainers were chosen to take the infant Lan out of the palace as the nation crumbled, and 5 made it to Fal Moran where Lan was raised. The Trollocs were ultimately repelled by the other borderland nations, but by then the Blight had swallowed Malkyr. Lan swore an oath to defend against the Shadow for as long as he lives, and to avenge what cannot be defended. As Malkyr is lost and can no longer be defended, Lan has lived his entire life seeking vengeance on the Shadow. Moraine and Lan return and recount what they learned from Fain. He has been a dark friend for 40 years and has been hunting the boys for 3 years. 3 years ago he was chosen to be the Dark One's hound and brought to Sheol Gul by a myrtle. There he was tortured and broken, changed so that he could hunt for whom the Dark One sought. He was chosen because his route as a peddler brought him to the 2 rivers and its surrounding areas. Eventually he realized the Dark One's target was one of 3 boys in Emmons Field, and then he brought the Trollocs to the 2 rivers using the Waygate at Manetheren. After his target escaped, he was tortured again by the murderer and Trollocs he was forced to travel with. Fane went with them to Shadar Logoth, where he finally escaped as Mashadar consumed the shadow spawn, but even then he felt compelled to continue to hunt for Rand and the others alone. Barely able to stop to eat and rest, he followed the party incessantly through the ways until he was captured at Fal Dara. After learning all this, Agelmar tries to get Moraine to delay their departure for the Eye of the World so that Pad and Fane can be interrogated further regarding the Eye. But Moraine insists that no delay can be countenanced. Agelmar tries again to send a few men to assist Moraine, but she says that it must be the others she has brought with her and no others. This causes Agelmar to suspect that Rand, Mat and Perrin may be male channelers. Moraine says that all three of them are Ta'veren, which Agelmar doubts. She then invokes the old blood of Manetheren, which finally satisfies Agelmar. Rand notices that Moraine said that almost all of them have the blood of Manetheren. Chapter 48, The Blight. Inkter leads an escort of Sheenaran lances under the Grey Owl banner for Moraine and the group headed to the Eye of the World. He halts the lances at the Blight border that was once Malkyr and appears unhappy at his previous orders to go no further, saddened by the prospect of missing the battle at Tarwin's Gap, angry that the Emond's field folk get to travel the Blight with Lan. Rand thinks back to the soldiers heading toward the Blight, the non-combatants reluctantly heading south in case the worst happens as Inkter leaves them. The group travels north at the warder's pace. They notice that the weather is warmer, and wrong at the same time. The party finds the heat stifling, and hard to breathe in, all except Perrin and Lan. Rand reaches out to touch a sickly-looking tree and earns a rebuke from the warder. They travel further into the Blight, the corruption growing worse with each step. Mat retches multiple times. Loyal is disgusted at the corrupted trees. Lan announces that they will not reach the mountains by nightfall, prompting the Aes Sedai to suggest a nearby area as a campsite. It would be a good omen to camp there. They camp not too far from a lake. Nynaeve and Mat ask why they do not camp closer to the lake, but then they see a writhing tentacled creature emerge from the surface before eventually going back below, answering their question. This is one of Malkyr's 1,000 lakes. Moraine uses the one power to bend light around their location and set wards around them. The light bending confuses the boys briefly, as it sometimes causes the women to disappear. Egwene says she will learn to do this in Tar Valon. Nynaeve tentatively suggests she will go there as well, under the pretense of accompanying Egwene. Egwene says Rand will be her warder when she becomes Aes Sedai, which Rand goes along with even though he remembers that Min told him that he and Egwene would not be for each other. Rand has trouble sleeping and eavesdrops on a personal conversation between Nynaeve and Lan in which they both profess feelings for the other, but Lan refuses to accept her love. Lan believes he is doomed to die fighting the shadow. Rand closes his eyes after seeing his wisdom cry. Chapter 49, The Dark One Stirs. The stifling heat of the Blight, and a sullen dawn wakes Rand and the others. He notices Nynaeve's eyes, red from crying, and Lan's face from their discussion last night. Egwene picks up the wisdom spirits while the party gathers their belongings. Moraine erases their presence from the campsite with the one power. Nynaeve's reaction to the Aes Sedai's channeling confirms her suspicions that Nynaeve can be taught to channel. They journey deeper into the Blight, where Mat notices how the trees seem to want to reach out and grab them. Moraine's assurances that they are afraid of channelers like her does little reassure the party. As the danger grows, Lan charges into the forest alone, while the Aes Sedai orders the Emond's field folk to gather closer to her for protection. Lan returns with his sword bloodied and a bizarre creature with too many legs appears after him. Mat shoots an arrow into the creature's eye, killing it. As they continue further north, the trees do actually begin to attack them. They fight back against other creatures and Lan frequently disappears ahead alone before returning to be healed by Moraine. The Blight closes tighter around them as the group races to the high passes, not to safety, but toward danger that their current enemies will flee from. A pack of worms gives them a respite as the creatures they fought fear them. But Lan's knowledge of worms gives the party more reason to flee faster than before. As the worm pack gets closer, Lan announces that they won't make it. Rand's desperation increases his need to get to the Eye. That need causes the eye to appear over the next hill, and it is a bountiful garden of trees and wild flowers and butterflies. A figure out of legend greets them, the Green Man. He greets Loyal, the Ogier, warmly. He is delighted to see Perrin the wolf brother. And he calls Rand a child of the dragon, remarking on Rand's odd clothing and sword. He is very surprised to see Moraine, who has been to the eye before. The eye was created such that nobody should be able to find it twice. Nonetheless, he turns and leads the group to the eye of the world. Chapter 50 Meetings at the Eye. Rand al'Thor follows the Green Man and the other Emond's Field folk as they stare at the beautiful forest around them. The Green Man attends his forest as they walk and plaits flowers into the hair of Egwene, Nynaeve, and Moraine. He leads them to the heart of his forest, where an arch opening embossed with the ancient symbol of Aes Sedai awaits. Inside resides the Eye of the World. He leads them to it, but refuses to enter, claiming that his unmaking is tied to the eye. They journey down to a pool of water which Moraine explains is a well of untainted Satan with the power to mend the Dark One's prison, or break it open completely. Here Moraine explains their purpose, telling Rand that he, Perrin, and Mat are here because they are Ta'veren, because here the Dark One will strike, and that he must be confronted and stopped, or the shadow will cover the world. She then guides them back outside. Two unknown intruders greet them when they exit the eye. One looks older than Senbui, the other concealed in a leather outfit. After Lan and Moraine challenge them, the old man introduces himself as Aegoner and says the other is Baldhamel, two of the Forsaken trapped near the fringes of the seal to the Dark One's prison. Mat says this is impossible as the Forsaken are bound in Sheol Gul, but Aegoner corrects him and says they are bound no longer. The two of them and Ishamel are free, and soon the others will be as well. Aegoner monologues about a new war of power with no lose there in Telamon to save the world when the great Lord of the Dark breaks free. Lan hesitates for a moment, indecisive of who to protect between Nynaeve and Moraine. The moment becomes meaningless as Aegoner dispatches him with a flick of his wrist. Enraged, Nynaeve abandons reason and charges the Forsaken with a dagger. Baldhamel seizes her by the neck and uses the one power to shock her. Egwene, Perrin, and Mat all ignore Rand's warning and try to help the wisdom. Rand knocks Egwene to the ground while Aegoner attacks Mat and Perrin with little concern and begins another monologue about teaching the Emond's Field folk obedience. The Green Man berates the intruders for harming the living. Baldhamel tosses the wisdom like a rag, chokes the Green Man, and uses fire to slowly destroy him. Baldhamel appears to have the upper hand until spasms rack him. The Green Man uses the last of his power to plant seeds within the Forsaken, which burst forth into all the things that grew in the dark places, all the dark things with spores, all the things that loved the dank, until only a mound of ash remained. Then the Green Man dies, leaving a massive oak tree in his place. This shocks everyone, even Aegoner. Moraine uses the time to strike at Aegoner with a ring of fire. However, his unfazed demeanor prompts her to tell the Emond's Field folk to run. Rand pushes Egwene in one direction and attracts Aegoner's attention away from Egwene. He flees in another direction, hearing Moraine screaming behind him. Chapter 51 Against the Shadow. Rand al'Thor is on the run, fleeing from the pursuing Aegoner. Moraine Damodred has finally stopped screaming. Rand comes to the end of the hilltop, which drops away sharply. He turns to find Aegoner approaching. Aegoner talks about taking Rand back to Sheol Gul, but he believes he is above this order, and could kill Rand himself if he wants. Rand is beginning to panic when he sees a glowing rope running from Aegoner. As Aegoner walks towards Rand, he becomes more fully fleshed. The glowing bar calls Rand and a tiny strand drifts from Aegoner and into Rand. They both begin to struggle over control over the white glow. Rand notices that Aegoner's face is no longer withered, but the face of a strong man in his prime. As they both struggle, flames begin to shoot from Aegoner's mouth, and he is consumed by fire. Rand wishes to be away from the hilltop, and finds himself in a broad mountain pass. There is battle all around Rand, men from the borderlands fighting Trollocs. At one end of the pass are the Borderlanders, their forces regrouping, getting ready for another charge which they probably won't survive. Down at the other end is the Dark One's forces. The army is filled with Trollocs, with Drakar flying overhead, and Myrtle are also present. Both sides have now noticed Rand. Heat fills Rand and lightning begins to strike the Drakar, clearing the sky of their bodies. The Trolloc army begins to charge Rand. Rand drops to his knees and begins to pound the ground, causing huge seismic waves which tears through the Trolloc army. The Trolloc army has been decimated but is still twice the size of the Borderlands force. Rand hears a voice and climbs towards it. Rand finds himself in Baalzamon's chamber, with Baalzamon himself there, in front of the fireplace. Baalzamon knew Aegoner's greed would overcome him, but isn't worried now that Rand has finally revealed himself. Rand notices behind Baalzamon lies a huge thick black cord, which is starting to devour Rand's smaller white cord. Baalzamon wishes Rand to kneel at his feet. He tells Rand about Jane Farstrider, hinting about him still being at large and under his control. He also mentions the Black Aja also hunting Rand. Baalzamon tries to get Rand to kneel by showing him illusions of Carrie Althor, Egwene Alvir and Nynaeve Almira being tortured by Myrtle. Rand still denies Baalzamon. Rand produces a blade of pure white light and kills the Myrtle. Rand then turns and slashes Baalzamon's black cord. The black cord rebounds back into Baalzamon and sends him flying into the fireplace. Rand feels the white cord attached to him thinning and sends the last amount of power he has left into Baalzamon. Baalzamon and the whole chamber catch on fire and begin to burn and blacken. The fire becomes white-hot until something strikes Rand, knocking him unconscious. Chapter 52, Either Beginning Nor End. Rand awakens to light, then pain, then memory of his battle against the Dark One. A burning smell causes him to survey his surroundings, where the remains of Aegoner reside from their battle over the Eye of the World. His memory slowly returns. He remembers his father Tam and his own name. Thoughts of Egwene bring him to his feet. He tumbles down a hill like a drunkard after her, and finds a trio of women resting underneath an oak. He calls out to Egwene and realizes which of the women she is. He touches her cheek and imagines a slight pulling away. He recalls the other two women, Moraine and Nynaeve, who exclaim that they are all right. Rand begins explaining how he defeated the Dark One and pauses as he recalls how he won the fight by channeling the One Power, Tainted Satan. He reaches for Egwene and she shies away before abruptly apologizing with a hug. Moraine demands an explanation and confesses her earlier suspicions at Watch Hill. After telling Moraine of all that happened, Rand says that he won't go mad if he never touches Satan again. Moraine says it might be possible with supreme strength of will. He asks Moraine to teach him, but she cannot, as the two halves of the One Power are too different. Rand asks where the men are and Moraine says that Lan took them inside the Eye to see what they could find. Moraine gave them something to do so that they would not look for Rand. Nynaeve and Egwene know about Rand's channeling because they will be Aes Sedai, Lan because he is Moraine's warder, but she did not tell the others for now. Rand suddenly gets angry and asks why Moraine is behaving as such. Why isn't she wanting to take him to Tar Valon to be gentled? He recalls Baalzamon speaking of the false dragons and saying they were used by the Aes Sedai. He exclaims that he won't be used like them. Moraine berates him for being manipulated by Baalzamon. Rand realizes the truth of her words, but still retorts that he won't be used by anyone. The rest of the group exits the inside of the Eye with a giant chest, fragments of pottery, and a folded white cloth. The chest contains the Horn of Valir. The fragments turn out to be shattered pieces of one of the seals to the Dark One's prison, and the cloth is unfurled to reveal the dragon banner. Loyal jokes that traveling with Ta'veren is far more interesting than even he expected. Upon questioning, Rand lies and says that he only ran away and fell down a hill and lost consciousness for a while. The party spends the night at the Green Man's home one more time as the Blight rushes in to destroy his creation. Moraine says that it is over for now and they can continue their lives as they will. Chapter 53, The Wheel Turns. The next morning, the Green Man's garden is still dying. The flowers are gone and the trees have shed almost all of their leaves, but a thin circle of grass and flowers have centered on the thick trunk above the Green Man's grave. Moraine is still too weak to ride, so they hang a litter for her between Bella and Aldiab. They are ready to move on, But Loyal is aggrieved that the Green Man's grave will eventually fall to the blight. He walks over to the tree and uses his tree-singing skill on it. When he is done, the leaves on the oak are healthy again. Loyal says that the blight will not be able to consume this remnant of the Green Man. They ride out into the blight, but nothing moves or attacks them. Lan chooses a campsite just before sunset, and the girls help Moraine set the wards. As they continue further south the next day, they notice that the twisted trees have been replaced by straight, and slowly, the forest around them has become red with new growth. Spring has truly come and all evidence of the extended winter is gone. When they reach the border, men come out of the watchtowers to greet them, telling them about a great victory for the light in Tarwin's Gap. They reach Faldara in the afternoon, where the soldiers are celebrating the victory and the spring. Ingter is not happy because he came an hour too late to see what happened at the battle. He brings them to Lord Agelmar, who tells them that the light took on flesh and fought for them, and that the Creator walked in the gap, but he only saw a man, and what he did cannot be. After making sure Pad and Fane is secure, Moraine shows him the Horn of Valir, asks for an escort to take it to Elian where it belongs. 7 days later, Rand finishes his sword practice with Lan in Agelmar's private garden and meets Egwene. He tells her that he will go away. Egwene asks him to come to Tar Valon with her and Nynaeve, but Rand refuses. He says he'll never channel again. When she asks him if he'll be going home, he tells her that he'll never go home. Moraine is in Agelmar's private garden. She uses her Kizira to focus her eavesdropping on Rand and Egwene. Using the Kizira to eavesdrop was the first use of the one power she had learned. Smiling, she says, "The prophecies will be fulfilled. The dragon is reborn." That was a recap of The Eye of the World by Robert Jordan. The Wheel of Time Book 1.